You're live.
I'm live. Fantastic. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to part 2 of the WoTaHoliday Christmas live stream special. It's live. Fantastic. Well, hello. Sorry, I had the actual video on there and the delay just meant that I popped up in my own ears, which was a little odd. But fantastic. Lovely to see all you people on the live stream. Now, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Elliot, and I have a little Wheel of Time YouTube channel called Elliot Edits. You can check that out at youtube.com/Elliot Edits. I'll be plugging it probably quite a lot during the live stream, because oddly enough, I'm only a few subscribers away from quadruple digits at 1,000. So that'll be why. But the real reason we're all here is to be raising money for the Lightweaver Foundation, which is just a brilliant cause. And it's fantastic to see. I'm just going to check how much have we raised already. 56% of the $7,500 target, $4,266, which is just incredible considering this is only part 2 of the live stream, which is very exciting. That is brilliant. I must remember to check the chat as well as I am doing this. So I can see all these wonderful people watching it. I'm not sure who is actually in the US because, as I understand it, it's 4 a.m. over there, and that is quite early. It's 9 a.m. over on this side of the pond in the UK, and that still feels quite early to me on a Sunday. So thank you for everyone who's up at this hour and watching for this fantastic cause, the Lightweaver Foundation. The link to donate will be in the chat in the description for the video as well, I'm assuming, and that's all brilliant. So, sorry guys, as you can tell, I'm a little nervous and I'm a little bit out of it because I have just got up, as you can probably tell from this messy hair, but I've got my trusty dusty wheel mug here and a nice warm cup of tea. Switzerland. Oh, that's fantastic. I love Switzerland. I was there this year, actually. Saw the jet d'eau. It's fantastic. Night shift worker. That's brilliant. I used to work at M&S, so I used to have to get up at 3 a.m. to take the lorry load of all the goods and stock the shelves. So I can relate to that. I wish I'd had a Wheel of Time live stream then to have in my ears. Almost time for second breakfast. Agreed. I've still yet to have first, but no one would want to see me just eat yogurt in the chat. I've got my phone here with some notes to make sure I don't forget to check the chat and everything. Australia, fantastic. What time is it over in Australia? Aren't they exactly 24 hours behind? 9 p.m., something like that. Still have 4 hours left on night shift in Canada. Well, as I said, thank you to everyone who is watching, and hopefully we're going to have some fun today because what I've got prepared is a little game. It's called the presentation game. And what the presentation game is it's a kind of an improv comedy workshop thing. I posted a tweet about the video. I don't know how many of you saw that, but effectively it's where someone makes a presentation with slides that they've never seen before, and you're given unusual prompts. So today we'll be working with Wheel of Time prompts. I've never seen this presentation before. I got my friend Caitlin to do it for me, and she's if you've subbed to my channel, you'll know she's new to the Wheel of Time. So I'm not 100% sure on what sort of images she will have chosen for the presentation, but hopefully there'll be some funny ones in there. Hopefully it'll work. I'm sure it will. She's amazing, and we will see. But first, I just wanted to chat in with you because obviously the new episode came out, episode 6, and I haven't had a chance to chat to anyone about it. lately. If I could get in the comments what everyone was thinking of episode 6. I personally really liked it. I thought it was one of the first episodes to have like a very clear direction and very clear. I'm going to say spoilers as well if anyone hasn't seen it. So I need this tea. Yeah, I thought it had a real sense of direction. It was always building towards an end goal. I kind of knew that was going to be the case because, well, we've only got 2 episodes left now, so we really did need to have the end goal set up and prepared for. Underwhelming is the first comment we're getting in. Okay, well, fair. There were a few things with it that I wasn't sure about. Oh, we've got brilliant now. Fantastic. My first questions, really, and I'd be interested to get other book reader opinions on this, is when the oath rod being used to swear allegiance. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that whole idea is used much later on to give Egwene like a really good moment of clout with Elida. So I'm not 100% sure how they're going to do that now, because obviously if you've got Swan making people swear allegiance to her with the oath rod, then you can't really criticize Elida for doing it later on. But I did think the whole relationship between Swan and Moraine was brilliant. I thought that played off very well, and I was watching it with Caitlin, who is a non-book reader, and she was very surprised by that twist in a very satisfying way, because I think that was a moment in the books as well there you kind of, it clicked in your head and you were like, oh, that's fantastic. So I think they pulled that off quite nicely. MK, the episode made you sad. Oh dear. I in a good way, in a bad way, in a emotional way. So I'm trying to get all things up. Pure exposition thing. It was a little bit exposition. The whole dream conversation was very much like, hey, we need the season to end, so here's what you got to do. And again, the ending with Matt not going into the ways, and spoilers if no one's seen this, but that to me is, I'm intrigued to see where they go with that. And I would have been interested to see had that been one of the only changes they've made. I feel like that is the type of change that I was kind of hoping to see in the adaptation, because that's like a very much bombshell drop moment where it's something completely different. Like it seems to be going the way the books are going, and then it's a curveball. Whereas I think we've already had so many changes in the show that I was just kind of like, oh, look, here's another one, here they go again, as opposed to if it had been a bit more faithful up until this point, that could have been like a real wow. Here we go, here's a new direction. But I'm personally all for the changes. I don't know about you guys, let me know in the comments, but I love the books, and I know that they're there whenever I want that version of the story. But for me, I don't know if it's a short attention span, but I need new, and so far the show is giving quite a lot of new. I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite TV show of all time yet, but it's, you know, it's working for me as it currently stands. I'm enjoying it, and I'm loving chatting to people about it. That's the best thing out of it, because telling people to read 14 books or trying to persuade them to read 14 books is not easy. But getting them to watch an Amazon TV show is surprisingly, or not unsurprisingly, a lot easier. Lol, just Matt at the end. MK, yeah, he's trouble, isn't he? He's just not playing ball. Does anyone have any ideas why he stayed behind? I mean, you know, they didn't look like the most inviting setting, the ways, I won't lie. But I did think that I don't know if he's going to go back for the dagger, if that was it. Matt and Fane have a deal. Interesting. I still do feel like there's some flashbacks waiting to happen. I don't know if the show is going to go down that route of all of a sudden people start acting a bit differently, and then we flash back to a scene earlier, and maybe Fane and Matt met in Tar Valon and they made some sort of agreement. I don't know if the show's going to go that way. I don't know if I would like that. Definitely feel like we need to go back to Emond's Field at some point, but who knows? I thought that when we saw the Oath Rod in the trailer that we were going to have a flashback to Moraine's training in the White Tower. Turns out I was wrong with that one, so now I'm just now it's anyone's game. The ways look scary AF. They do. They look really cool. The ways is one of the things I was most excited to see in season 1, and so far they've not disappointed. Is anyone else though missing the Waygate description from the books? Because that to me just seemed like such an elaborate, cool idea. The leaves and the foliage and the way that all sort of melts away, I thought sounded really cool. And they definitely simplified it for the show. But you know, I'm not a fan of it. I just really liked the book version, and a little disappointed not to see that. But you know what? Changes are the process of adaptation. So that's all good. And what else did I want to chat to you guys about? Any changes? Any favorite changes from the TV show? I think my favorite change so far has been combining all the Dark Friend scenes into that one Dark Friend scene. I thought that was brilliant. That scene really hit home for me and was one of my favorites. Would be too hard to depict in the show. Probably. If you're talking about the Waygate, I do agree. The truffle leaf might still be there to activate. You can also open it with channeling, maybe. Do miss the description of the Waygate. Don't hate the new version. Agreed. That's kind of where I am. That's kind of where I am on it as well. But overall, I think the design of the show, though a little colourful, is very good. Tar Valon I've really enjoyed seeing there. I thought that looked brilliant. And oh my gosh, Loyal so far, favourite character, hands down. I'm just, every time he's talking, I'm listening. The voice, the performance, the look, just such a presence, and can't wait to see more of Loyal. Okay, so that's about 15 minutes of me rambling. So, the presentation game, the main event, as it were. Just as a reminder, we're doing this for charity, and link in the description if you would like to donate. I will be donating myself later. Oh, I've just refreshed it, and admittedly, I don't know if this was the case when I said it earlier, but we're now up to 58%. $4,416 for the Lightweaver Foundation, which is just fantastic. Brandon and Emily Sanderson's charity. And I mean, what could be better? What could be a better thing to do at Christmas than, you know, making a donation so that everyone can have a lovely time? Now, if I can get the presentation game up, because I have a second screen here, but it is the most temperamental second screen in the world, and I don't know if it is going to play ball with me today, which means you guys might be able to see it, but I certainly can't. And I don't think it is. So, which means we'll have to do it on one screen, which hopefully will be doable. Just the trick is to sort of get it up without me actually seeing any of the slides, because as I said, the whole idea of this game is that I will be doing a presentation with no idea. So speaking of prompts, if anyone has any good suggestions for prompts for the presentation game, please do let me know in the chat. But always happy. So I've just seen in the chat, Bar of the Red Hand, always happy to see the Fables in the back of the bookshelf. Great series. Anyone hasn't read Fables, highly recommend. Brilliant. I will probably be doing a video on it at some point. When the show's over, we can make videos about other things. But until the show's over, it's very much any free time is going directly into talking about the show. So, yeah. I'm getting off track again. The presentation game. Prompts for the presentation game would be something along the lines of, so the two I've got already planned are, we're going to pretend we're a showrunner and we're going to basically describe the entire plot of the first book using slides that I've never seen before. So I'm hoping that this is all going to run smoothly. Now, let me just get the presentation up. This is going to be the tricky part. Okay, I'm going to hide this bit of my screen so that I can't see them. And yeah, that's still annoyingly on my second. It's still telling me it's on my second screen, which is not the case anymore. So we might just have to get it up again. Apologies for the technical delays. It is very early in the morning. Not that early, though. You know, I have to say I'm here complaining, whereas Rob has probably been up since however long. And yeah, I'd just like to give a huge shout out to everyone, to Rob and everyone who has gone into organizing this and everyone who is being a part of it, because the WoTaHoliday Christmas live stream is quickly becoming one of my favorite Christmas traditions. Hope you like my Christmas shirt. Last year, it was a blast. Last year, again, I had even less of a plan and ended up rambling. And I think I was trying to do a drawing, which was foolish, seeing as I think I followed Memo in that one as I followed her in this one. So I quickly learned not to follow Memo when it comes to the drawing, because that peacock trollic, if you haven't seen it, go back, watch the other video. That's something to see. That's something to see. So I'm just trying to find this presentation. There it is. There it is. Okay. Right. Oh, by the way, speaking of the drawing, I was trying to do matte last time. And so as you can see, I'm wearing my nice Christmas jumper here, but it was a choice between this and this was the drawing. So this is the one of Rand that we have. We're working on the one of Matt. We're still working on it. It's been a year, but we're still working on it. And, you know, if you guys think I should start a merch store, then let me know, because, you know, I'd be down for that. Would anyone wear this? Is this okay? Get a bit closer. There you go. Fills the whole screen. Hello. So yeah, I'm hoping eventually to do one of other characters as well. But oh, MK saying I thought I did the reading. I did also do the reading, the ASMR reading, which I didn't know if that would get brought up or not. But yes, an ASMR reading of the igloo scene, my favorite scene, according to the internet. And let's face it, it is a brilliant scene. So, presentation game. Here we go. Okay, this is where I'm going to. So many tabs. This is where I'm going to. Here's an option to share screen. Fantastic. Share. Mozilla Firefox. No. Let's just share the entire screen. And hopefully this is going to work, because I'm not going to be able to see the stream. So actually, to be fair, what I could do is I could do this, and then I can't see it. but hopefully we can check it's working before it works. So I go entire screen, allow. Okay. Now we've got the holiday special up here. Forgive the double screening, everybody. This is where I'm going to have to call on Rob for technical assistance to hopefully let my screen appear. Have we got it? Can everybody see that? Again, unfortunately, because I only have the one thing, I don't know. So I've got it up here. I'll go full screen in a second.
We can see it, mate. You're good. So.
We can see it. Rob, thank you. The voice from above. Brilliant. All right. So I'm going to start the slideshow. And hopefully everyone can still see this. If you can't, I'm hoping Rob's voice from above will let me know if they can't. But yes.
If it disappears, I will let you know, mate. Don't worry.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rob. Okay, so the presentation game. Here we go. A presentation I've never seen before, and the first prompt is describing the first book of the Wheel of Time. So here we go. Obviously, the Wheel of Time is about a main character, and the main character of the show is now you can see where this is obviously a very zoomed out version of the main character. They're actually in this little side street here. Let's move in a little closer. Here we have Moraine. Moraine is the main character of the Wheel of Time. Here we can see her riding a lovely horse. She's on a mission. She is on a mission. She's on a quest. And her quest is her quest is to find the Dragon Reborn. This is actually working surprisingly well so far. She is to find the Dragon Reborn. So we've got Moraine and we've got Rand. Well, she is looking for Rand. And along on her quest, she is accompanied by she's accompanied by Mike the Murdrel. Bit of a difference from the books. Because obviously in the books the Murdrel are evil, but in this version we have Mike the Murdrel. He's a renegade. He's a rogue Murdrel. He's learnt the error of his ways, and he has decided to come to the aid of Moraine, and together they're going to find the Dragon Reborn. And Mike and Moraine. This is where we get. This is a subplot waiting to happen right here. This is a spin-off. Mike and Moraine, they're searching for the Dragon Reborn. On their way, they're going to face a lot of trials, such as drowning. Drowning's a big danger in the world of the Wheel of Time. Rand, teach me how to channel Moraine. Yeah, so they're off to find the Dragon Reborn, and they're not going to be able to do much to help him once they find him, because obviously, as we know, female Aes Sedai can't teach male Aes Sedai how to channel. That's going to be one obstacle they face. But obviously, once they found the Dragon Reborn, there are many other things, like the main villain of the series, which is the Aiel. They're truly the main villains in this story, as represented here by the Aiel Waste. Here we can see many other of the characters just chilling out. Mike's not actually in this one. Mike's just popped around the back there for a smoke. He's not keen on being photographed. I think it's got something to do with the lack of eyes. He gets a bit camera shy. But yeah, so in their quest to defeat the Aiel, they'll go to such marvelous locations as the Wheel of Time premiere, as here. It's a very fourth wall breaking TV show. A bit like in Blazing Saddles, if you've seen it, where they go to their own screening of their movie. this has Moraine, Mike, and the Dragon Reborn turning up to their screening so they can find out how the show actually ends before they do it. And of course, that means that, you know, they have to, and the ending obviously is, well, they got to find a sword. They got to find a sword, a magical heron mark sword, in order to defeat the Aiel, because that's what's going on in this version. Do you see how the improv nature kind of comes into it? Got to be quick. Got to be quick on the old brain. So let's recap. We got Moraine and Mike and the Dragon Reborn fighting the Aiel, and they need to find a magical sword in order to do that, so that they can get to the final confrontation. And the final confrontation, this is where I start to get a little hesitant at pressing the next slide. Final confrontation, here we are, will happen at Shadar Logoth. It's a good setting. It's a good setting, the ruined city. Can't actually see any Aiel in this picture, but we have a Trolloc who, for all we know, is Mike's buddy and is there to help out the Dragon Reborn. And they fight the Aiel in Shadar Logoth, and everyone. Well, let's find out how they do. Wow, we've got a map here. This is just so everyone can get a sense of the geography. They saved the world. There we go. There's the world. Look at it. Saved. Isn't it nice? They saved the world, and they all live happily ever after with Uno, who really wasn't in much of the story, but is a great character nonetheless, and who wouldn't want to spend the rest of their days living happily ever after with Uno? I know I certainly would. He's probably one of my favorite characters in the series. Okay, right. I'm going to exit this presentation now and stop sharing so that I can come back here. Hello, everybody. That was the first part of the presentation game. Now I feel like everybody's getting a sense of how it works. It's a bit of a tricky one, I have to say. As I say, I haven't seen this presentation before, and I'm just checking with you guys in chat because I couldn't actually see it when I was on the slides. So, hello everyone. Mike, yes, poor Mike. That was a bit of a random one, wasn't it? The trick with the presentation game is gotta be quick with the old brain, because anything can pop up, and I'm beginning to learn it's a little bit harder. Uno preparing a bloody feast for Trolloc loving flaming goat kisses. Absolutely. Yeah, it would be great if we could get other people, maybe Sarah from the Maidens of the Spear, to do this on their live stream. It's a fun game. I would recommend it if anyone's looking for something to play for Christmas, something to play in the new year. It is a lot of fun to do with a lot of people. I'd possibly recommend less specific prompts, like the Wheel of Time. Maybe open it up a little bit to like a children's bedtime story, or perhaps a good one is always a sex education class. That one always goes down pretty well, depending on the slides as well. Just get together, get some random slides, put them all into a presentation. The internet, if anything, the internet can provide us with many humorous images. So it's a quick one, it's an easy one, if you're looking for a game to play on Christmas. So part 2 of the presentation game coming up very soon. Just want to remind everyone why we're all here. The WoTaHoliday Christmas live stream special, raising money for the Lightweaver Foundation. Fantastic charity. You can donate. on the link in the description, and it's all for a good cause. And you know, it's Christmas. It's Christmas. Oh, what fun it is to ride with my cycling themed Christmas jumper. So again, yeah, and if you'd like to see more content from me, you can check it out over on Elliot Edits, youtube.com/Elliot Edits. I actually haven't checked my subscriber count, and as well as plugging the good cause that is the Lightweaver Foundation, I am only, quick maths, 43 subscribers away from quadruple digits. And, you know, it'd be great if you guys want to join me on this Wheel of Time YouTube journey that I'm currently attempting. I just really love chatting to people about the show. So please do watch and comment. Right, let's go for part 2. And the second prompt we're going for is the Koreathon cycle. So we're going to do the prophecy of the dragon as told by slides that I've never seen before. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen again. And hopefully I can quickly get it up enough to get this here. Let's not show the slides. It's the important part. Let's check the stream. We're sharing. Okay. So here we have Uno. He's part of the old presentation. So let's start with the Koreathon cycle. Now, obviously, there are many prophecies about the dragon. He has to achieve certain things when he is reborn in order to defeat the Dark One. The first of the many tasks he will be asked to complete in order to defeat the Dark One is Perrin. You know, Perrin is really and truly, I think, the main villain of the Wheel of Time. He, you know, he really does get in the way of all the things that Rand needs to do. He's a bit of a distraction. And so the first thing, of course, the Dragon Reborn has to do in order to defeat the Dark One is bypass the distraction that is Perrin and his wolves and all that time spent getting Fael back from the Shido. A lot of page time on that one. I don't actually know why I'm being so harsh. I love Perrin. He's one of my favorite characters. But from Rand's perspective, man, what a distraction. But also part of the Koreathon cycle is that Rand needs to do certain things like spill his blood at Shayol Ghul. And he also needs to, you know, help Perrin get a hammer. Here we see why Perrin was there earlier. Really and truly, Perrin is the Dragon Reborn, and you know he's got a lot of things that he needs to do. The first thing he needs to do is he needs to get an awesome flaming hammer and figure out again how to forge such magical weapons. Okay, in this version, we're just going to go for it. Perrin is the Dragon Reborn, and he needs to defeat the Dark One. And the first thing he needs to do is get a hammer. The second thing, the second part of the prophecy, is he needs to learn how to talk to wolves, which is pretty easy for him, seeing as he can telepathically communicate with them. Here we have an image of Hopper. Here we have an image of Hopper mid-training of Perrin in the Wolf Dream. As we can see, Perrin is struggling to perform the basic tasks, and Hopper is just not. It's been a long day. It's been a long day of training for the both of them. You know, he says, "Picture yourself here. Don't go into the Wolf Dream too deeply." And Perrin's just running around like a cub, you know, not knowing what he's doing, and Hopper has had enough of it. So, Koreathon cycle, you need to get a hammer, you need to learn to talk to wolves, and of course, you need to goodness, I don't know if my video is on screen the same time as the a presentation, but if it were, then you would see the look of panic on my face as I'm forced to improvise this. So obviously, the third thing that Perrin has to do to complete the Creathon cycle is to train men to channel. To train men to channel so that he can get an army. He needs an army. He needs an army of Asherman. He needs an army of Asherman trained to kill, so that they can defeat the evil threat of the Ogier. Ogier. Just realised I've said evil threat of the Ogier. And down there at the bottom it says protectors of the forests. Big shout out to all the artists for any of the artwork in this presentation. Again, I didn't put it together. This is the first time I'm seeing these slides. I do kind of miss the eyebrows in the show. Anyone else? Anyone else kind of miss the eyebrows in the show? I love the design of Loyal, but the eyebrows would have been a nice touch. So we've got Perrin. He's the Dragon Reborn. In order to fulfill the prophecy, he needs to learn to make magical hammers. He needs to learn how to talk to wolves. He needs to get himself an army of men who can channel so that they can defeat the Ogier. And they need to defeat the Ogier because the Ogier have teamed up with the White Cloaks. I know, plot twist. I wasn't expecting it either. But they have teamed up with the White Cloaks and are going around burning poor Aes Sedai. This was a pretty harrowing scene from the show. Probably one of my favourite scenes, though. Not to say that I enjoy burning in general, but I really like the personal touch to the White Cloaks that they're bringing in. And currently I'm lacking a little bit of human villains in the series. Anyone else feeling that? I think we need to get a little bit of personality from the forces of the dark. And so I'm hoping we'll get some Forsaken action pretty soon, because I just think the Dark One needs a bit of a voice currently, instead of several, admittedly, like good-looking monsters just shouting and screaming. That's all we've had really from the Dark One at the moment. Of course, we've had a Dark Friend, and again, that was probably one of my favorite scenes of the show. So whenever we've got a good baddie who's talking, I'm loving it, and I'd love to see more of it. But in this version of the story, we have Perrin, his hammer, his wolves, his army of Asherman fighting the Ogier and the White Cloaks to save the world. And of course, the final part of the Creathon cycle, the thing that he needs to do at the very end, is learn to ride a bike. Again, here, this one is really just iterating that he needs to defeat the White Cloaks because this is a brilliant meme, actually. I don't know if I've seen this one. I'm reacting to this just as everyone else is. So, yes, he needs to defeat the White Cloaks from shooting themselves in the foot. What have we got next? My goodness. Hessalam has just showed up. Obviously, the main Forsaken in this version of the story. I'm pretty sure this is Hessalam. She looks like she can channel. So no, it's not Hessalam, is it? It's Arangar or Osangar. I can't remember which one, which is embarrassing, considering I'm doing a Wheel of Time live stream. I'm gonna skip over her. And of course, Perrin needs to find his 3 ladies, because that is a big part of the dragon prophecy, is that you need to have 3 ladies to watch you when you defeat evil. Like the Sean Chan, who have also come into it. But you know what? In this version of the story, they're going to be on the Dragon Reborn side. They're going to be on the Dragon Reborn side, fighting the Ogier and the White Cloaks, so that Rand and Egwene can live happily ever after. It's a lovely image there of them reuniting. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm a little bit lost. This prophecy is, I mean, as all prophecies are, pretty hard to decrypt. We know we need to find a hammer. We know we need to find some wolves and an army. We know that the White Cloaks and the Ogier we need to be wary of. Where Rand and Egwene come into it, I'm not sure. But I think what this image is really trying to symbolize is that at the end of the day, we're all fighting for those we love and to protect them. And that really is the heart of the Wheel of Time right there. And the final part of the prophecy is, for the last time, and I'm hoping this is going to be a good slide, is the dagger. We need to find the dagger because, Jesus, what an image. We need to find the dagger so that with the dagger and the hammer, evil can be defeated and everyone can live happily ever after. With well, here we have obviously the true battle is between the fandom and the showrunners. I don't know if you guys have seen the comments lately and some of the Metacritic reviews, but this is where the real battle is being fought between the hardcore book fans and the changes the show is making. Quite beautifully summed up here with this image. So I'm just gonna go through. I'm just gonna keep going through these presentations. Here we have the Aiel again. This is a bit of a weird one, and we got the wolves, and we have Ishamael here as a pissed off pumpkin. And yes, okay. I have no idea what to do with the rest of these. So I'm going to leave it with this one. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, as we all know. And that is the final part of the prophecy, is that it doesn't really matter because, you know, what will be, and we shouldn't spend our time worrying about it. So thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now because that was an exercise in improv that I wasn't ready for. That was trickier than I thought it was going to be. So thank you all for sticking with me with that. I hope, if anything, I have, helped any fan fiction writers out there come up with some new ideas. I'm just going to check back in with the chat because I couldn't have that open whilst I was doing the presentation, unfortunately. So how is everybody doing? Thank you to all those who are still currently watching, who are up late or who are up early, watching the WoTaHoliday Christmas live stream, again, for the wonderful cause that is the Lightweaver Foundation. Link in the description below. Please do donate. I shall be donating later as well. So far, $4,487 raised for the amazing charity, and it's just such a good cause. It's just such a lovely thing to do at Christmas, is come online and chat to all you Wheel of Time people, and I hope you are enjoying it, because this is the first part of the second video, so no pressure on me there to kick it off with something fun and exciting. I'll admit the presentation game was a bit hit and miss. I think it's a little hard when you're improving something so specific as the Wheel of Time. Now, what to talk about for the final 15 minutes of the show? Well, of course, episode 7. Does anyone have any thoughts for what's going to happen in episode 7? I'm going to give my pitch for episode 7. I don't think we're going to be staying in the ways too long. I think we're going to, I don't even know if we're going to see the ways. It wouldn't surprise me if they opened the episode and they're coming out of the ways, or at least they're running from something. It would be quite an exciting opening to have everyone just like running through the ways, perhaps being chased by something that we can't see. Media's res, like we need to get to the, end gate. Moraine's there holding it open, screaming, come on, come on, come on. And everyone's hopping from platform to platform. And then they jump out and we're in Faldara, which I think is going to be the case. I'm hoping is going to be the case for the penultimate episode of season 1. And then we've got to go into the waste. If I'm honest, I'm not 100% sure where the show is going in the direction for this. Another big change is that the Eye of the World is actually where the Dark One's prison is. That's a turn up for the books, because again, I'm not sure what they're going to do with the very ending, with swapping Shayol Ghul for being the Eye of the World. It could just be that the Aes Sedai have their facts wrong. Sorry, I'm just checking in with the comments here. For 3,000 years and more, the pronunciation wars have raged the land. It is true. It is true. I pronounce it pretty much. I listen to a lot of it on audiobook. So however Michael Kramer and Kate Redding said it is how I shall say it. Although I think they sometimes occasionally swap pronunciation as well mid-series. So the Blight, not the Waste. Quite right. Quite right. The Blight, not the Waste. It would be fun to go to the Waste, but we'll have to wait for that. How are people feeling about the change up from the Eye of the World being the prison? That, to me, is a big move. And I'm kind of hoping that it's just got a bit lost in translation, because I don't know quite how they're going to pull that off. I'm hoping to see a bit more of a Shamael at the end. I'm hoping there's going to be like a big casting drop. They've kept it secret all this time, and then we're going to get an actor, but who really knows? My tea has gone a little bit cold. Unreliable narrator. Exactly. And I mean, it was just Swan saying she saw it in a dream, which is why we're going there now. So who knows? But how long would you guys want them to be staying in the Waste? Because not the Waste, sorry, the Ways. I can't imagine an entire episode of being in the Waste pretty fun. I think it would be best to just sort of like cut to the drama and have them running out, as much as I've wanted to see them. Where's Matt going to go, though? That's the question. What is Matt up to? Because is he going back into Tar Valon? Is he going to get the dagger? These are all questions that have really opened up the series, because as soon as you think that it's getting back on course to follow the books, it throws a curveball in there, which is keeping it fresh and interesting. Possibly he could go back into Tar Valon to get the dagger, possibly meet up with Pardon Fane. I mean, if Pardon Fane is following them through the ways, as happens in the books, then we've got to somehow get a way of getting the knife to Faldara. Maybe. I mean, maybe this is it for Matt. Maybe they don't meet up again. Maybe he's about to start his own adventure early on. Maybe we'll get a scene of him fighting Galad and Garwin in the next episode in the White Tower. Wouldn't that be something? It's a trap by Ishii. Hoping so. I mean, we know he can manipulate the dreams. No Machin Shin. We need Machin Shin. We do, actually. I like Machin Shin. A sentence I never thought I'd say. But yeah, I think we'll get that. I do. I'm now that I've said it, I'm fairly convinced the next episode is going to begin with them being chased by something in the ways and them having to make a quick and immediate exit that was unexpected. And then we'll end up in Faldara. We'll get a little taste of the Borderlands, which will be very fun. But it does all feel like we're building up to the end now. And my hope is that my hope is that the next episode ends on a big twist, a big cliffhanger, something that really is going to make the next episode stand out, because the last episode stand out. Because overall, I think that is going to be the clincher for the series, is how it ends. And we already know we're getting season 2, but yeah, I'd like to see a more united front with season 2 between book fans and new fans, and for everyone to be looking forward and excited for it, which I personally am. When are we going to get the Blood Snow, do you think? That is good. I mean, I was convinced we were going to get a whole flashback episode. Like I said earlier on, when we saw the Oath Rod, I thought we'll get Moiraine's training, we'll go back to Emond's Field, we'll get the prophecy with the Blood Snow. I mean, you'd have thought we'd have got that when Swan was talking about the prophecy, because now we know it. It would have been cool to sort of get that flashback to the prophecy, perhaps. But I don't know. I genuinely don't. I think there'll be quite a few flashbacks, either in this episode or the next one, because those are the only options we have. I'd have liked to have more of them in the build-up and have the ending not be a series of flashbacks. But who knows? Yeah, I thought we were going to get the Blood Snow in episode 6. I was convinced we were going to get a lot of flashbacks, because we were in Tar Valon, we were in the area, we were, it would have been interesting to have seen Moiraine walk through the tower and perhaps see something that triggers a memory, and then we get to see said memory, when she's talking to Swan. It would have been cool. But it's speculation like this that keeps the show fresh and keeps it exciting. My goodness, we only have 5 minutes left, guys. But I'm enjoying this chat. The ways are the perfect place for flashback storytelling. It's true. I mean, Moiraine did say there will be time for every story in the ways. Maybe that was a little hint that it's going to be all flashbacks. It's going to be them sat around a campfire in the ways, sharing their stories. Wouldn't that be cool? We could get Malkier. We could get... Do you know what? That might be the case. I could see that happening. Get Malkier. We can get Perrin and talking about his wife. We can get Rand revealing a certain paternal revelation that we're still waiting for. Do you know, it could be the Ways flashback episode. Interrupted, of course, by Machin Shin. We could get Loyal's epic backstory that I know we're all waiting for. Basically, dude's just a player and doesn't want to commit, so he's running away. God, relatable content. So I'm just checking in with the chat. See dead people in Machin Shin flashback. Maybe that'd be an interesting way to do it visually, wouldn't it? That would be quite fun. No flicker. Well, I'm hoping we'll get flicker when the portal stones come up, because that scene is just incredible and one of my favorites. And we'll probably be talking about it in a video on my channel soon. Speaking of which, anyone who's watching who didn't know I had a YouTube channel, I have a YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/ElliotEdits. Please do subscribe for more Wheel of Time content, a bit more scripted, less improv than this live stream. I will have to get someone to do it with me next time. Possibly Caitlin, more non-book reader reaction stuff, because I just love seeing how non-book readers are reacting to the series. I think it's really, really interesting, because, you know, it's easy for us to watch it and think like, oh, that's different. This is where that's going. Stuff like with the Swan and Moraine's relationship reveal, obviously a bit more intimate in the show than it was at least in the books. Things like that. It's really cool to sort of see non-book readers' faces drop as they're watching that. And yeah. So that's kind of what I want to share with you guys on my YouTube channel. And of course, we are doing this live stream for the Lightweaver Foundation, for an amazing cause, Brandon and Emily Sanderson's fantastic charity. And I can see that the donations, we are now at 59%, $4,487 of the $7,500 target. I'm going to be donating later on today. So hopefully we can get that to reach the target. Like I said, it's only part 2. So we have got a while to go. Thank you, Beard from Tadsimru. I think that's how I say it. Thank you for the last hour. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. I hope this has been pleasant. A pleasant morning for everybody. Rob's back. How you doing, man?
I'm good, mate. How are you? You look like you were having fun with that presentation game.
Yes, well, it was just as much of it was quite surprising for me. It was an exercise in improv.
Yeah.
Exercise in improv.
Definitely. You know, it was definitely, you look like you were working hard to figure out what was going on.
Was my face on the screen as I was?
Yes, it was.
It was fantastic.
Yeah,
I look forward to watching that back and seeing the sheer panic in my eyes.
It was great. It was great. So do you have someone from chat that I can add to our list of extra entries into the bug giveaway?
Let's see. A name I keep seeing pop up, Dana Lou _who.
Dana Lou. We love Dana Lou. Dana Lou is awesome.
We do. I see him comment on my videos all the time. So thank you very much. And
wonderful.
In the draw.
Okay, well, congratulations, Dana. You're in the draw. I have the Blood and Ashes crew backstage, Mo and Will. Let's bring them in. How are we doing, Mo and Will? Welcome back.
Howdy, guys.
Hello. Cheers, Elliot.
Cool. Thank you so much, Elliot. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, guys.
I'm sad that we didn't get any ASMR, I've got to be honest, from last year. You know, like I've deliberately stayed away from doing the igloo scene myself because of how well you did it last year. So.
I don't know how I top it. You know, if anyone can do suggestions, maybe next year.
Okay, fair enough. Nice. Cool. Well, you have a great day, Elliot. Go have some breakfast. And
brilliant. I will do. Yeah. Cheers. All right. Good luck, guys. Excited to keep watching.
Cheers, Elliot.
Bye.
Cheers, man.
Will and Mo, you're doing full spoilers. Am I correct?
Correct. I mean, we say full spoilers. Our content's going to be about stuff that is referenced early in the books. It's sort of background lore. But there's no guarantee that stuff's not just going to slip right out, right? Like we get enthusiastic. So
I do have a slippery tongue.
Mm-hmm. I will leave up the full spoiler banner just to be safe then.
Fair enough.
Okay, fellas, you're doing a dive into the strike at Shayol Ghul, aren't you?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Well, have fun, introduce yourselves, and enjoy. I'll be backstage if you need anything.
Cheers, Rob.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. If you don't know already, we are the Blood and Ashes podcast. My friend over here, Villy, and our other missing leg of our what should I call it, dysfunctional tripod
trio
is unfortunately not able to join us this evening. But Villy and I will be diving in, as Rob said, into the short story called The Strike at Shayol Ghul, which is all about the events leading up to Lews Therin Telemon taking the 100 companions to Shayol Ghul and sealing the Dark One away in his prison. This is a short story that I read years ago, and I think I even had it like printed on a piece of paper. Like it was really hard to come by, and now it's just hosted all over the net, including on Dragonmount, which is where we have read it now recently. But for those of you that don't know our podcast, I should warn you that neither Willie nor myself are, shall we say, scholars of the Wheel of Time. We've both read the series a couple of times, but we are by no means experts. So the shape of this conversation will mostly be us discussing and trying to figure out some stuff that doesn't necessarily make sense. So if you do have any input that you want to deliver and sort of clear things up for us, or have any questions of your own, stick them in the chat. Willie will be monitoring the chat as we go along. And
that'll do.
Hopefully we can figure this thing out together. As I'm sure you've been told a number of times, all the donations from the stream are going to the Lightweaver Foundation, as Elliot just covered again on his stream, which is a charity established in joint partnership between Brandon and Emily Sanderson and Dragonsteel. And they do all sorts of stuff. And I think the most recent project they were working on was providing learning aids and literary works to those who can't come by them, which is a worthy cause. Follow the link on the stream to make a donation. I mean, if you can justify spending money on a pint of beer, you can probably justify spending this at least the same amount on getting someone that doesn't have the advantages that we have, the books and the materials that they need.
Even better yet, it's the cost of a pint of beer, and you can win 8 glasses to put those pints into. That's a win-win.
It sure is. So what Willie's alluding to here is that everyone that makes a donation gets one entry into a raffle at the end of the whole live stream. The raffle will be done, and the winner of that raffle will win 8 frosted beer mugs with, I think, Rob said there are 13 different content creator themed beer mugs from which you can choose 8, and they will ship that off to you. Those of you that are most active in the chat will also get a mention or a nomination at the end. Well, I say those, the one person that is most active in the chat during our block will get a free entry into that raffle as well. So with all of that out of the way,
5 minutes
let's
done.
Get stuck in.
We like to ramble, and we got to ramble about this story because I've got many points to sit and pick on. So let's get it going.
Before spoiler and explicit language warnings, we should warn everyone that we do ramble. So, Willie, you're also going to have to remind me to keep an eye on the clock to make sure we actually get through this. I know it's only a couple of paragraphs, the short story itself, but we really do run the risk of running over. So we'll try and hem it in where we can. Anything else we need to cover, Will, before we get stuck in?
No, we've done all the T's, dotted the I's. Let's get it on.
All the table setting. Okay. So the short story I mentioned is called The Strike at Shayol Ghul. And at least where it's hosted on Dragonmount, it comes with a foreword written by Robert Jordan himself, in which he's basically just saying that people want to hear a lot of stories from the sort of the Age of Legends and sort of all the ancillary eras and times referenced within the actual mainline story. But he was saying at the time that he didn't really have any plans to write any of those stories, but he said, you know, sometimes a story might slip out, like a small one like this. And he makes a self-deprecating joke about his editor saying, you can't write short fiction. Your version of short fiction is 50,000 words or something along those lines. But he goes, this is his attempt at writing just a short little bit to appease those fans that do like things about specifically the Age of Legends. I already have comments, Willie. I have stuff to talk about. The fact that we have a foreword has already made me think there's something to say here. To me, it feels like just because there's a Robert Jordan foreword that is linked to the reading of the story every time lends it the credibility that it needs, so that it's not discarded as like fan fiction or speculative, you know, speculation. It's such a short, it's not even a short story. It's like a short text, that it could easily be dismissed as like, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. And it sits so far in the past that it's not directly linked. But the foreword, I think, makes it official.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a quick essay, if any, if that. And
in a weird
forward
format,
does make it official. Very, very, because we do have all these little prophecies and readings with the start of every book, and sometimes at the end of a book, where you get a little thing by some high counselor of something of somewhere that will chime in their version of a prophecy or a history recording or whatever it is. But this is a very official. It is a prequel. It is number one, the first prequel in the series. So. If now in the chat, let us know, has any of you guys read it? Are everyone up to speed and up to the literally caught up to this already? So give us a little bit of feedback there.
Also, it's fine if you're not, because we'll go through the main hits of the story, and then we'll elaborate on the points that we think need a bit of elaboration. But there will be a summary, so don't worry if you haven't read it. But if you have read it, help us out here, because there's a couple of things in here that I know already have given us some reasons to scratch our heads a little. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the framing of the story as well, which is also interesting. It's not just a straightforward, Lews Therin woke up one morning and decided to steal the Dark One away in the bore. It's written from an in-fiction point of view. From the point of view of a royal historian in Kandor called Joril Mondevan.
That's how you're going to say it? Joril Mondevan. Yep.
That's close enough.
We agree on that at least.
And she is also, she's not the one writing the account. Obviously, Kandor, being, one of the nations present in current time in Randland, it is not breaking or Age of Legends related at all. And Joril is writing a paper, it seems, because it's introduced as a partial introduction to another literary work that this historian is writing. And the contents of her story is based on this manuscript that was found in a chest in a dusty storeroom somewhere in Kandor, in amongst
it is written like it's a reporter reporting for a local newspaper. I found this, investigated this, I verified this type of claims. It's kind of like her stating her name on there and also doing it for the Queen of Kandor at that time.
Yes.
Almost solidifies it like, hey, this is an official capturing of information that goes back 3,000 years. They speak of the paper being foxed and completely run, but not quite turned to dust yet, so not crumbled up. So, I mean, this is old bits and pieces of paper. Then, as you say, rightly, with between receipts that was found, it's kind of that I need to keep this, but put it in that file 13. And file 13 often has receipts of and something you bought that you think you might have to take back to the fishmonger or whatever, what people kept receipts for in those days. I don't know.
So, I mean, other things in this chest that this was found in, right? So you find this manuscript, some receipts, inconsequential, but also students' copybooks, and what was the other thing? It was personal diaries. So that collection of stuff, I mean, the receipts are kind of they don't really have an effect on what you find there, but the combination of this historical work, it's a manuscript, it's a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. It's been copied over 3,000 years, right? Because the original was, I think, printed, they say, 100 years after the breaking. And it's obviously in bad shape, like you just said, Vil, but they're dealing with like translation issues and the fact that it was copied so many times. These are all things that they, as the historians in Kandor, have to take into account. And it was found in a storeroom in the capital, in Chachin, is how I'm going to pronounce that. Chachin. I don't know how fancy you want to get with it.
Ching ching.
But Chachin, I found, is also actually quite interesting in itself, in that nobody actually knows how old the city is. It's not Ogier built. It's not Aes Sedai built. So you can safely assume it was human-made. And even though it doesn't feature much in the main storyline, apparently it rivals Tyr in size. It's a big city, and it sits on a main, like a confluence of a number of trade routes, and specifically a trade route along the borderlands. So many people would have traveled through there. So this chest with like diaries and receipts and this manuscript and like students' copybooks could speak, or I think is supposed to sort of speak to the fact that it was a scholar or someone that was interested in a topic, that was sort of researching stuff and taking notes and writing diaries and stuff. So it's cool. It's like this little chest of knowledge found in this dusty storeroom in Chachin. Like I said, the original history was from around 100 AB, which, correct me if I'm wrong, means 100 years after the breaking. After breaking is AB.
Mm-hmm.
Which leads me to another thing I was wondering about. They say specifically in this story that it seems like the technology for printing survived the breaking and was actually in some small ways, in very restricted environments, still actively being applied. So people were using printing, the printing press. But that made me think, like, were they using a printing press from an Age of Legends museum or something? Would a printing device or mechanism have any use in the true Age of Legends, which was technologically way advanced, right? I mean,
Well, it
flying
wasn't
cars
the
and a
display
printing
screen
press?
of a Joker, if you're asking that. So maybe there was a form of printer or printing press that survived that could be going on, but they could also be referencing, because this would have been translated from the Old Tongue. So we have to remember that in the translation from the Old Tongue into the current day Randland, a lot of words do mean different things. And it's also referenced in this document, and we'll get to it later, where some words mean two things. So maybe what they do refer to there is that the ability to write and pass on knowledge
maybe that
remained. Because, I mean, it is at the end of the day handwritten scrolls that are being found, diaries and that. So I would lean to the sense that at least in knowledge and education to this extent remained, that people could still read and write and pass on that bits of information, even the little bits that was left. To understand the devastation of the breaking is to really know everything got rocked down to the ground root. There was nothing left.
I mean, for those that don't follow the podcast, we just recently covered the chapters. We're rereading the books again and trying to like squeeze all the joy out of every single sentence and wring everything we can from it. But we just not too long ago read the part, or a part, I won't get too spoilery, but where there's a lot of flashbacks into the history of some of the older people roaming the lands. And that obviously has flashbacks go all the way to the Age of Legends and then through the breaking, and just seeing just recently how devastating the breaking really was, and how, you know, the human race was broken down to its most base instincts, how people just basically turned to barbarism and stuff. It was the breaking was total and utter, you know, falling to pieces of civilization. So
now,
anyway,
just to chime in there, you got to speed it up. Quarter of the way in, we have had some comments on now. In the interim, we have reached the 60% to the goal in terms of the monies that are being raised. So $4,500, we got to get to 5 in this hour. So everyone start emptying your wallets. That would be great. We do have a few people that's saying, wasn't there an iPhone terangrial at the time? No, there maybe was. Who knows? There were some devices for communication, I'm pretty sure, but they didn't survive.
I like Kev's comment about maybe someone had a rudimentary printing device during the breaking. And I mean, that's sort of where I have to lean as well when I think of the words used in the story. I mean, they use the word printing, which is, you know, not ambiguous at all. So yeah, that's where I land as well. Anyway, so the manuscript was heavily damaged. There were 212 remaining pages. And apparently this was one of many volumes. So, you know, other volumes, nowhere to be found, 212 pages remaining. If they deem that to be like, you know, just a bit of the book, it must have been a mother effer of a volume if 212 pages is very few. But importantly and critically, the largest number of intact consecutive pages was 6, and nowhere else was there more than 2 pages that followed on each other. So that is pretty rough. The manuscript references dates that are completely incomprehensible because no calendars from the Age of Legends had ever been found. So all the dates and timestamps and references that they make in this manuscript are useless for anyone reading them now. Or I say now. When I say now, I mean around time. But even saying that, this one manuscript contained the single largest written account of the events during the War of Shadow. And crucially, sorry, Vil, last point, the 6 pages that are following on each other and those placed sort of near them in the original volume tell the account of how Lews Therin and the 100 companions sealed the boar. And it is the only known source of that information.
Look, the general gist of it is that everything went lost due to the breaking, but the breaking itself, and more importantly, the drilling of the boar, had released evil into the world. The Dark One was set free, and his touch and his taint started affecting the world.
The drilling of the boar did. The breaking didn't have anything to do with that.
No, the breaking was part of the sealing. After they did the sealing, lashed out, and the taint was added onto the power, that caused the breaking. But in that evil being released, people became evil. People became divided. And and as you see, whenever one nation takes over another nation in current history, you will always find the destruction of books. The destruction of someone's history is a prominent part in reshaping a new world, if you want to do so. So there may be so little bit of this literature, even down to the calendars available, because it was purposefully destroyed. It was sought out and destroyed, is what I think. Because, I mean, there's very, very little left. But yeah, let's move it on.
Well, my note on that was just like, this is a good example of how history can be hijacked, right? Are we just supposed to believe this one account? If it's the only source of this information, how do we corroborate it? You know, is this actually true? I mean,
where there's smoke, there's usually a fire, I say. But
okay, I mean, food for thought.
It was stamped. It was by all accounts as this is the story. And again, word by
I can write that
stories
on anything. Yeah. I can write that on Peter Pan. Okay, so let's get to the meat of it. So, what is this? What is the story actually conveying to us? I will do some broad strokes here. It took for Jarrell, or the historian writing this thing, says that it could have taken anything between 50 and 100 years for war to actually erupt after the boar was created. Because as we know, we see the boar being created during those flashback scenes I referenced earlier. And only generations later, it was Chan, that original Dashain Aiel, that saw, you know, the Sharom, that huge floating sphere, shatter like an egg and crash into the city beneath it. And his great grandson was Kuman, who was the guy that was linked arm in arm with or standing in a big circle with the other Aiel and the Ogier, singing, you know, the songs that the Tuatha and that the Tinkers are looking for right now, growing those fields of I forget now what the maize analog is. It was maize, yeah. But when he's busy with that ceremony, and after they've sung the song and the green man has walked through the field and everything is growing, afterwards he goes over to that soldier and he overhears him talking about they've just heard word that Lews Therin had taken the 100 companions and they sealed the boar and the war is over. So Chan saw the Sharom fall when the boar was created, and his great grandson was there to hear the news of the war ending. I mean, Chan himself also caught wind of it, but he got the short end of the stick.
It stands in line with the thinking that it is a period that could be between 50 and 80 up to 100 years. You don't know how long the generations are and when people start having children, but if you think it's sort of in medieval terms, but which it wasn't, you'd say about having kids at 20, 3 generations, 4 generations, 20, 30, about 80 years.
Can't do that because in those Aiel flashbacks, Chan is referenced as a young man not yet getting grey hairs or something like that when he was 60.
True.
So time is weird. Anyway, we digress again. So when war did erupt after the boar was created, it took a little while because war itself needed to be invented. there was no such thing as war. And like you were alluding to before, the Dark One's presence in the world had started awakening these feelings in people, and it started changing and brought out the worst in people across the world. But when the war itself had erupted, so the War of the Shadow, or the War of Power, as it's often called, initially there was a 3-year period where the Shadow made great advances, while the forces of the light were still scrambling. Like, what the fuck is war? What are we doing? Trying to get the act together.
Yeah, but they had to invent war, literally.
Exactly.
It wasn't a thing. We never needed this thing. We lived under the trees of peace, and everyone was high on trees.
Everyone was breathing the Chora or Aventusora leaves fumes and being tranquil and relaxed all the time. But after the initial 3 years where the Shadow was making a lot of advances, in the next 4 years, the light really fought back, and they pushed back quite a lot. But that eventually petered out into what became a bit of a stalemate between the forces of the light and the forces of the shadow. Eventually, when that stalemate broke, it was the shadow that started making advances. First slowly, but then slowly increasing speed and then gathering momentum. And it became obvious that the armies of the shadow, which we should remember is not just Trollocs and Madral, it's human armies of the shadow as well. They apparently
turned to the dark. They accepted this as the near, and this really spilled out. There were people sitting on the fence, like maybe we should have a treaty, have a little peace talk about it.
That's how the war actually broke out in the first place, when there were enough people declaring for the shadow to create an army for the shadow. They challenged the light en masse, and that's how war broke out. So the leaders of these shadow armies were willing to let vast numbers of the population die or just starve in the pursuit of this final victory. So like they just cast their people aside and just went, okay, we need to beat the light. And they pushed really hard.
Well, they also needed humans to do all those experiments on, to create all the shadow spawn. That needed some people to come over to their side.
And plenty of those. So the forces of light at this point were having their hands forced, right? They needed to do something. So Lews Therin came up with this plan. He said, let's go to Shayol, where there is what they call a thinness in the pattern, where the bore is more detectable. Let's go there. Pause. Interesting that Shayol is where they would go, and not necessarily the site of the Sharom and the Columdan, that huge university which was in the city of Visain. So that's where they drilled into.
Drilling of the bore is, well, they drilled it there using the tools, the Sharom, but it's not a physical drill that did physical drilling. It's with the power and with weaves. So I mean, if you think about it in a fantasy context, if it's something that you would go into, you'd envision it being into the ground. So drilling is a good metaphor to use for it. So maybe there's just this plumed pocket of surface level power where they could go. It's like, okay, that area, you're a little bit closer. Like gravity is stronger in certain planets of planet Earth. There's areas where the gravity is just that little bit stronger, depending on where you are to the Earth's molten liquid core, and others just a little bit lighter, but that area had a much stronger presence of the one power.
What makes it more confusing is that they often use terminology that evoke physical or tangible things, right? Like they talk about like the bore originally was small, but it's getting bigger. And, like we could tear it open, and they use the word tear, like, so it evokes this image of a hole in a membrane or in fabric or something like that. The pattern, if you wanted to get real fantasy about it. So anyway, so Lews Therin's plan is like, guys, let's go to Shayol. The pattern is thin there. We can sense the bore. Let's create a circle, the most powerful circle that we can muster, with, I think it was 7 women and 6 men. Circle of 13. We'll take these Quaindiar seals to anchor the seals, 7 of them. And we go there, and we go with 20,000 soldiers. We just charge at Shayol. We go do this big old channel session, and we place these seals just so to seal up the bore completely.
Basically, patching the internet connection that is leaking where fishes fit in a hole in the underground river running the bottom of the ocean. Something like that, but not quite the same. Same, but different.
Sure, yeah, exactly like that. So, 9LZ, would you call that a power drill? Yes, I guess you would. So, this plan was deemed extremely risky for a couple of reasons. One, that the Dark One can actually or could affect the world near Shayol Ghul and around it. And that's true all the way through to our story, right? Like, I mean, the seals are obviously weakening and the Dark One's influence is growing because of that weakening of the seals. But he would immediately sense anyone channeling around there and would immediately destroy the entire what do they call it, like an escort, like, you know, people nowadays would think 20,000 men is an army, but in that time it was deemed sort of like not an honor guard, but
a companionship.
Yeah, well, basically, yeah, a guard of some kind. Anyway, they would all be destroyed if anyone channeled anywhere near Shayol Ghul, because the Dark One would sense it. Lews Therin even said that even if we're successful, chances of anyone coming back from this is almost zero, right? So this is not just a suicide mission. It's a mass suicide mission, right? Like it's 20,113 people suicide mission. The other risk they ran is if they placed the seals incorrectly, they could tear the bore wide open,
the whole thing open, and
everything would just spill out into the world, and we'd all be fucked. So obviously there was some reticence within the Hall of Servants to say, I don't know if this is a good idea, and they came up with a counter plan, not a counter plan, but an alternative, which was to create these basically that's what it amounts to. These two giant Sa'angreal, the Kudenkaal. Now, again, listeners, viewers, sorry about the pronunciation, but that's how I've pronounced it since I was 17 years old. So that's what's going to come through to your earballs now.
That's the only way that you pronounce it. There's nothing wrong with that.
I've been saying that to you for years. That's why you're used to it. But they was basically saying create these two massive Sa'angreal, those giant statues that you read about quite early in the books, holding those crystal spheres that are just capable of drawing such an immense amount of the power that, first of all, no Aes Sedai would be able to use that directly. So they had to build these little access keys to sort of allow them to access the larger Sa'angreal, so that they could channel so much power to just hit the Dark One's armies head on and decimate them, get all the way to where the bore is, and then basically weave some kind of shield around it to contain the Dark One. Until such time, like you said, they were just buying time, until such time as they could think of a more suitable way to deal with him.
There's confusion about your earballs comment.
Earballs, doesn't everyone have earballs?
It's earballs over there.
Yeah. So Lews Therin and his supporters thought that this was a bad idea, because their counter argument would be that if you put the shield around the bore, we already knew that the bore itself was getting bigger. It was bigger than when it was drilled
the
originally.
bubble is going to leak full. What's going to happen when the whole thing is
it's going to fill up. Well, how do bombs work, right?
Yeah.
Build pressure on the inside until it fix. Yeah. So, I mean, that's his argument, right? Like, we can't do this because this is absolutely not going to work. The Dark One's still going to grow in strength within that thing. And how do you know you're ever going to be strong enough to actually seal it up? So anyway, already a bit of a schism here. So the two different plans really did divide the Hall of Servants to the point of them being sort of like openly hostile towards each other. And there was one woman that emerged as the champion for the Kudenkaal plan, an Aes Sedai named Latra Pose Decume.
Very well pronounced.
Oh, thank you.
I would have.
I knew her. That's why.
Mates.
What we know is that, in the Age of Legends, if they had those three names like Lews Therin, Telemon, it meant that they were someone of, some considerable standing. It was quite an honor to have three names. And Latra Pose Decume had three. So she was obviously someone of some influence, and she became the leader of the opposition to Lews Therin's plan.
Some massive influence. A lot of theories that we need to get on because we are now halfway in time. But I just quickly want to dive into this division. We have, through the turning of the wheel, division in the Aes Sedai. We see it coming again in the tower, and at this time, there's division. The ball being open and the touch of the Dark One being out there. Is that playing into the people's minds that division is a natural part? We know that Shadow Logoth, before it was, and I forget the name of the city, fell to itself under Aradol, fell to itself, and the people basically being consumed by, again, division. So is that not one of the first bit of evil that gets out there that creates that divide and conquer
100%.
thing? You feel that's there?
100%. I think there are multiple references throughout the story and material that as soon as the Dark One started being able to affect the world, suddenly you have the concept of war, people turning on each other. There's references to sword play being an act or like a form of entertainment, a dance that they eventually turned into a method to kill each other, and which is why a lot of the sword forms are referred to as a dance. Lews Therin and Demandred, I think, reinvigorated it. It used to be just a sport or something into an actual method of killing. So yes, absolutely. I mean, people basically got worse after they opened up this hole to a realm of evil. So stands to reason. Let's push on. So Latra Pose de Cume gained a large number of supporters, but what eventually made her cause triumph over the sealing plan of Lews Therin was what they called the Fateful Concord, an agreement between all the female Aes Sedai of significant strength. They said that Lews Therin's plan was too rash and too dangerous, and the cost of failure would be way too high, obviously, opening the thing up all the way. So Lews Therin's plan also required the use of a circle, which needs to be led by a woman. So the construction
has to be initiated by a group of women.
So now all the women that are strong enough to participate in Lews Therin's plan have signed this Fateful Concord. They're not going to do Lews Therin's plan, and therefore the Hall of Servants moved to have the construction of the Cúden Call rushed forward. So there's a note at the bottom of the story sort of like postulating like, if the women had agreed and they went to the ball with the men, would the men have been protected from the final sort of lashing out of the Dark One? Or worse, would the male and the female half be tainted and no one would be able to channel again? So
Lews Therin was one of the most powerful Ta'veren that has been known in that age. And that Ta'veren nature, I think you have to believe, played into it that they went alone as men. Because there was that essence of luck, suppose, involved there. You would want to think. Because it's classic, like Gandalf fought the Balrog, got him to fall into the depths of hell, and then he got lashed out at, in the same way that Lews Therin got lashed out at. So, I do believe that it would have, if they had gone as a team of 13 to create that circle, they would have, the entire Seidan and Saidar would have been tainted, and all of that would have been lost in madness.
They also refer to Lews Therin in this text as the dragon from prophecies. So even Lews Therin was prophesied to do something. So he's also following
just another
his
turning
fate.
of the wheel.
Exactly.
Just another turning of the wheel.
So then they've got like, okay, big project Cúden Call. Let's make these giant, powerful statues. But then disaster strikes. So just as the Sa'angreal are completed, the Ter'angreal access keys were busy being made far away from the actual Sa'angreal themselves because of resonance interference issues. But the lands in which the Cúden Call access keys were being created were taken over by Samael's forces, and the Aes Sedai lost access to the access keys. And that obviously was a massive, massive problem, because now they had these giant Sa'angreal created, but they had no way of actually using them. So they're just sitting there. So Lews Therin came back and...
It's speculated that they did not know that it was there. They just took the area. Samael took the area, but it was so secret that they kept that between the top few that this is being made, and we're going to do it off-site in a secret workshop, probably in some left out backbone country that they just took for the strategic purposes. Like, okay, cool, we'll flank them on the left. We're going to take that lands. There's no one there, a few huts and a few peasants, and we'll take that over, flank them on the left, and they were overrun.
So I mean, Samael had at his feet, he had the access keys for the male and the female
the most
which
powerful tools ever made.
Scary. So obviously Lews Therin goes, guys, your Kudenkohl plan is not working. Let's revisit my plan, okay? So he argued again for the mission to Shayol Ghul, but the Aes Sedai had become even more worried about the risks, specifically about not placing the seals correctly and ripping the thing open. So the Hall actually voted to continue with the Kudenkohl plan and started working on how to smuggle the access keys out. But all the smugglers that attempted to do this thing were caught and killed or tortured, but not a single one of them gave away their mission and therefore also never mentioned the access keys or where they ever were. So what this means is that not only did Samael not know where the access keys were, but they were actually scattered, and now the Aes Sedai themselves didn't know where the access keys were either. Now, Vili, you and I had discussed this previously, but we had not really gone down the whole thing. How did those access keys then make it to Rhuidean? Because they are there, lying right next to each other, placed carefully on the ground.
I have a theory. I always have theories. Most of them are wayward.
While you give us your theory, I would encourage the chat to please enlighten us. How do you think the Kudenkohl that went missing during the War of Shadow turned up in Rhuidean, if we know that the Ungreal, Terra Ungreal, so Ungreal and Ungreal in Rhuidean were carted there by Jonai and his offspring? So go, Vil, what's your theory?
In the taking of the area where it was being made, that is undisclosed. We don't know where it is, but Samael took that lands. They were just hostage to the fact of an invading force. They managed to hide them, they being some Aes Sedai, and they would have stayed with them. They would have protected them to make sure no one would have gotten them, and someone probably stayed devoted. Now, yes, we're in invaded lands, but Anne Frank hid in a cellar for a very long time. People have hid well in invaded lands, and the same thing played out, in my opinion, to the point where they knew that now, after the breaking, it was equally as important to hide them still. Because if you get that into the hands of any male channeler, the world will be utterly destroyed. And they took it upon themselves, and through the connection of the Aes Sedai over that period, would have handed it down, and eventually they made it onto that train with the original Aiel, the Jen Aiel, and made its way to Rhuidean. My question more is, where did the second set come in? Because we know there's one broken one in Terrebonne, in the Panox
Palace.
Yeah. So is there still another spare key lying buried somewhere in the ground?
There might be even more. There might be 6, 12, who knows? Those are the only 3 in all the books that we know of that have ever been found. The 2 that Rand finds in Rhuidean, and the 1 that Egwene finds in the Panox Palace in Tel'aran'rhiod, when she actually tries to use it or something and drops it and it breaks, but then it's back. Yeah, interesting one. If anyone can let us know. I saw Kev make a comment about Samael and his platform shoes, which would explain why Samael had no fucking idea. So, okay, now these access keys are lost, and according to this historian's paper, and I'm assuming the manuscript that it's based on, they would be lost for millennia. Okay, so thousands of years these things are missing. Well, from them. So then the armies of Samael, Demandred, and Belal kept advancing, and they actually started threatening the Sa'angreal themselves. They were pushing in on the lands where those 2 huge statues were. And
that was
some
strategic
thinking
by them as the generals that they were. They knew that was something we need to take. They didn't. I don't think they knew about the access keys. They thought it's something that you just stand by and channel through.
Or were so full of themselves that they thought they could use an ungrill that big without an access key. You know, like what their egos were like, right? All the Forsaken.
Massive.
The reason, it's just fucking douchebags, all of them. But yeah, so, you know, now the Light really, really in trouble. Apparently, like at this time as well, when those three, Belal, Demandred, and Samuel, so like the brilliant like military tacticians from the Shadow, when they were really, really pushing the faction for peace within the Aes Sedai started growing in prominence again. And what they did is they were sort of
faction.
Well, they were arguing for like negotiating with the Forsaken.
One does not negotiate with the Dark. It just doesn't happen.
Well, they learned that the hard way, because everyone they sent to go negotiate with them came back and was later found with no success, and was later found to be acting on behalf of the Shadow. Some of them sometimes not even remembering what they've been done. So they're like, oh, cool. One of your friends has come to visit me. Compulsion. And now go back there and go sabotage every fucking thing you can.
It was part of their weaponry. We do know that. Now we got to move it on to the ending. We got to get to the ball because we are running out of time.
So the defeat for the Light looked inevitable, but the rift between the male and the female Aes Sedai became so hard and fast that they weren't even speaking. So no woman would ever entertain the idea of going and leading that circle at Shayol Ghul. So that's when Lews Therin decided there was no more time to waste. He assembled 113 other male Aes Sedai loyal to him, collectively known as the 100 Companions, and he could only muster 10,000 soldiers without the Hall of Servants actually catching wind. And I mean, this is him doing this sneakily. He sneakily got 113 male Aes Sedai together, 10,000 soldiers, and he went and he did it. And he goes to Shayol Ghul, and nobody knows exactly what happened right there, but let me list off the consequences for you quickly. All 10,000 soldiers, dead as disco, right?
Dead.
They didn't make it back. The seals were placed without ripping open the ball, as we know, but wow, well done, guys. You did it. It wasn't so hard after all. All it took was the death of 10,000 soldiers. And in a massive stroke of luck, maybe you want to write this off to Lews Therin's Tavera nature, the 13 most powerful Forsaken were at Shayol Ghul at the time, probably getting orders or something, and they were sealed in at the same time.
The thought pattern there that they were called in for a meeting is just too of a coincidence for me. But then I thought about it. Lews Therin being the Taveran that he is, massively so. It is just his being and putting that plan into action. That's like, okay, cool. Today's a good day for a recap. We're going to have a Friday barbecue, drinks. We're going to discuss how to take this war further. And
team building exercise.
Oh my goodness, what is happening?
Oh shit, we picked the wrong day, didn't we? So they all got sealed in there with him, with the Dark One. You know, some sealed more than others, but we won't elaborate on that too much. But with basically the head of the snake cut off here, I mean, we know that there were actually more Forsaken than just the 13. But I think there were 30 odd, something like that, but they were sort of prone to infighting. And especially after the top 13, the top gun generals were all trapped in the ball with the Dark One. The Shadow Squad, yeah, I know, it distracts me every time. Damn you, Skidrish. The other generals and the other forces were sort of just left to infighting, and they took each other out, and they really started sputtering. And when the breaking, obviously, which we'll get to right now, started happening in earnest, their forces were scattered to the wind. So obviously also what happened was the counterstroke from the Dark One at the moment of sealing the bore. It tainted Saidin, leaving Lews Therin, and there were only 68 surviving companions. They all went insane instantly, right then and there. Boom, mad. So it couldn't have been too long before Lews Therin made it back to his castle, killed Ilyena and his whole family, killed everyone else, buggered off to the empty plain where Dragonmount now stands, and did his whole "I'm now a volcano" trick. But obviously the men that were there, they left trails of death and destruction in their wake within days. Like they just scattered from Shayol Ghul, trailing destruction. And the rest of the male channelers in the world steadily went mad, destroying everything, breaking the world, literally and figuratively. You know, like all forms of society and civilization completely broke down. As we read in those Ahil flashbacks, people reverted to their most base instincts. Everything was missing. Aes Sedai themselves were looking like, you know, they like broke like holes in their dresses and stuff, and they all looked bedraggled. And it took a long, long time for everyone to sort of get things back together again. But even the physical world was broken, right? Like mountain ranges created and oceans drained and like tectonic plates shifting around everywhere. It's pretty messed up. People, you know, the human race came to within an inch of extinction. So the strike at the Boar had ended the war of power, but it started the breaking of the world. And that whole, the paper ends with a quote that I'll read here, which is pretty fitting. The most suitable comment surely comes from what appears to be the introduction of the fragmentary manuscript. And the quote is, "Whoever reads this, if any remain to read it, weep for us who have no more tears. Pray for us who are damned alive."
That was powerful.
Pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, apart from the way that the Kudenkohl access keys made their way back to Ruidian, which to me is a bit of a mystery, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's interesting, like you said, the schism and the division within the Aes Sedai ranks themselves is what ultimately led to this flawed plan of Lews Therin taking only men. You know, his original plan was to take the women, and we don't know how that would have worked out. But the inevitable, and it's almost sad to say this, but the inevitable divide between the men and the women. And I'm also getting distracted by all the donut jokes. It's just unfortunate that, you know, it would fall along those lines again. And I know that, you know, in recent weeks and months, especially with the show being on TV, you know, there's a lot of talk about
just
the gender politics.
Kev makes a really good point about the
jam donuts
access keys. No, not the jam donuts, the access keys. The Aiel going there to make them, or the Aes Sedai would have had their Aiel as they were the servants to the Aes Sedai. They could have already at that point been given them and say, go, whatever you do, just move with these things. They cannot be found. So, I mean, that could have been almost a start of that movement of the Aiel, the Gen Aiel, guarding those things, knowing the importance of what they actually have. With time, the importance got lost. Like, why are we even guarding? What are these things? We've got red door frames, and we've got a little tortoise-shaped men. It's like, what are these things? We're just carting them around for thousands of years. But maybe that was just already there. Like, hey, take this and go.
The only thing I would say to that is that then the communications between the Aes Sedai that I would be assuming are working on creating these access keys and the people back at the Hall of Servants would have had to be broken down if there were multiple attempts at smuggling coordinated from Parandisen or wherever the Hall of Servants
we have established that the communication in Randland is appallingly poor. Pigeons don't arrive. That's the one thing that with all their might and power in the Age of Legends they could not get right, is to establish a form of communications about vast distances that got the message through on time.
But they had those iPhone terangriel to use.
They were local. They could only phone in the city. No rural access. Bad reception.
But look, I mean, you raise a valid point, or Kev raises a valid point, that the creation of the access keys would have had to be overseen by Aes Sedai. There's no one else who's going to make them, right? So where there's Aes Sedai, I think it's safe to assume that there would
Aes Sedai as well.
And smart, like the thing about the Age of Legends is that they weren't just powerful, they were also extremely clever. The Sharom, the giant sphere that floats over the Column Down, the university that's epitome of education and learning, that Sharom was floating without the use of the one power. It was all gravitational and magnetic fields and stuff. It was science. They were
physics.
Super, super smart. So, I mean, yes, there would be Aiel around the Aes Sedai that are making the access keys. And if they do have, a directive from somewhere central to say, look, we're going to send all the
At the
Aiel
devotion.
around just to keep moving using, the wagons full of Terangriel and Ungriel and Sangriel, they'd have to coordinate that over vast distances, I would assume. The only departure of Aiel with wagons from an Age of Legends city is the Aiel led by Jonai, who leave Parentusen, the capital, with their tens of thousands of Aiel and their wagons and wagons. But I mean, there'd be Terangriel and Ungriel and Sangriel all over the world. So if that was the plan, to move all these things, constantly until they find a place of safety, then they would have had to communicate to other areas where there would be Aes Sedai with Aiel and their, various collection of types of Ungriel. But okay, so that plasters over it a little bit for me. I thought it was a bit of like a continuity error, but I guess you can explain it as like someone leaving from somewhere else and secreting away these Khut Khal.
The idea that the Genaiel could, for generations and years, live true to this last quest or mission that they were given by the Aes Sedai servants. It wasn't kind of like one generation that started moving and like, oh, well, Grandpa and Grandma's dead now. I ain't doing this stuff anymore. That only happened and created two rifts in multiple generations. They were true to their core, true to their mission, and they said, oh, well, we're doing this. If we find anything that's weird, pick it up, put it in a box, chuck it on the wagon. We're taking that with as well because we were told to look after these weird things. They have secret powers. Keep on moving. Keep on trucking.
Just keep on keeping on.
Keep on.
The other question would be like, where did that broken one in Tanchico come from? And how many others are there? We'll never know.
Maybe, you can't say that because when Ygritte got quite close to it, she could feel the evil or the power of it. Like it was visceral, and that was in the World of Dreams as well. So you can't say that it was maybe a fake or something, a decoy to throw them off. Maybe it was. Maybe it was a decoy for one of the other leftover Forsaken that weren't sealed off. Like, hey, get this thing, try and channel through it, and then it blows up in your hand. Because we do know Terangriel or Ungriels in that manner has been made as little traps. We have one that was set up in book 4. So potentially, it's a broken one that was a decoy. I mean, so much is lost from that period of time. I mean, we're filling blanks with speculation, but it is plausible.
Yeah.
Was it a male or a female half one? It was the female half one.
I was female, I think, because Egwene had a sort of like an affinity for it. I was thinking maybe it was not even necessarily a purposeful decoy, but, in their haste to sort of go, shit, we've got these Sangriel, we don't know where the access keys are. Maybe let's try and make more of them. They got part ways through it before they got interrupted or something. And maybe it wasn't complete. And maybe that's why not all the sort of like the redundancies and safeguards and stuff that you would expect in a high power weapon like that maybe weren't put in place.
We've made prototype 1 and 2. We're busy with production model number 3. Things went wrong. So, hey, whenever NASA makes something to send up to a planet, they make a duplicate that stays on Earth so that they can work on it and test on it. So it makes sense if they were that achieved scientists to die, that they would have a test model, one to stay behind. They might have been in the process of making the male half final model when they got interrupted. And they said, okay, cool, we got to go with the 2 prototypes. Send them off. This one is partial. Let's just break it over here and keep on keeping on, as you say. So, I mean, that could very well be. Because, I mean, if they were the full production models, Rand wouldn't have been able to destroy them, which he did.
I think the female one, and now we're venturing out of our area of expertise, right? We're only on our way to finish the Shadow Rising at the moment, but I'm pretty sure the massive book spoilers coming up. The the female one was destroyed during the cleansing of Sidin, Sidin, cleansing of Sidin. It's the Sidar version. The female one was destroyed during that activity. And then at one point when Rand goes up to Dragonmount and he sort of has his moment of enlightenment, he draws as much of the power as he can through the Kuden Kal and channels it back into the thing, shattering it and destroying it. And much to the chagrin of those who would seek to employ its power for their own gains.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was a very good wrap up of that history lesson, I'd say.
It's a cool story, and I mean, obviously, we glossed over quite a lot there. The actual reading of it is quite dry, but like I said, on our Twitter feed, you can go find the link to the short story itself. It's hosted on Dragonmount. It's just called the Strike of Shayol Ghul. If you Google that, you should be able to find it. It's an interesting read, and like we said at the beginning, canon, right? So this is like Robert Jordan wrote this stuff, and it's just cool to get these extra little tidbits of information. So if the voices of Vili and myself have not grated your ears too harshly, and you are interested in hearing what we ramble on about during our rereads of the books, feel free to check out our podcast. This is called Blood and Ashes Podcast on all major streaming platforms for podcasts. We've got a fledgling YouTube channel that we started putting up some videos for dealing with the show and our reactions to it. As I mentioned before, the third leg of our dysfunctional tripod is not around, unfortunately, due to personal reasons, which has sort of put a halt on our YouTube content creation. But I think we will definitely be putting up some post-season 1 thoughts and deep dives. Much like our podcast, it will be full spoilers. So we're really limiting ourselves in terms of audiences, but we are so enthusiastic and so stoked about the books that we like to just spoil it all and talk about everything. So check us out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You really should, everyone. It's a great podcast. I've listened to a few here and there. It's the three of them are hilarious to listen to. So it's been really fun listening to you. I enjoyed putting up the comments, particularly about the donuts, just to see if I can break you.
You almost did, you bastard.
I think I got Will a little bit. So, but that was
That's
fun.
all for
that
a good
fun.
cause.
Indeed.
Apparently, our words sing in people's earballs and eye drums. So, thanks for that.
While we're bringing up chat comments, do you have someone from chat that you think deserves to go in the draw?
It's very hotly contested, but Kev was a great contributor, I must say. There.
Kev?
So he
is
needs
awesome,
an extra ticket in the draw.
I will put Kev in the draw. Have no fear. So it's it was really funny things going on there. The donut one in particular got me. I was like, that's brilliant. I'm so impressed with that. So
but the situation with the Forsaken and Shayol Ghul is pretty laughable. So
it
is.
Yeah.
It is.
I told my roommate, I was like, look at what Kevin and Skeeter are doing. And they laughed as well. This is brilliant. So
love it.
But yeah. All right. Next up, we have Malkir's King, who is hiding out back. Let's bring him in. How we doing, Malkir? It's weird to say that to I don't know why I didn't say Matt. Hi, Matt. How are you?
I'm a little bit tired. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Actually, I've had some sleep, so you've gotten up early for us.
Yes.
Good
What
man.
time is it there for you?
It's 6 o'clock.
That's
Normally
good time to
on
get up.
Sundays. Normally on Sundays I sleep in until 6. So usually I'm just getting up now.
Okay.
I don't know if
I
would
was
you
an
look-
hour early for you. I hope
You look fresh as a daisy.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
Indeed.
had my morning coffee.
Nice. Boys, just before I let you go, Kev says he already has one and he wants you to spread the love. But you are allowed to earn more, Kev.
Skeeter.
Skeeter?
Skeeterish.
Yep. That was
worries.
hotly contested number 2.
All right. Awesome. All right,
man,
fellas,
Kev.
thank you so much for that dive into Shayol Ghul. Go enjoy the rest of your evening. Because I know it's, 9, 10 o'clock over there now?
10
10
o'clock.
p.m.
10 o'clock. There we go. So,
Thanks, Rob.
go hang out. Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you for joining us again.
Yeah,
And,
will do.
we'll catch you later.
Cheers, everyone.
Thanks, Rob.
All right, Matt, which file do you want me to load up first for you?
We're not going to deal with the files just yet.
Okay.
We're
Well,
gonna
you
take
just
care of
call
those.
them as and when you need them, and I will load them up and put them on for you.
We'll do. We will get to those if we have time for that part of the discussion.
Cool. All right. Well, I will leave you the chat, and if I find someone else to join you, as I'm trying to search to find more guests for you, I will let you know and send them over. So, but have a good show, mate.
Anyone is welcome to join.
Yeah, I will see you in a bit.
Great. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning to, I'm going to start calling people in chat. Good morning to the Gamba Geek. Good morning to Louis. Thank you all for joining me. If you are active in chat right now, give me a shout. Please let me know how many of you are here in chat right now, listening to me start to wake up. I'm just going to keep talking. As I was saying, I normally wake up around now. I had toyed with the idea of spending the hour bringing you through my morning routine of doing a little bit of yoga, a little bit of Tai Chi, drinking some coffee, doing some meditation, helping you either calm down and fall asleep or wake yourself up, depending on what time of day it is for you. But Rob had asked me to make this show-oriented, so that got nixed. Morning, Skeeterish. Hi, Louis. Hello, Kev, Jordan, Kubiar, Skeeterish, I already said you. Okay, so my plan for today's show is I'm going to discuss, and you may have seen this on Twitter, I'm going to start discussing Lan from episode 5. We're going to discuss book Lan versus show Lan. We're going to discuss real Stoicism versus trope Stoicism. And I'm going to give some of my thoughts about where our perceptions come from and why the show Lan at face value might have seemed a little bit different from what we would have expected from a book Lan. If there's time, depending on the conversation, 7 p.m. Oh, you're on the other side of the world. Anyway, sorry, my attention is not always so focused the first thing in the morning. Any rate, yes, if there's time after the discussion, then I'll have Rob play a couple of clips of the training between Lan and Stepan in episode 4, and we will do a bit of a breakdown. So here we go. Lan, book Lan versus show Lan. So in the books, everyone knows Lan is referred to as stone-faced, and that's really how everybody views him, just this impassive, very stoic. Stoic is the word that everybody uses when trying to discuss this, trying to describe him. My coffee is mostly full, so give me a little bit to become properly coherent. Thank you. Stoic is the word that we typically use to describe Lan, because we think of stoic based on how the tropes have been in books, in TV shows and movies, etc. Someone who is relatively emotionless, impassive. Typically, they only show emotion if it's really, really strong emotion, and usually some kind of negative emotion, usually something like anger. Occasionally, that emotion will be love, but you don't really see it as this loving, warm, fuzzy, caring person. Only their declaration of love, like you think of the old Western gunslinger, and maybe their love interest has died and they're upset about that, or they are in love with somebody and they're talking about it, but still they don't show emotion. Their face is very flat. 10 p.m. in Melbourne. I'm going to keep jumping in back and forth in between this discussion and what people's time are saying their time zones are in chat. Oh, thank you, Kev. I thank the Dusty Wheel. I need this. I need this iced coffee in the morning. That comment is going to be up there. I will remember that. Jumping back to where we were, we think of Stoicism as somebody who doesn't have emotions, but that is actually could not be farther from the truth. I'd like to read to you I'm going to read to you a few things, but right now I want to read to you a passage from Seneca, who is one of the foremost well-known Stoic philosophers, and it's something that he wrote about grief. So if you'll bear with me for a moment, not that you have a choice in the matter, but here we go. Seneca said, "It is better to conquer our grief than to deceive it. For if it has been withdrawn, being merely beguiled by pleasures and preoccupations, it starts up again, and from its very respite gains force to savage us. But the grief that has been conquered by reason is calmed forever. I am not therefore going to prescribe for you those remedies which I know many people have used, that you divert or cheer yourself by a long or pleasant journey abroad, or spend a lot of time carefully going through your accounts and administering your estate, or constantly be involved in some new activity. All those things help only for a short time. They do not cure grief, but hinder it. But I would rather end it than distract it." The important takeaway from Seneca's little passage on grief is that Stoics don't believe that you are not allowed to experience or feel emotions. They don't even believe that experiencing emotions is a bad thing. The belief in Stoicism is that emotions should not control you. You should be in control. You should control your emotions. So when you experience a severe, intense, a deep, intense emotion, you need to face it head on. You need to acknowledge it. You need to revel in it. And you need to accept it. And once you accept it, then you can move on, and it no longer controls you. 11 a.m. in Manchester. Nice. You guys should be nice and awake. This is one of the places, jumping back to the discussion of Stoicism, this is one of the places that I think a lot of people misunderstand Stoicism, because people don't get that Stoicism is all about acknowledging your feelings. We're humans. Our feelings are chemical emotions. They are our interpretations of events. We have the Stoic teachings say that events happen to us and we recognize these events, but our emotions come from our interpretations of these events. If you have not read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, I highly recommend that you do so in between rereadings of Wheel of Time. Meditations is not it's not a guidebook, but it was essentially a journal. And it starts off with Marcus Aurelius listing everybody that he's grateful to. The Stoic belief is that we need to recognize that death can happen at any time. Stoics are somewhat morbidly obsessed with the fact that death can happen at any time. And it's not used as a mechanism to say everything is bad and there's no point. It's saying death can happen at any time. Their motto is memento mori, remember death. Death can happen at any time, at any day. So you need to use your life to the fullest. And part of using your life to the fullest is not letting the unimportant things get you down. So by starting off his book, his journal, with gratitude, he is setting himself up to recognize all of the good things that he has in life, which helps to reframe anything bad that happens. It's not a way of rationalizing or justifying the bad things. It's a way of putting everything into perspective. So when we look at book Lan and we see that he is just he's very emotionless on the outside, a lot of people tend to believe from that Lan does not show emotion, when the opposite is actually true. We know that Rand has referred to him as an onion because he has many layers. We know that he has definitely shown multiple occasions in New Spring, in Eye of the World, in Shadow Rising, and even in The Memory of Light. He shows little islands of emotion that are an insight into his personality. Kevin. So Kevin in chat just said, that philosophy fits in really well with episode 5. I love the look Lan shares with Moraine right before he really dives into his grief.
Are you there, Matt? Oh, I think we lost Matt. Yes, I think we did. Okay, folks. Sorry, bear with us 1 second while we try and get Matt back. I'm not sure what's happened. It's just me at the moment. Come back to us, Matt. Are you there? Let me turn the mic on. The camera on even. Okay, folks. I'm not really sure what has happened. Matt has popped out. So you've got me again. Woohoo! Welcome back. It's me. And yeah. How's everybody doing? Are we having fun? I know it's early for some, late for others, but we're at what's that? 61.2% of goal, which is absolutely crazy. I can't believe we got that far in just, you know, an overnight time period. It's not even halfway through the stream, and we're making a fortune. For come on, Matt, get through the gate. Yes, I love that. That's a good point. Oh wait, I think it's back. Matt, are you back? Yay! Okay, cool. I will leave you to it again, mate. Not sure what happened there. Oh no! What's going on? Do we have a bubble of evil? This is not.
I'm here.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, you're moving again now. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. This is good.
Thank you. I'm plugged in, so I don't know what happened, unless it has to do with the heavy winds that are outside.
Maybe. I suppose it's yeah.
I apologize. Right. I apologize for the weather.
That's it. There's nothing you can do about that, mate. You're fine. So.
Okay. So let's get back to the discussion. Where were we? Lan, of course. Oh, I'm here. Still? I'm just going to keep going, and if you can no longer hear me, please type something in chat so that I know. I would appreciate that. So Bookland, again, I'm repeating myself here, but Bookland being constantly discussed as he does not have any emotions, but we see certainly many places where when he has that moment with Nynaeve, excellent. Okay. Hopefully most of what I say is from me. While you're waiting for this Lightweaver Foundation resolve and are Why don't you? And then
So I definitely think we've got a bubble of evil, folks. Do apologize. We're trying to do what we can to get Matt back. And in the meantime, tell me what's been your favorite. Who's been here the whole time? That's what I'm curious about, firstly. And who has been your favorite show? Pop that in chat and let me know. Yeah, Matt's gone again, sadly. So I'm going to have to hold down the fort. This is unexpected. Do I have to do ASMR now? Is that what's going on? Do I have to read a chapter? You know? I bet that's going to happen. So, but yeah, tell me your favorite bit. We've had, yeah, these things do happen. That's very true, Kev. So not a lot we can do about it sometimes. There's a lot of storms going on in America at the moment. So are you back, Matt? We think.
I'm going to have some serious words with Verizon after this.
It's okay. Don't worry, mate. You're fine.
We're going to have a little talk, and then I'm going to speak to the person in charge of the weather and voice a complaint.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was just asking them who's been here from the beginning, who hasn't left.
Oh man, how many people have been here from the beginning?
Kev's been here from the beginning. Jordan.
Wow.
Skeeter's only been here for about 5 hours, but he loves the show.
Only 5 hours.
Even I haven't been here that long. Kev's been here longer than me.
I think they deserve an extra something.
We'll work on something, I'm sure. So
yes,
but the connection seems a little bit stable now. You're not like fuzzing in and out, like you're not. You know, the sound is matched up. So maybe we've moved through the bubble of evil. Possibly.
Hopefully.
The
fuzzy is not just my lack of shaving. Good. Okay, we'll try this again. Honestly, I don't even know what you've heard so far and what you haven't heard. I'm just going to continue on as we were. So I'll go back. Book Lan, because he is described as Stoneface all the time, we get the impression that he has no emotions. But that's really just his outwards appearance. You see, actually, he expresses a lot of emotions in his own way. He expresses frustration quite often at the Emmons Feel 5 for the fact that they absolutely refuse to listen to Moraine and are constantly doing stupid things. You see at the end of the Eye of the World. I should stop here for a second and just make sure that I remind everyone that this is a spoiler-full discussion. If you have not read the books and you do not want to be spoiled, I don't know why you're here, but you probably should go make a donation to the Lightweaver Foundation and then come back in an hour and see if they are not doing any spoilers. And we'll also be talking about the show. So if you haven't seen episodes 4 and 5, I highly recommend that you go make a donation to the Lightweaver Foundation and then go watch those episodes, and then you can come catch this on the replay. That being said, in the Eye of the World, we have that scene in the Blight with Nynaeve and Lan, where Lan basically tells Nynaeve, without using the words explicitly, that he loves her. And the only reason why he feels that they cannot be together is because he has a job to do, and that job involves him dying, which is one of these things that's part of what colors our perception of him, but that's not related to his stoicism. That's actually this is a good segue into this. One of the questions that I got on Twitter last night I asked Twitter for people to give me some questions if they wanted to hear anything specifically related to Bookland versus Showland. And Amis the Wise One on Twitter asked me to discuss a little bit of the difference between Stoicism and nihilism. And I made a couple of notes on that, which I will impart to you. So nobody thinks of Lan as a nihilist, right? A nihilist, when we talk about nihilism, common usage, we think of existential nihilism. People who feel that life has no intrinsic value, that nothing has meaning. Yes, pausing. BR Faced, if I pronounced that incorrectly, I apologize, says that it is a duty that he needs to be fulfilled, not emotion related. That is exactly it. Exactly. That is, and I'm getting into that right now, but I appreciate that comment there. Existential nihilism, as I was saying, people feel that life has no intrinsic value or meaning, and essentially nothing is worth doing. It's very similar to existentialism. I remember when I was in high school, we had to read The Stranger by Albert Camus, if I pronounce that correctly, and the main character, Marceau, he is a nihilist, an existentialist. Albert Camus he didn't like being called a nihilist. He preferred to be called an existentialist, but the philosophies that he was espousing are very similar, to be almost not different in any way. Welcome, Joel. Thank you for joining us. I hope you can dive right in here. Yes, Ben, exactly. Seneca versus Nedgedev. In The Stranger, the main character, it starts off with him talking about his mother's death, and he's like, "Mother died today." He doesn't even recognize it. Doesn't even make an impression on him whether she died today or yesterday, or it means nothing to him, because to him everything is meaningless. He goes to the wake and shows zero empathy. He's smoking and drinking regular coffee and not showing any signs of mourning. And the common theme throughout is he finds people interesting or annoying, but he has no connection beyond that. That's not the kind of person that Lan is. And I recognize that's painting a broad stroke with anyone who's a nihilist, but that's the underlying concept to their philosophy. Whereas Stoics, like I said earlier, Stoics use the concept of death as a way to say, use today to the fullest. Get everything out of today that you can. Control your emotions. Don't let your emotions control you. There's another quote from Seneca that I would like to share that, to me, very much embodies the Stoic philosophy, which is something that I tell my children far too often. No person has the power to have everything they want, but it is in their power not to want what they can't have, and to cheerfully put to good use what they do have. The reason why this embodies Stoic philosophy is because it is about perception. When something is, we are only $138 from seeing the Androl face video again. So take a moment and go make a donation to the Lightweaver Foundation so we can see the Androl face video again. I would love to see that. I haven't seen it yet. I only got up about an hour ago. Good morning, Shelley. Sorry I missed you when you came on. Where were we? Choice. We have a choice of how to react to our environment, to things that happen to us. So when things are smaller and lower emotional stakes, it's much easier for us to interpret them as as things that don't matter. If somebody, for example, somebody cuts you off in traffic, sure, it's annoying, it's frustrating. Maybe they make you get a red light that you would not have otherwise gotten, but those are very low stakes. You can choose not to be upset about that. It's human nature. It's what people do. The person cutting you off probably didn't even notice. But when it's something that's higher emotional stakes, like the death of somebody close to you, that is a very deep, intense emotion. And that's not something that you can just rationalize away. So that's something that the Stoics say you need to deal with that. You need to feel it. You need to accept it, and only then can you get past it and not let it bother you. I'm doing a lot of reading today. I'm pulling out New Spring. There's something at the end that I think is very telling here. So at the very end, Moraine bonds land. God, I said land. Don't tell anyone I said that, please. The very end of the New Spring, like literally the very end of New Spring, Moraine bonds land. This is following the scenario in which Marion Sedai had Lan's old friend Rhine murder Bukama, and Bukama being Lan's mentor and the person who raised him from infancy, one of the 5 remaining Malkieri warriors from the 20 who had carried him out of Malkier as it fell. And then Moraine and Lan faced off with Marion and Rhine, and they killed them both, Marion and Rhine, not Moraine and Lan, obviously. And then these events unfolded, and Lan went off to essentially burn his past and go and head into the Blight to start killing more Shadow Spawn and die. And Moraine convinced him that her battle with the Shadow to find the Dragon Reborn was the same battle as his, and a better use of his time and his life than just going and killing as many Shadow Spawn as he could before he died. After she bonds him, she notices that his emotions are a small knot in the back of her head, all steely hard determination, sharp as his blade's edge. She knew the muted pain of old injuries, tamped down and ignored. So there are 2 things there, which is not the part that I want to read, but there's 2 parts to this. The first part is the small knot of emotions in the back of his head, in the back of her head. He has these emotions that are tightly controlled, but what's ignored is the pain of old injuries. This is before I start to read. This is very similar to how we see the Aiel culture, which is more classically Stoic. They are people who they face great trials. They call the threefold land is their testing ground, and they deal with the pain and the hardship by accepting it. The Aiel wise ones, I apologize, spend many books trying to get Rand to learn that he doesn't need to be hard, he needs to be strong, and there is a difference. And that's a lesson that Egwene learns much faster than Rand does, that the strength comes from accepting the pain, not from shutting it out. That's one of the 2 differences. One of the differences between the 2 of them, that Egwene learns to accept her pain, and Rand doesn't learn that for a very, very, very long time. You can see he's constantly just ignoring it and squashing the pain and just trying to make himself harder so that he doesn't feel the pain. And we see how well that works out for him. But the passage that I wanted to read, that I find most interesting, is what Lan says to Moraine after they bond, because she's coming off she has this mission to find the Dragon Reborn, and she just came off of this battle where she faced a Black Aja who was stronger than her, got beaten almost to the point of death, where she was left lying on the ground because Marion thought that she was completely useless, and then she ended up killing Marion with a knife in the back. And then there were the people who Marion had killed, and Maureen was not able to save. So Lan says this to her. He says, "Men who weren't there call it the Battle of the Shining Walls. Men who were call it the Blood Snow. No more. They know it was a battle. On the morning of the first day, I led nearly 500 men, Kandori, Seldians, Domani. By evening on the third day, half were dead or wounded. Had I made different choices, some of those dead would be alive, and others would be dead in their places. In war, you say a prayer for your dead and ride on, because there's always another fight on the next horizon. Say a prayer for the dead, Moraine, said I, and ride on." Startled, she came close to gaping. She had forgotten that the bond's flow worked both ways. He knew her emotions too, and apparently could make out hers far better than she could his. That was extremely important to me because it tells me a number of things. It tells me, number one, he could feel the pain that she felt over the deaths that she could not prevent. It tells me that he has complex emotions that she was not able to read through the bond. And it tells me that he has the emotional awareness to try to comfort her, his new partner, in this moment of pain that she is feeling. And it also goes on, this explains the mourning in episode 5 very well, because he is not suggesting in any way that if you experience grief, that you should not mourn. He's saying when you're in battle, when you're in a war, there's a time and a place. If you're in the saddle and you're facing the enemies, you don't have time to sit and let grief overcome you. That's a situation in which you need to hold on to it and wait until you have a moment to process it. But the processing it is very important. Good morning, Guy. Love the flaming conversation, but whatever happens, don't let Malkir's king talk about bloody Tai Chi. Happy to donate goat kissers, Daddy Uno. Thank you, Uno. You flaming goat kissing Charlock Boyle. I'm sorry, I'm not used to Shaynaran swears either. You'll have to give us you have to give us a tutorial on how to swear properly, like Uno. He is our most prolific cursor in the Wheel of Time. All right, no talk about Tai Chi, I promise. I don't want Uno swearing at me again. With the time we have left, about 25 minutes, I'm gonna shift a little bit more over to the show Lan. I've seen a lot of comments about show Lan, and I want to start breaking down how this fits into the concepts that I've been talking about and how we see it in the books, and then maybe a little bit of our perception of Lan from the books. Ask Elaine for swears. Thank you, Louis. I appreciate that. Okay, so in the show, we don't just have this scene towards the end of episode 5 where Lan is actively mourning his friend who they've been friends for quite a while. Lan and Moraine have been bonded for the year, and Stepan have been bonded. But you can clearly tell from the interaction between the warders that they have this close brotherhood amongst the men. We don't see female warders yet. I actually hope that we do see female warders aside from Brigida, but that's a separate thing. Right now it's a brotherhood. Maybe later it'll be a siblinghood. Who knows? We can only hope. I digress. We see this very strong emotional bond between them, and we also see Lan's physical reactions to Moraine, his Aes Sedai. We see Lan holding her hand. We see Lan touching her. We see Lan having very gentle moments with her. And unfortunately, of all the books that I brought upstairs, I forgot to bring my Great Hunt. But there is a scene in the Great Hunt when Moraine and Lan are visiting Vandene and Adelius. Moraine is doing some research, trying to learn a little bit more about the prophecies of the dragon, trying to understand what's going on, what Rand has to do, how she can best guide him. And they start talking. Moraine is kind of goading him a little bit, talking about his bond, asking him if it chafes, because she sees his relationship with Nynaeve, and she's seen it blossoming, even though Lan has been trying to ignore it and hide it. And you see there, I forget the exact wording because I don't have the book in front of me, and I've only read it a couple dozen times, but Lan says to Moraine that she's going to outlive him. And I remember distinctly that Lan says it warmly, which is a very unusual description for somebody who we believe does not have emotions. And the point to this is that there is this emotional relationship. This is this intimacy between Lan and Moraine. So people who feel, yes, pausing for a second, Kev says Nynaeve, and what does that make you? Lan said proud. Absolutely, that is a beautiful scene. That's actually also a little bit different from how I would have interpreted it from the books, but it makes sense now because in the beginning, a lot of my perceptions of Lan and the Aes Sedai are colored by the fact that I've read New Spring so many times. And in the beginning, Lan was very skeptical and wary of Aes Sedai, but having been bonded to one for 20 years and developed this deep emotional relationship with her, it makes much more sense that he is proud at this point in his life. He's proud to help Moraine and to be her partner in this most important mission in the world. Getting back to what I was saying, wow, I'm only a quarter of my way through my coffee. I should better hurry up. Getting back to what I was saying, some people have been bothered by the fact that Lan has been so touchy-feely with Moraine, but I think that this is in great part colored by the fact that in the books we see almost no POVs of Lan at all. The only POVs that we've seen are in New Spring and A Memory of Light. If there are any others, and I really don't believe there are, but somebody will probably look this up on the WoT Wiki and double check me. If there are only a couple. I am almost completely certain that the only POVs we have are the few in A Memory of Light and the few in New Spring. So we only see other people's perspectives of him. We only see other people looking at him from the outside. And none of them are in the tent when he's having a personal, emotional conversation with Moraine. So in the same way that the Aiel don't show their emotions on the outside, they're very reserved. There is a difference between being reserved and being private about your emotions and not having any emotions. So we see that with the Aiel culture, a husband touching his wife on the cheeks is a display of affection. To us, that's not really anything much. I mean, presumably you don't go touching people on the cheeks if you don't like them, but that's not something that we would consider a sign of deep affection between husband and wife, or wife and wife, or husband and husband, spouses, I should say. Let's be inclusive here. So we don't see any situation in which Lan would have the opportunity to show us these emotional moments. Even in the books, the only time where Lan suffers any kind of loss is when he's told that Bukamad of New Spring, and he had just been pushed down the stairs using the one power, and he knew that this was related to Moraine's scheming somehow. So he was angry. He didn't have time to sit down and mourn. He wanted to deal with it. So that's why we don't see him sitting there and beating his chest in the books, because he never had the opportunity. In the show, when they had this arc with Stepan and Karene, that gives us the opportunity to see Lan experiencing a deep sense of grief. And I think that was a perfect addition. I know a lot of people are upset. I shouldn't say a lot. Some people are upset because they feel that there's enough material in the books that has to be cut out, that they're essentially wasting time by adding in these other arcs that are not part of the books. And I disagree, and I will tell you why. Because there are some concepts that we learn in the books through people's discussion, through inner monologue, and through little bits and pieces of stories that are told throughout the books, scattered throughout the books. And we don't have time for all of that on screen, aside from the fact that inner monologue just does not work well on screen. So to take a scene, or an arc, a series of scenes that shows us the deep emotional bond between a warder and an Aes Sedai, and what happens to a warder when his Aes Sedai dies, that has an extremely important impact for later in the series, not just for Lan and Moraine, but also for Rand and Alana. Spoiler alert. That concern that we have at the very end in A Memory of Light of what's going to happen to Rand if Alana dies while he's fighting the Dark One, that's a real thing, and the only way to get that across is if you show that on screen. So I thought that addition was wonderful, and having Lan lead this grieving rite, this mourning ritual, I thought that was perfect. A lot of people have said that I have seen have said that it was Lan doing his duty, and that could be, but I also like to think of it as Lan processing his deep emotions. I am not an expert on various cultures by any means, but that morning ritual of everyone beating their chests seemed to me very almost directly taken from the Haka, which many of us think of the Haka in terms of the New Zealand sporting teams, but it is used as a mourning ritual, as a funeral rite, and the beating of the chest and the screaming is a way of honoring the dead and letting out your grief. I thought that was perfect, and that was definitely, to me, that is definitely 100% in line with who Lan is. Because if you find yourself grieving over the loss of a deep friend, of a good friend, you need to deal with it right away. And that's exactly what Lan did. That is exactly what a Stoic would do. A Stoic would not try to hide it and to distract themselves. If you try to distract yourself, it's just going to come up later on in life. And Lan did not have time for that. I'm going to take a moment and look through the chat and see if anyone had any other comments. Hip Karma says, I've loved the greater depth we've gotten of warders. Absolutely. We saw very little in the books of the relationships between the warders and the Aes Sedai. And I think that the fact that we are getting to see more of this really sets up the world of the show for a much fuller understanding of how everything works and what the depth of the relationships. Like the fact that we see the depth of this relationship and what they mean will make us understand a lot more what happens. I believe that this somewhat indicates some of the other future bonding that we've seen in the books, like Birgitta and Ilana and Rand. I feel that this helps us it gives us a context to understand why these two bondings that are done against their will, supposedly for their best interest, what the ramifications are. And I think that's going to be very powerful when it happens because we've seen this. Wolf Brother 7 says we get more feeling and emotion from wolves than we do Aiel. That's true. I think part of that is because feeling and emotion is really the only way that wolves can communicate in the books. Wolves communicate through imagery, so they are very open about how they feel and what they are thinking. Yes, Kev brought up, it was the Dragon Reborn, not the Great Hunt. Thank you, I apologize. He said, no day soon, Lan said, and surprising that there was open anger in his voice. Never, if I can help it. You will outlive me long, Moraine Aes Sedai. So that was not what I had been referencing, but that is another example of where Lan had definitely showed emotion. No, the one that I had was thinking of, I'm pretty sure was in the Great Hunt when Moraine was with Vandene and Adelius, and he did speak to her warmly. I distinctly remember the word warmly being used, and I will find it and I will put it up on Twitter if I do not forget. And otherwise, you just have to go and reread the Great Hunt again. So I apologize for that. Michael Strasser brought up a great point. He not just mourns. I think he feels directly responsible for Stepin's death. Lan made it his duty to watch over Stepin, and he didn't succeed. That hits so much harder. I agree with that. I see where you're coming from. I agree with that a little bit. I don't think Lan feels responsible for Stepin's death. I think he might feel more regret. Because he knew that Stepin was in a dangerous place. He was worried about Stepin. They all had been worried about him. But I don't think that he would have felt responsibility for Stepin's own actions. Especially when you saw he looked at the packet of tea that Stepin had left on the table. I'm pretty sure Lan knew that Stepin had drugged him so that he would fall asleep. So I don't think he would have felt responsible, but I certainly agree that he would have felt more sorrow, that it was a tragedy that he had really hoped to avoid but couldn't. Skeeter said, I'm kind of in this screen time could have been used elsewhere camp, but I still love everything I've seen, including this deep exploration into the warders and the bond. That's fair. Nobody is saying, certainly not me, nobody's saying that you shouldn't feel that the time could have been spent better. My personal opinion is that's setting up some very important moments later in the series that would have a much less of an emotional impact if we didn't have this set up. So that's why I personally feel that this is a valuable use of the time. Okay, 10 minutes left. Wow, this hour has really, really flown by. Yes, Louis, I'm also for Egwene being Egwene's warder. That was awesome. Let me stop and collect my thoughts. Does anyone have any questions before I continue? There were a couple of questions that I need to find. Here we go. Ah, yes. Somebody, I believe it was a roof mistress on Twitter, asked me last night, what do I feel about Matt's speech in Shadar Logoth, where he says, "That's more words than you've said to us in a day or ever." I love that line. That was great. Because Lan is laconic, which this is one of these places where tropes kind of mess up our perception of things, because the laconic trope is a subset of the Stoic trope. People who are tended to be thought of or portrayed as being Stoic, and the Stoic is not the Stoic that we're talking about is not the capital S philosophical Stoic, but the trope Stoic of people who don't have emotions, meaning they don't talk a lot because they don't have much to say. Lan is a quiet person. He's always been a quiet person. He you have to remember that he was raised by warriors in a warrior society with this sole intent of fighting Shadowspawn to try to avenge the dead Malkir. So he was never a very talkative person. He did not play with other children the way other children play when they're growing up. He learned to fight instead of playing, like most children do. And he spent the last 20 years in the saddle with Moraine. So most of his time was spent with very little conversation. So he's not a talkative person to begin with. And then he comes in this situation in Shadar Logoth where Moraine is unconscious, and he has to explain to the kids what the heck happened here and why it's so dangerous. And yeah, that's not a 2-word explanation. So it's going to come out to be more words than he's spoken to them ever. But again, one of Matt's best lines. I love that line. Also, that's not how roads work. That was another one of my favorites. Spartans were laconic, I seem to remember. I never met Spartans, but I would certainly believe that they were. Again, when you are raised in that society where you're not given the opportunity to joke around and fool around with your friends, you lose a little bit of that openness, which might also contribute to that feeling. I have one more thought. I do want to say that let's see. Shelley says in chat, I wonder if it's an unreliable narrator thing. Other people call Land stone-faced without really knowing him. Yes, I think that's exactly it. On the surface, he doesn't show a lot of emotion. He is very reserved. So that's why we think of him as not having emotion, because people don't see him expressing it. And like I said, we don't see his POVs. We see a little bit in A Memory of Light, and we see a little bit in New Spring. And when we see his POVs, we see the depth of his emotion. We see the breadth of his emotion, the things that irritate him, the things that annoy him, the things that he enjoys. We see all these little things, but we don't see them in 95% of the books, because it's everybody else looking at him. And so they don't get to experience that. let's see, his conversation with Agelmar shows how people who know him know he does feel things. Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. Before I forget, because we only have a few minutes left, there is one point that I wanted to make here. I have long felt that Tam and Lan and Ruark are basically the same person raised in different environments. Lan, as we know, was raised by soldiers, trained from young childhood, almost infancy, to throw himself into the Blight with the sole mission of avenging the Malkiri. That was part of the oath that he swore even before he knew what it meant. Ruark was raised presumably in a healthy household. We don't really know much about his childhood, but in a warrior society. And yet we see, even in that warrior society, not everybody goes to fight. Everybody can fight, but it's not a guarantee. There are plenty of other people who are not fighters. It's necessary in any culture to have people who are not fighting in order for society to function. We know the blacksmiths, but we also need people who are doing the farming, who are doing the clothes making and all these other things. So he was raised in a society where people are taught to control their emotions and accept the difficulties that they have. And then you have Tam, who was raised in a rural pastoral society. So you have three different people who, at their essence, are all basically the same. They're all good fighters. They're all calm, reasonable, non-judgmental, accepting people. They all seem like they're the same person who just had different opportunities to grow in different environments. And I think, to me, that says a lot about who they are as a person on the inside. Let me take a quick look in chat. Kev says, after 20 years, almost solely in the company of someone you are bonded to, I imagine they wouldn't have much need to talk, like old married couples, only more so. Exactly. When you're with somebody whose emotions you can feel, conversation is many times unnecessary. And we see this in the beginning, in episode 1, right after Leandrin gentles that man who can channel, and Lan looks at Moraine and says, "Where to?" And she just looks at him and says, "The 2 rivers." Like that's pretty much the extent of their conversation. Oh, and here we are.
Hello, sir. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you mid-sentence there, but yeah,
No
it's almost time up. We made it through all the technical internet issues there.
And I still have half my coffee left.
And you still have plenty of coffee left. Wonderful. So you can sit and enjoy now and, get some coffee. And you had Guy Roberts pop into chat, apparently.
Yes, he did. I am very grateful.
Daddy Uno. Yeah, and he donated to our worthy cause. So we're now up to $4,861.56.
Excellent.
So,
how far away are we from another Androl face?
We get Androl at every $1,000. So we are $139.44 away.
Okay, so we need a few more donations. So if you haven't already donated, even if you have donated, make another couple donations right now, because I would really like to see an Androl face.
Androl face is great. Whilst we see if that happens, I'm going to bring in another face. It's a Jesse face. How we doing, Jess?
Hey, doing pretty good.
Good morning, Jesse.
I hear your brother is not a fan of the coffee and is more a fan of the pillow.
Yeah, I might call him again like midstream, see if I can get a hold of him. But nope, as far as I can tell, he is not awake. So
see, what you should do is just spam out his phone number, and Twitter of Time can call him, and we'll get him out of bed.
Ooh, no, I think I won't.
We won't actually do that. Yeah. We won't do that, but it would be funny. Cool. Right. Matt, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been wonderful listening to you.
I hope that I was coherent enough and didn't get too circular. Again, only half my coffee, and I should have been doing yoga and the words that I told Guy Roberts I'm not going to say again on this show.
Well, everyone's loving it. You know, they're saying thank you. There's great discussion. It's a wonderful morning conversation. So they've loved it.
Thank you all. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for tuning in. Please continue to tune in and encourage all your friends to give to the Lightweaver Foundation. You are all wonderful and
wait,
people.
Daddy Uno just donated again. Oh my God, I think we did it. Yeah, it just I have an alert that pops up on screen, and it just popped up and it said Daddy Uno, $150. Look, there he is. He's back. Oh my God. I had an amazing conversation with the keeper, Sarah Nakamura, about Lan and Uno's relationship and how Uno one of Lan's teachers when he had all we left. Oh my God. Aww. Thank you so much. Let's play this video, folks. You're going to love this. This is for you, Guy. Thank you so much.
What a holiday. I hope you came to stay. Come and join the fun, it is sublime. I hope you cough up every dime. When winter's dark, let's light a spark. Let us give from our heart. And here we go again. What a holiday. I hope you came to stay. What a holiday. I hope you came to stay. I hope you came to stay.
It just cracks me up every time.
That was perfect. Androl, the golden god of time. It is a perfect face. Thank you for us.
That's what a perfect way to end that segment. That was wonderful. So, yeah. All right. Matt, go relax, do some of that stuff we're not naming, and finish your coffee. And Jess, I will leave you to your segment. Hopefully your brother turns up. If he does, I'll just bump him straight in for you.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, have a fun time. I'm in the backstage if you need me.
Awesome, thanks. All right, couple things at the top of this. Make sure you guys are donating. Because this is all going to a good cause, donating to the Lightweaver Foundation. Like I usually do when I do the live streams, I will match donations up to $150. So I'm not made of money, but any donations made this hour up to $150, I will match. And if you haven't liked the stream yet, make sure you like it, because that always gives it a good boost in the algorithm for YouTube for other people to find it. Hi, Kev. And I know I saw Leon say hi at one point. Hi, guys. For this stream, there's going to be two different things going on. I had planned to do some trivia with my brothers who are not here. So every once in a while, I'll drop a trivia question. I should open the stream so I can do that. Every once in a while, I will drop a trivia question in the chat. And if you guys can get the answer within like a reasonable amount of time, I will add an extra $5 onto what I'm donating. So trivia based on what has been said in the extras. And then I guess since it is just me today, I will, I'm going to talk about representation, specifically queer representation. This isn't something I talk a lot about on our channel, although it comes up a little bit on Twitter, but I am not exactly the straightest arrow in the quiver. And Wheel of Time, the books were an interesting phenomenon as far as representation goes, which is it's there if you're looking for it, but you have to be looking for it. So with episode 6, we of course got very explicit, very wonderful sapphic representation. So I want to talk a little bit about that, and hopefully you guys can pop in with some questions or comments to kind of lead me through this hour. while I just talk? All right, but first, let me pop the first of these trivia questions in the chat. See if you guys can get the answer. Start out kind of easy. Oh, switch to the other account. All right, first trivia question just went in the chat. I'll wait till it pops up on my screen because I know there's a little bit of a delay. So according to the Breaking of the World's Origins video, how long has it been since Lews Therin Telamon sealed the Dark One in his prison? I'm going to go ahead and give you guys 2 minutes to try to answer it for those of you that are in the chat. All right. So this says it's full book spoilers. Good. So I will talk full book spoilers. Wow, Kev. All right. Not even giving me a chance to start my timer. Yeah, it was 3,000 years. So let me check that one off as one you guys got. Yeah, 3,000 years. Yeah, so Ben said here, it's so normalized, it's hardly worth the comment. I'm not sure if you're talking about with the books or with the TV show. With the TV show, they're definitely showing that. And we get that in the first episode, or not the first episode, episode 3, Police of Safety. There's that moment. Wow, lots of y'all got that. All right. There's that moment where Dana, makes a comment to Rand about you and Matt being something. And it's not, I think his reaction to it is just wonderful. And I want this to be like, anybody, if you ever get I don't want to asked if you're gay or if you're in a relationship with somebody or not, like this should be the response. Like it should be 100% like, nah, that's not my thing. It shouldn't be this big thing. And I really love that. So I really think the show is showing that like being not straight is completely normal. It's just part of life. And I love that. The books, in theory, that's what it was. In interviews, that's what Robert Jordan has said. Whenever asked about that, like his response has always been a kind of, it's so normal. Everybody, the Warder's Fire also, thank you for bringing that up, BR faced. That the Warder's Fire, you also get that, like nobody comments on the fact that Maskeen and whatever the other one's name is, Ivan are cuddling. Like nobody's like, that's weird, bro, get a room. Like it's really casual and it's really neat. Or if you even think about episode 5 with Lan and Stefan's conversation, that was a very casual, like, I've never been with a man before, but like I'm open to the possibility. And I really, really like that. And it is what Robert Jordan has talked about in interviews, right? He always, anytime he was asked about that, his general answer was just, yeah, it's there. It's just not something people think it's worth commenting on. To be honest with me, to me, that's a bit of a cop-out answer. It's a little bit of like, I didn't want to write about this, so I'm going to say it's there. And I don't think that's necessarily a fair thing to do to your audience. It's a little bit like gaslighty, like, what do you mean you didn't see queer relationships? And I'm also like a big proponent of death of the author. So like, if you didn't explicitly say it in the book, in the text, then it wasn't really there. Kev says, it doesn't feel like tokenism. The diversity is embedded in this world and not sensationalized. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's not like, oh, hey, did you know so-and-so and so-and-so are together? Like, gasp. It is very much like, this is just part of their life that sometimes boys kiss. And that's great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and drop another trivia question here. Maybe this one will be a little harder, trick you guys up a little bit. This trivia question, when it pops up, is based on the interactive map on Amazon Prime, what is the name of the forest our heroes, oops, that's a typo, our heroes travel through after leaving the 2 rivers? 2 minutes on the clock. Okay. Yeah, so talking specifically about Moraine and Swan, they are a very complicated example in the books themselves. So if you haven't read New Spring, first off, what are you even doing? But in New Spring, to me, it's very clear. And this is me reading these in high school when I was barely even knew what a lesbian was, if I'm being honest. I even picked up on the fact that they were in a relationship, right? And that's with all of the confirmation bias that came from being raised in a small town. Nope, Kev, that's actually not it. Nope, they're not book questions. These are based on the show. Even for me, it was clear they were in a relationship. Like the line that usually gets brought up is Swan could kiss her. In fact, she did. Like, it's very explicit to me that they're in it feels explicit to me that they're in a relationship. However, people still push it under the rug, and I'm not even saying like people that have like ulterior motives, people that are homophobic or anything like that. It's simply, there are some people that don't see that as a relationship, either because it's just gals being pals, girls kiss each other if they're close enough friends, or things that even come from textual proof. If you read the companion, it says very explicitly Swan and Moraine had a fling when they were accepted, but they're not lesbians or something along those lines, which is, one, totally discounting the fact that they could be bi or pan, another sexuality. So there's that element of it. And then there's the fact that canonically in the books, they both end up with men in the end. They barely talk about each other outside of New Spring in that way. So it's, there you go, Hip Karma with 4 seconds to spare. Got it. Yes, it's the Aspen Forest. All right, that's another $5 to add on for my donation. Yeah, like Leon said, it's there in New Spring, but it's only in New Spring. And he says that it's subtle in book 2. I don't think it's there in book 2. I think in book 2, it's so easy to read that as just co-conspirators, maybe friends, but it's even hard for me to see the friendship there. It really just feels like they're co-conspirators there. And since so many Wheel of Time fans, not throwing shade, throwing a little shade, so many Wheel of Time fans have read the 14 books and not read New Spring, it's very easy to miss that. And even if you read it in New Spring, you get the feeling that they're pillow friends, but that's something they left behind, which again goes into things Robert Jordan himself said, which was that pillow friends are definitely a relationship, definitely romantic, sexual relationship, but it's something they leave behind when they become Aes Sedai. And so that really definitely plays into the whole situational homosexuality trope, which is that when you put people in a single gender situation, they will fool around with that gender even if they're not sexually attracted to them, because that's all they can get to. And it is something you see in the real world, but not all the time. So it does happen in women's prisons, or there's a reason there's a trope about all girls schools, but that's not it all of the time. Like, lots of them are actually women that are bisexual, homosexual, pansexual. I feel like, whether you think they're lesbians, whether you think they're bisexual, is kind of complicated. The books definitely would portray them as bisexual. They both end up with men. However, I do have complicated feelings about that, just because the idea that like bi people always end up in quote unquote a heterosexual relationship, I think is also harmful to perpetrate. Like, it's great to have bi representation, but if all of your bi representation ends up in an opposite gender relationship at the end of the day, it's not great bi rep. So I'm all of this to say that I am very, very glad that the show is making it very explicit. Like, if there's a single person that came out of that show, that episode 6, thinking that Moraine and Swan are just gals being pals, I am shocked, and it is nothing short of willful ignorance. It is a choice to think that's what that was. Because that's certainly not something I'm hanging out doing with my girlfriends. Like, it's just not. So, let me see if there's anything. Yeah. Everybody shouting out Malkir's King. Yeah, he did great, holding it down. I'm 15 minutes into talking by myself and I'm already like, what do I say? I'm sick of myself. So good job for that. The other thing about Moiraine and Siuan in the show that I really enjoyed, I could see them dropping Siuan's endgame relationship because they are better as besties anyway. Okay, and then I'll get to Ben's comment later. So thank you, C. Scully, for that one. Honestly, nobody really, that there are a few exceptions, but nobody really likes either one of their endgame relationships. Siuan and Gareth have such an uncomfortable relationship that is like built on subservience, and it's uncomfortable, honestly. And there are things I like about it. Like, honestly, I do think there's some fun banter in there, and I like the way she eventually bonds him and things like that. Like, there are things I like about that I actually, of the two couples there, I prefer Siuan and Gareth as a couple. But it's weird to me, and I definitely see where some people get uncomfortable. On the other hand, there's Tom and Moiraine, which I really, really like the possibilities of their relationship. There is a lot of mutual respect there. There is some I like their dynamic, but I like it a lot more as like kind of frenemies, you know, a little adversarial, but still friends, still allies. That's just how I prefer their relationship. Thank you, Shaitan, for donating. I don't have the amount you donated, but thank you for donating. So Moiraine and Tom, which for most book readers kind of comes out of nowhere. Siuan and Gareth, which you definitely see developing, but it develops in this awkward way. Honestly, I don't think the show was hurt at all by getting rid of either of those relationships. I have been very vocal that honestly, I would be perfectly happy if they just killed Tom off. Although I am liking show Tom a lot more than I ever liked book Tom. But so I don't think it's necessary for them to be in a relationship. They could easily do the same things Tom does, have Siuan do. Like, I would be perfectly fine if that's what happens. I think Matt and Siuan going on an adventure to rescue Moiraine would be the greatest thing ever. So I think, honestly, they could totally get rid of both the Moiraine Tom and the Siuan Gareth relationship, and it would not harm the books at all. Also, like, on that note, when we're talking changes to the books, like, if we do not get a Moiraine Siuan reunion before the last battle on the screen, I don't know what Rafe's doing. All right, lots of comments coming in. I'm going to scroll back up to the one Ben Butler said a while ago. Can we put Fail, Bane, Shiad, Ghul, and Perrin in a sweat tent and see what develops? Which is, I love it. So we haven't even met 4 of those characters yet. But like, the Perrin Ghul shipping is pretty strong. I'm not opposed to it. I think Bane and Shiad, I've seen people straight up tell me they don't think Bane and Shiad are a couple, which is astounding to me. Like, honestly, astounding that they totally missed that. But Bane, Shiad, and Ghul as like a throuple is really fantastic, especially since they're really the only. It's so interesting to see that relationship develop. So I'm excited for that in the books. And if sometimes Perrin and Fail get involved, then all the better. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put another trivia question in the chat while I read through what some of y'all are saying, because there's been a lot of comments the last couple minutes. All right, trivia question is posted. It says, based on the legacy Robert Jordan behind the scenes clip, what author inspired Robert Jordan to write? While I read through what you guys have said. Yeah, a lot of people agreeing with me. Tom and Moiraine would make better allies. I do. I like them as like reluctant allies, this kind of adversarial, working against each other to try to protect the boys, but in their different ways. And that becoming something a little more, but like allies, friends, you know? Mom, C. Scully saying they are the mom and the dad of the EF boys, but I don't love how Jordan and Sanderson wrote the ship. It's more obvious on a reread. Yeah, I mean, they're characters that as character, it makes sense for them to not be overt about their relationship. But I think there needed to be something there. Where was it that I saw something? It was about Game of Thrones, not Wheel of Time. But it was basically like foreshadowing is not good plot development, which is like you can foreshadow the heck out of it. And that doesn't actually mean that you're leading up to an event happening. Nope, Kev, it wasn't Frank Herbert. Wasn't Tolkien. Swan and Matt road trip buddy movie, Buttons and Whiskey. Yeah, I'm like, honestly, the idea of Swan and Matt traveling together, especially later season Swan, who is not as in control of her emotions, and I think would be really, really funny. Ben Butler, you said Gareth and Swan is a nod to Arthurian legacy. So honestly, I am not as strong in my Arthurian legend as I should be. Basically, all I know comes from the BBC Merlin TV show. So if you want to expand on that in the comments, I'd love to see more about it. All right. And then Leon saying it's as strong as the Perrin Aram ship. I do remember that. Perrin and Aram is always a fun ship to explore. I think they have some interesting dynamics there, but I think Perrin Ghul is a little bit stronger. I'm all for stone dog shipping. All right, that's the 2 minutes. So the answer for this one is Jules Verne. Harriet McDougall specifically talks about Jules Verne being the author Robert Jordan read as a child that really inspired him to want to write. And then she has this really funny anecdote that later, after he came back from Vietnam, he was reading and was just so frustrated with a book he was reading that he threw it across the room and said that he could do better, like Ben Butler said. But initially, as a child, what inspired him to write was Jules Verne. So not that one. You guys missed that one. Yeah, so we've talked a lot about Moraine and Swan. I adore them. And I really, whatever they decide to do with their later relationships, I adore them. This is the first episode. So I have teared up watching reactions to episodes because I get more emotional watching other people get emotional, if that makes sense. This is the first episode that watching it the first time myself, I started to get emotional. And it was that scene in Swan's bungalow, whatever that is, whether that's in Tyr or Tel'aran'rhiod, whatever theory you want to go with there. When they're talking about banishing Moraine and Moraine's like, we'll see each other again in this life or the next. That was the first thing that got me crying because canonically, if they're basing this on the books, they don't see each other again, ever. And that was something that just that hit me. And that's the first time I started tearing up. And of course, Moraine's vow to Swan, which, as many people have pointed out, is basically a wedding vow. And it's gorgeous and heartbreaking. And I can't help but assume that at some point in time in the books, this will come back, or in the show, this will come back in some way. I can imagine it going a few different ways, either in a really sweet moment or honestly, I think it has potential to be really, really sad if Swan tries to like summon Moraine back while Moraine is not alive. But I also think if we go with this like totally alternative universe where Moraine and Tom isn't a thing and it's Swan and Matt rescuing her, I think there could be a really beautiful moment in the Tower of Genji where like Swan says something to her about like it's time to come home or whatever. And I'm getting emotional thinking about it. I just think there's a lot of potential with them as a relationship that I am really hoping they can get into. All right, Ben Butler on the Gareth. Gareth returned to Camelot in a swan-shaped boat in Le Morte Arthur. 15, not necessary. Okay, so it's just cool, like, symbolism stuff. That is kind of cute. That is cute when you know that, but yeah, definitely not necessary. I get the symbolism of Tom, Marilyn, and Moraine as they are the Merlin archetype split into two. Their romance can be seen on a reread, but is bare bones in the book. Yeah, I think that's I think, like I said, I get it and I see where it works. And I do think that Merlin split, but I almost think that works better with them not in a relationship. You know, they're the wise mentor wizard. Granted, Tom is not actually a wizard. Trope split in two. And I do think it works better. I just like them as allies if Tom even shows back up. I mean, that fade could have still killed Tom. It's a different turning. I'm just saying, do we really need Tom Marilyn? Let's see. That would be a beautiful scene with Swan. That's what I'm saying. It would be great. Can't lie. Cried a lot in the episode, even on subsequent rewatches. Yeah, I get teary-eyed every time. Like, it's just, and I thinking about the potential of where that could go. Kev, the where are they and how did they get there of that scene bothered me, but it just occurred to me that it may be a setup for the really weird stuff that happens in the Eye of the World. You talking about Moiraine and Swan meeting? Yeah, episode 6 was not my favorite. I really liked, obviously, the Moiraine Swan stuff, and I liked a lot of it, but there were a couple of things that left me with some questions. Specifically the question of like, what was that Moiraine and Swan had? Because Swan had one hanging in her study as well. We saw like she had a similar painting doorway wall hanging in her study. So my guess would be it's some sort of ter'angreal that can travel to a single fixed point, which kind of helps break up. So I think they were physically traveling. I think they were going to someplace, but I have seen theories that they were in Teleronrioid, which is the other possibility is that this creates a gateway into Teleronrioid and they enter that in the dream world in the flesh. Either way, I think it's good, but I do think it's something that is very restrictive because otherwise, why wouldn't they just open a gateway to Shinar? Why are they using the ways? You know, I think it opens a lot of questions if it's anything less than a super restrictive one way. This is where you go. All right. And with that, let's put all right, this should be an easy one. Another trivia question in the chat here. What is the name of the swordsman considered the best of all time who was completely undefeated except for against a farmer with a quarterstaff? I know the stream takes a second to catch up to where I'm at. Ghul protected them both in Teleronrioid and at the Boar. I guess we need Tom for the Elaine storyline. I don't think we actually need Tom for the Elaine storyline. Quite frankly, I think Tom makes the Elaine storyline worse because they creep me out. But again, this is my opinion on it. I do think there's things he does and archetypes he fulfills that are interesting. Yeah, Ben and Kev got it. I'm not gonna be nitpicky about spelling. It's Jerome. But yep, you guys got that one. So that's another $5 I'll add on to my tally. Ooh, what is my sorry, my document is freaking out. What is going on here? Oh no. Okay, well, we'll figure that one out later. I don't know what Word is doing to me. He kills the king. Yeah, I mean, anybody could kill the king. I personally don't like Tom. I'm not going to be able to have this discussion in an unbiased way. I just don't like him. Show Tom so far, though, has been much better. So maybe he'll change my mind on things. The hut, similar painting. That was probably an anchor. Yeah, that's my thought, too, as well. I do like what Tom does at the end. I think it's kind of cute, him sitting there composing the ballad, the epic of the Dragon Reborn while casually killing off enemies. I think it's a brilliant scene that could play out really interesting on the screen. But is that really necessary when you have Loyal writing the novel that is the history of the Dragon Reborn? Do you really need both? You know, it's all comes down to, you know, personal opinion on this situation, I think. But yeah, I that's Tom. I got in a whole discussion yesterday on Twitter about the love pentagon, which is Swan, Gareth, Moiraine, Tom, and Morghese, which quite frankly, if they decide to form just like, hey, we'll trade off every once in a while, I'm fine with that too. But the 5 of them, and somebody was mentioning that, like, hey, keep Moiraine and Swan and make Gareth and Tom a couple. And quite frankly, I'm not opposed. There's this really great scene when Gareth and Tom meet for the first time when Nynaeve and Elaine get to Saladar. And I just think it could be setting something up if you really want to read into it. Because they're just like very awkward, like, oh, yes, I've been waiting to have a Master Stones player to play with again. So I think it's cute. Talking about the Gateway, drop Barrelane and Gallad. Most people disagree with me. I think I want to see Barrelane shifted and changed a little bit. She is uncomfortably predatory. And I do want that part of her done away with, but I like her. I like a competent, political, savvy woman doing what she has to survive. I love Barrelane. I have a soft spot for her. At this point, we're about halfway through my time. Please, if you haven't donated yet, or if you have, please donate. I am matching donations up to $150 on top of the money that you are going to earn by answering my trivia questions. I'm going to try calling my little brother just straight up live on stream, see if I can get a hold of him, and then we can go back to this discussion. Let me put him on speaker. See if this happens. Meanwhile, let me scroll through this. Gareth and Tom would be an interesting couple. I think they'd be hilarious. Gallad, I don't... Moiraine's Sunset and the lads can fall in love. Honestly, yeah. Just Moiraine and Swan having their happily ever after, and Gareth and Tom bonding over their misadventures with Morghese and their daughter Elaine. I love it. I don't think Gallad would be dropped. I think he plays too unique of a role.
Please leave your message.
Oh, okay. I think he plays a really interesting role insofar as what he does for the White Cloaks that I would like to see happen. Also, I'm seeing stuff about Elaida. I still firmly don't think Elaida is cut. I know there's a lot of theories that she's combined with Liandrin, but I don't think Liandrin fulfills the same role that Elaida does. Liandrin is much more set on that red mission of gentling men and things like that than Elaida is. And so I don't think they necessarily make sense to combine. Also, if they're still making Liandrin a dark friend, which I think there is enough evidence for, I would really hate to see Elaida become a dark friend, because I think part of the beauty of the Wheel of Time is that there are so many villains that aren't evil, and it shows that people can be trying to do the right thing and end up messing things up worse. And so I really want Elaida to not be Black Aja. I really, really want her to be her. That said, they are setting up this conflict between Liandrin and Swan that could lead to her being deposed and Liandrin becoming the Emerald seat. So really could be either way. I'm kind of with C. Scully here that Liandrin becomes Galena. That would be my personal choice, because I don't think Liandrin, they have built up too much for her to become this character that's just kind of stepped on by Moghedien. I think there's going to be something more with her. My thought would be she gets combined with Galena, but who knows? At this point, we're at the point where there are a lot of things going on, and my Word document is freaking out on me, so I cannot get my things from that. So let me see if I can grab one of these questions. Sorry. All right. According to the White Tower, according to the short, the White Tower was was dedicated to what 3 ideals? According to the short, the White Tower was dedicated to what 3 ideals? Going ahead and start my 2-minute timer while I read through some of these things going on. There's a lot going on now. Yeah, I like her a lot. If they shift away the sexual harassment, that's how I feel about Berylane. I also have a very intense headcanon that she's ace anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Let's see. Actually, you think predatory Berylane actually fits the show for Wheel of Time more than the books, as gross as it is? Why do you think that, Kev? Is it just because the show has been more explicitly sexual? Is it because the show has been a little bit darker? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. A lot of arguing about what's going on with Elida. I do think we're going to get Tylan, but I do think it's going to be very explicit that the nature of that relationship is that it's abusive and, sexual assault. I think we're going to get that, but we're going to get it honestly. And I'm fine with that. I think the Wheel Takes, I love them. The Wheel Takes talked a little bit for their episode 5 breakdown about sexual assault portraying sexual assault, sexual harassment on the screen. And the fact is, unfortunately, it's a reality of our world. And so it is something I like seeing that sounds wrong. I think it's something that is good to have depicted, but not necessarily, it's got to be done the right way. And I think specifically men being assaulted is something that is not discussed nearly enough. So I actually am hopeful that they do Tylan and do it well. They keep protecting the world from the men is one. That's one of the specific ajas. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys another 2 minutes on this one because it's a harder one. It's 3 very specific ones. I might give you that as one of them if you guys can come up with the other 3. Although it's not other 2. All right. I think we need some characters. Berylane, I think we need some characters who make us slightly uncomfortable about a certain aspect of them. Can't have everyone be perfectly likable. Yes and no. I think what they need to do with her is portray why she is so insistent, because Berylane I have a lot of strong feelings about. I love her. I think she's fantastic. I think her thing with Perrin is that she doesn't actually believe that Perrin and Fael are actually together. Like, I think she thinks it's political. And she's grown up in a world where marriage and sex and relationships are just for political gain. So she's seeing their relationship and saying, this isn't real. This is just politics. And that's why she continues to pursue this thing with Perrin, because she thinks it's a game. And I really think if they make that clear and show it from her perspective, you can keep a lot of that in. I just think you need to make it clear what her perspective is instead of only seeing it from Perrin's perspective. All right. Nobody's coming up with our 3 ideals for the White Tower. You have about 30 seconds. I'll see if anybody comes up with them. So I do think you can leave Berylane as this force that is a conflict, a adversarial and antagonist of sorts, and still have her be good. I think that morally gray thing. So I guess the thing, I think that element is more, it's less have her be less predatory and more just make it clear why she is. And I think you can still make her an interesting, sympathetic Scooter. No. No, but I wish. Skeet said, no king shaming, wear your color. Asha color 95% of the time. Hallway dance off, highly encouraged. I asked Maureen already got her 5% wearing red in that scene after Swan. No, so according to the short, the 3 ideals that White Tower was founded on were progress, research, and training, which is so interesting to me. So fascinating to me because training obviously makes sense. They're a school for training other Aes Sedai, but progress and research is one. I guess research makes sense. That's the entire purpose of the Brown Aja, but progress specifically, especially as the White Tower is portrayed in the books, isn't accurate because they are very much grounded in the past. So I think that was one that stuck with me because it was so interesting. I think our interest in Perrin is pure political. Yeah, that's entirely what it is. Berylane is interested in Perrin just because he's a political chess piece to her. that's all it is. I do think there's that one line, and this is literally where my entire headcanon for barreling comes from, where she's like, I've been with only 3 men in my life, and you'll be the first one I'm with for pleasure. But even that, I think, is just part of her game. Like, I don't think she actually necessarily means it. Oh gosh, Josh, there's so much going on. I do want to, since I mentioned Maureen's little red number that she wears, I do think one of the things that was fascinating with me is how they have not sexualized the characters ever. I think the closest we get to a sexualized character is Lan getting in the bath with Moraine. That was definitely a lingering shot. But in episode 6, it really struck me because there's like 2 moments. There's the nightshirt that Moraine wears. And I remember looking at it and being like, yeah, that's a little bit of a low cut front, but like, it's not form fitting. It's not clinging to her. It's not showing anything off. And I thought that was so fascinating. And then even when she and Moraine and Swan are having an intimate moment, and afterwards, when they're, in that pillow talk afterwards moment, there's never anything overtly sexual or male gazy about that. And I just shout out to Rafe and the team for that. All right, next. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, the society's in decline in the books. Yes, that's true. The society has been in a decline for the last 3,000 years since the breaking. And I actually think in the books, there's a small curve where it's it's in decline since the breaking. They kind of come back up. And then at the start of the books, they're starting that downward swing again because of the influence of the Dark One and the Forsaken and things. But as far as the White Tower goes, though, I think it's so interesting to have them founded on an ideal of progress, and that they are starting to fail at that mission because they are so dead set on tradition and the way things have always been. And that's just really interesting to me personally. I think there's a lot of really interesting real world parallels to be made about certain nations and their founding ideals and how they aren't true to that anymore, but I'm going to stop there. So the White Tower. If somebody wants to do me a favor and just, Zach Yancey said the White Tower and Team Rocket agenda ain't the same. If anybody wants to do me a just huge favor and make a parody of Lan and Moraine doing the Team Rocket chant, I have nothing to give you, but if you would like to do that, I would be happy to see it. All right, let me drop another question in the chat for you guys. I'm picking it out because my thing. Wait a minute. How many separate stuntmen with individual Trolloc costumes were used in the Winter Night scene? 1,000 years ago, the White Tower. Oh, that's so great. It's someone Power Rangers montage with the kids. Lan, you would make me so happy. I'm really trying to figure out who would be Meowth in this situation. It's more than 8. I'm going to give you a hot cold. It's more than 8, Joel. I'm trying to think who would be Meowth in this situation, and I cannot for the life of me figure out who would be the funniest one to use. It's a lot more than 8, guys. Yeah, 1,000 years ago, the tower had 2 times. Yeah, so there's something to be said for the fact that, if you take in all the factors when we're talking about the White Tower, when you have, these are people that live a lot older, right? So it's not just tradition. It's more than 12. You're getting closer though. It's not just the tradition of, ooh, my ancestors did this, my grandparents, a little high. You guys are getting a little high now. It's the idea that I did this when I was a kid, when I was growing up. Yeah, Krissa finally got it. It was 20 stuntmen. They said in the Winter Night behind the scenes that 20 different stuntmen were used. So they had 20 different unique Trollocs. at least in that scene. All right, remind me after the stream. I will call you out on Twitter and make you do it, Leanne. But the White Tower, it's when you have women that are living, 200-300 years, she would be so mad. When you could do Swan as Giovanni, actually, if you're gonna do Leandrin as Meowth, you got to do it's Moraine and what is her name? Oh my gosh, the green sister, whose name is just completely escaping me. Alana. So Moraine and Alana as Jesse and James, and then Leandrin as Meowth. You could have Swan lurking in the background as Giovanni. This is Cyclops from Jason. My favorite, I loved the Trollocs. I actually think they were fantastic. I liked the diversity there. I loved that they incorporated things. They do get kind of a little bit like custom character creation-y, where it's like we have 4 different sets of horns you can have and 3 different mouth shapes you could have, but I think they looked great. Anyway, White Tower. So I do think it's this interesting thing where you have things that would seem like tradition to us, that like, oh yes, this is my great-great-grandmother's recipe, this is my recipe, with the White Tower, because they live so long. And because you have so few novices coming in, you're not getting fresh ideas. And again, I will refrain from getting into all of the analogies that could be made to real world stuff. Thank you, Dragon Reader, for the 10-pound donation. I will make sure to add that to my total that I would need to donate at the end of this. Hey, Dana, welcome. We're just kind of chatting freeform. It started talking about representation, and now we're kind of all over the place. Yeah, I think that's something to keep in mind that's really interesting, because if you think 3,000 years, that's really only like 10, 11, 12 generations of Aes Sedai, as opposed to if it was anybody else, that would be, 30 generation. Or wait, I'm doing my math wrong. Would be something like 60 generation. I'm doing math poorly today. I can't math. It's Sunday. But the difference in the number of generations definitely has something to play with that. But long story short, the idea that the White Tower was founded on the ideal of progress, and that being something that falls by the wayside, is fascinating to me, and specifically has some very interesting real world parallels, I think. Okay. Let me see. I think I have one more question I can give you guys if I can find it. Yeah, one more. So this will be about the costuming. Good morning to Grain. All right, last trivia question coming through here soon. What 2 real-world nations were cited as inspiration for the Kyrian costumes? So what were the 2 nations they specifically said they drew on for their costumes? Give you guys your 2 minutes while I think of something else to talk about. That isn't just me spouting off all my headcanons for the character. Representation. Ben Butler said Japan and France, not quite. Kev said Italy and China, that's not it either. Tigraine mentioned France. Ooh, Kev, yep. Kev and then Scully got it. It's France and China. So, yeah, so specifically the costume designer, whose name is escaping me at the moment, talked about having conversations with Sarah Nakamura, and the example she talked about was that the women in Kyrian dress like French upper class women, which is something that most people pick up on with the like elaborate hairdos and things, and that the men are almost more inspired by like a middle class Chinese fashion. So France and China there. So I think we're up to $25 based on the answers you guys have gotten correct. Ooh, very specific. Thank you, Buttons and Whiskey. There's some really interesting ones in there, and I would really love to like dive through what they have for that map. I want a copy of that map because that was fascinating. Tigraine, what a mashup. Yeah, that is, I mean, that's Wheel of Time in essence. I mean, you've got the South, it's just such a combination, and I'm not nearly worldly enough to pick up on all the hints that you have. Oh yeah, you guys are going to talk about costumes. I'm really excited for that one because that's super cool. They have put so much detail, and I will talk on it too much so I don't steal y'all's thunder. But yeah, it's there is so much they have put into this. It's absolutely amazing to me. The amount of thought and detail that goes into it, which definitely makes me feel better about the moments that I don't like in the show, because it definitely feels intentional. Kev, I don't know why you said Italy either, but it's okay. We got there. But everything feels so intentional. There is so much foreshadowing that they have packed into every moment. I mean, talk about the Weep for Nynaeve scene where you're getting like lingering shots on characters based on where their plot arcs are going to go. And so it makes me feel better about things that I don't necessarily like Moraine having to channel to open the Waygate, which is still making me uncomfortable, but I also trust them to have a good explanation for it. So we'll see how everything shakes out, but it is so obvious to me that everybody involved in the show cares about it so much, like from the showrunner, who is a longtime fan, down to the artisans help crafting Nynaeve's belt. Like it's amazing how much they do. Ooh, Leon over here dropping all of the info. Interesting. I see, like, I just don't know enough about like these things. I know like modern things, but like modern Italian fashion is very different than if you go back 20 years, even, let alone 200 years. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, I thought that was like I said, I don't want to get too much into the costuming because I know there's going to be a whole hour about it later, but Moraine's leather shoulder pads, I thought that was such an interesting thing, and I love that they said that it was like hinting at armor because she is a warrior of sorts. I think that was really fantastic. But yeah, let's see, what else can I talk about? I'm running out of steam here. Last 10 minutes though. Let's call my brother again. See if I can annoy him. Wake him up. But any other thoughts? Circling back around to where this show started on like representation, Moraine and Swan's relationship. That's where this all started, was talking Moraine and Swan's relationship. She I like I said, I like that it was not played for the male gaze by any means. I think it was very your donations wake him up. Good thing. Thank you, Skeeter. Yeah, if you haven't donated, it's not Ben, actually, it's my little brother. Ben's not going to make it. He's working today.
Please leave your message.
Nope. Okay. Yeah, but if you've haven't donated, please just donate a little more. I am matching donations up to $250. I got to go ahead and convert pounds to USD here so I can figure out how much I own for that. Waygate are probably going to have multiple ways to open. I have theories on this. I think personally, I am leaning towards that there is something different about this Waygate because it's outside of Tar-Valon. I've seen theories that maybe it's broken, so she had to force it open in an unnatural way. And I think the other possibility is that there's some sort of ward that was put on it because it's outside of Tar-Valon, and the Aes Sedai wanted to keep it safe. But I don't know. Leon, we'll see an equivalent in the Black Tower. I think the Black Tower isn't established long enough, plus they're allowed to have families. So if we're talking specifically as something that is situational homosexuality, you wouldn't have the equivalent. I think your better example is the White Cloaks. I 100,000% think that the White Cloaks are probably pretty gay. if I'm being honest. Not that that's necessarily the best gay rep we could ever have, but talking about the show, have you seen their haircuts? I think book 5, right before Rand goes to Camelin, that Lan says to Rand about Moiraine, she was a soldier as much as any of us, or something like that. Maybe, I don't remember that line specifically, but like there's definitely allusions to like Moiraine is a fighter. She's not really meant to be anything. Good morning, Grey Aja. Yeah, but no, I definitely think if you're going with the form of queerness that Robert Jordan included, which was a situational homosexuality for the most part, we do get some lesbians that are very stereotypical and not very positive representation. I do think there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the White Cloaks are very gay. I know we get hints that they have families, but like if you even think about like actual real world militaries, like men on long campaigns alone, just no wives are left at home. It's a thing that happens. I mean, yeah, Zach, I'm kind of with you on that. I think maybe like the leaf was misplaced at the White Tower. It was intentionally closed, something like that, because I think it's got to be something specific about that Waygate that was different. At least that's my hope. We'll see. How to walk the fine line between not overtly male gaze, but also allowing a degree of spice for lesbian bi other folks. I mean, I think that scene did it. Like, Moiraine, do not get me wrong, Moiraine was very sexy. So was Swan. But they weren't like, their boobs weren't out. It wasn't, you could see, you know, it was a lot left up to the imagination. And then, I mean, if there wasn't anybody that listened to the on your knees line and didn't get a little hot, I don't know who you are. Because like, so I think there's ways it can be sexy without being male gazy. And I think they're really hitting that line with that scene there. Ooh, it looks like some people coming in for the next hour. Oh no. Oh, Kev, I'm sorry to hear that. I have book 5 on audiobook there. And the physical one's over in the bedroom where I'd go get it. But yeah, that's rough. That's rough. But I hope somebody found it and it really inspired them to read The Wheel of Time. And now they're super into it. And like a year from now, we'll get a content creator giving their how I started Wheel of Time episode. And it'll be, I found book 5 on an airplane. Also, I saw it pop up a second ago, but thank you, Dana, for the $50 donation. Oh, no, not Dana. Sorry, Grey Aja Sitter for the $50 donation. I saw the wrong name. So thank you for that. So that brings my total up to $75 plus $10. 10 pounds would be $13.27. So I owe y'all that I'll wait a couple more minutes. We still have a couple minutes before the transition here, but looks like I'll just round it up, $100 that I will donate at the end of my stream here.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Look like you had a fun stream. I loved all the quiz questions. That was a good touch.
Yeah. I had a whole list. I was going to do a whole trivia thing. And then Ben was like, I'm working. And then Nate was like, I'm sleeping. So this is what it is.
Why are they sleeping? This is, why are they not here? This is terrible. Like,
I know, right?
Tut. So terrible of them, but never mind. You had fun and we raised some money. This is great. Great donation. Yep. Thank you so much.
We're at the halfway point now, right? For time.
Yes, this is the halfway point basically. So
I'm well over halfway on donations.
Yeah, we're smashing it. I need you to pick someone from chat to go into the draw for the mugs.
Oh, okay. Somebody ran. Let's see. What do we got?
Someone you think has participated the most or is worthy of an entry for something they've said.
This is a lot of pressure. Okay. Let me just scroll through quickly, see what I see. All right, I'm just going to do this randomly. There's too many. I can't take this pressure.
There was a lot of good comments on the go. A lot of people getting engaged. So.
And I was not ready for this. Let's go with Buttons of Whiskey. I just randomly got the comment. I love that. Moiraine and Swan can ride off into the sunset together and the lads can fall in love. So Buttons of Whiskey.
Nice buttons and whiskey. I will remember that. Let me get the file going. And yeah, awesome. Okay. Well, Jesse, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for helping out here at WoTaHoliday. Appreciate that. And we're going to transition now, folks, because it is time for a touch of threefold talk. Oh, wait, it's right. I've even done that wrong. Threefold talk brunch. Whatever. It's close enough. So, but yeah, let me bring in the party animals. Look at all these wonderful faces.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good
Hello.
morning.
How is everybody?
Weirdly awake.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Weirdly ready for the brunching.
Ready.
We're so
ready to raise
So ready.
some money.
Nice.
Take
Okay.
the fifth out of each and every one of you in this chat.
Yes. Okay. Melindra has been on the Usquai.
Let's go.
What else is new?
Squat. Squat. Such a Shido thing to do.
Yes, indeed. All right.
Just came off a raid. I am revving up.
I was gonna say awake, like this is Aiel brunch time. Wetlander brunch time. We've already been on 2 raids. Probably ran around the camp just to kill some time.
Yeah. Lazy.
This is
I
true.
have a raid right after this.
Okay. Leia, you're going to take us through what we're here for today, I assume.
Yeah, we're here for a great charity. So please go ahead and throughout this whole little segment as we're drinking, if you want us to drink a little bit more, feel free to donate. We'll be keeping an eye on the chat and we'll happily drink for donations. It's a great charity. And yeah, so just,
I have some mulled Usquai ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're in the chat, look at the top and the link is right there. And, again, cheers. So we're trying to get through this Wetlander holiday. We tried to do our festivity.
I talked him into it. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
if no one saw, Rob read us this really ridiculous poem. There was a
makes
lot of
no
rhyming.
sense.
And there was this man who had a big belly who I'm pretty sure one of us thought he was a golem because he could squeeze down a chimney or something.
Up and down.
Up and down. What even is that? And then he put his finger up his nose, and then he had a bunch of deer that are made of rain, I guess, and then they frolicked in frozen rain, and it was just a completely ridiculous story. And we understand why some of the Wetlander children stopped believing in all of this later in life, because you guys are crazy.
It's true.
So do we want to talk about some of our Aiel brunch customs? I think that was today's plan. We've all come up with brunch drinks just for you guys all to be able to replicate. And I think our goal today, we're going to go through them. And then we also read up on Wetlander brunches. And apparently gossip is something that's really common at a Wetlander brunch. So we're going to do some fashion gossip.
Are we going to earn some toe by gossiping, or are we just going to assume Wetlander rules today?
I think we're actually going to earn G by helping people with their, how they should dress.
Okay. Thank you, Wise One.
Yeah. So let's go around the circle and talk about our drinks. Tigraine, do you want to start?
Sure. I am drinking a lovely Memusque. It is made with a lovely wetland citrus juice. It's something called an orange, and it kind of looks like the sun, but it's a fruit. And then it also has Kyrianin alcohol that is bubbly in it that you get specially made only from the south of Kyrian. So it's pretty interesting for the waste.
So does that sun fruit burn you? when you drink it?
No, it's actually sweet.
Interesting. I wonder how they get the bubbles in the usquai.
No one knows.
Yeah.
Very strange.
This is a mystery.
It's wetlander magic. Mm-hmm. Potentially Aes Sedai, channeled.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Very much makes sense.
Yeah.
Bane
and Shiad, what are you drinking this morning?
So I have what's called the Hair of the Stone Dog. And this has 2 ounces of Wetlander gin. I don't know exactly why they don't just use usquai, but it's kind of pleasant tasting. I also don't really know what an ounce is. I just dumped like half this bottle in here, so I think that's probably the right amount. And then it also uses juice from a strange fruit, Tigraine. It wasn't orange though; it was pink, and it's called a grapefruit, which I don't understand because I thought a grape was like a small thing that's like purple or green, but then we have this huge thing that's pink. It makes no sense at all. But it tastes pretty good. It's not too sweet, which I like because I think most Wetlander drinks are pretty sweet. And then simple syrup was suggested, but I didn't use it because, again, too sweet. And then a sprig of rosemary. I didn't have any rosemary. I don't know what rosemary is. So I just took a branch from a Wetlander's Christmas tree and put it in mine. So pretty tasty, kind of floral and herbal and tart. I highly recommend it. Hair of the Stone Dog. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
And this is for the wise ones, if you take a branch from a Wetlander's Christmas tree that has already been cut, do you incur tow for taking a piece of that cut tree, or since it's already cut, it kind of doesn't matter?
Well, I think that everything we're doing today is in the name of charity for the Lightweaver Foundation. So I've decided that anything we do today earns us much G.
Ooh, I like that. I could do all sorts of things today.
That's right. It's like a free
no
pass.
window in the way. Come on.
Yay!
I think Bane and Chia just got a lot of G for that very wise answer.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Well, I believe there was talk the other week of trying to get her into Wise One training. So.
Oh no, I'm not going to do that. I want to be wise. I don't want to be a wise one.
Ooh.
You want to be one who is wise, but not a wise one.
We'll talk.
Oh no.
Melindra, what are you drinking this morning?
Oh, yes, I actually am going to create my drink in front of you because I had to make a bunch of really tiny spears, like really small ones, in order to make this drink possible. So the first thing you do is you take some tomat and then you smash it up and mix it with the blood of your enemies and some pepper. And also I went to a place really close to where the token Wetlander lives on my raid last night. And it was a place, and forgive me if I say the name wrong, but it's not Manchester, it's Worcestershire. I assume that's like the next town over from Manchester, but I don't know. Anyway, I put they make some sort of black juice, which was like leaking from the buildings, and I put some of that in there too and mixed it all up. And so that's just tomato. And then on my way back, I hit the top of a mountain and put some icicles in there too. But then the other thing you have to do with this drink is you have to take a tiny ground tree, and this one's actually a floppy water tree. So it's mostly made of water. And then you like stick this tree. I mean, this is super weird, but it's, you stick this tree in your smashed up tomato and blood of your enemies. That's what you do. See that? It's beautiful. And then you take some of your really tiny spears, and then you add some things to your tree. You add an ice pepper, and you like stick it into the top. Like that. Sure. and then you take some chopped off Couladin heads, these things right here, and you stick those on the other side of your tree. So this is, Rob was telling us that like that tree behind him, you decorate it for this holiday. And so I was like, what if we decorate this little water ground tree? And then you take some sagade plants, and you spear it up, and then you put that in the very top of your tree, like so, to make a star. See? Look, it's festive. And then you need to like mix it all up. So you take your knife and you mix your drink like this, and then you have what we have fashioned the Bloody Speary.
So is it a salad? It looks like a salad.
Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to add extra usquai. I already put some in, but you need more. So more. And this one is a clear vodka usquai that you add in. I gotta mix that again. Sorry, my bad. I was so excited to drink it, I forgot about the usquai. Like, what is wrong with me? Ha ha ha! More stirring, more stirring. Okay. It's really good, and it's great after a raid because it gives you a nice boost of energy, and you have somewhere to put all that extra blood, so that if you don't pour it on the ground, because that's almost like water, and you wouldn't.
It's a bit of a waste.
It's a bit of a waste.
It looks healthy.
Yeah. So if you also would like this recipe, donate to the Lightweaver Foundation. Hey, nice one, Shelly. I think we forgot to tell people what we were doing for people who donated during this hour.
Oh, yeah. Bane and Chia, do you want to tell people what our kind of prize for donating during this day is?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that too.
It's so funny. People keep asking me this because I totally missed that in our group
This
discussion.
is why we're asking you.
I have
always take notes.
Didn't know there would be a second test. I think we are giving someone the opportunity to join us on one of our live talk shows. I don't know what they have to do to win that, but I know that if you donate, you will have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. So I think we're going to put the names of people who donate into a draw, and we'll bring you on the show, and you get your very own round of Fear the Spear, which for the new foldies is where we just ask you some really nice, easy questions. We did it to Rob. He was fine.
Oh, yeah.
Very easy.
And wetlanders will survive this, we promise.
Yeah. No one's died yet.
Maybe.
Yet. Just don't be a squishy wetlander.
Yeah. And everyone wakes from the dream sometime. So it's worth it. You should donate. And then you could come talk to us.
Yeah. They are a lot of fun. I guarantee, as the token wetlander, these ladies are a lot of fun to hang out with and talk to. So,
Consideration is not terrifying, we promise.
Much. Leia, what are you drinking this morning?
I am drinking a wetlander beverage that I have renamed, that we have renamed Lemon Bane. So it is honey with these little berries called cranberries that apparently grow in a bog, which is lots of water, so it's very confusing, but it is apparently a winterish berry that wetlanders consume. And Bane and Chiad, I must say, your recipe called for rosemary, and one of my wetlander friends was able to get me some rosemary. So, and then you just pour some wine over it, and you get a nice bloody looking drink.
That looks very lovely. Much prettier than my fluffy water tree.
These wetlander drinks have a lot of water-based things in them.
They do.
It is.
Well, they need to water down their usquai. They can't handle it.
Well, they're from the wetlands, so of course there's lots of water there.
Yeah. This is you got to use what's around you. So,
That is
I guess you would earn some G for making use of what's in your environment, as opposed to just staring at it, running away, and being like, "Why is all of that there? That's terrifying."
Or fighting.
That's pretty good.
or fighting over it. That's true.
Ladies, we've had a question from Dana. Is it as fun? It's basically, is the game Fear the Spear as fun as Maiden Kiss sounds?
More
fun.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Well, there's more spears, so it's more fun.
That's what you ask.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just the maidens who are participating in this. The wise ones are participating as well.
Mm-hmm. Silvertooth has just donated $50. Thank you, Silvertooth.
Oh.
Drink.
Cheers,
Cheers,
Silvertooth.
Cheers.
He wants to come back.
I know. See, Fear the Spear wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Silvertooth is our head foldy.
Head foldy.
Head foldy in chat. And he was on last week, earlier this week. I can't remember.
Foldy in chief.
Foldy in chief, yes.
And
Foldy
Hype
and
Wolf.
foldies.
Foldy and foldies. I'm super hype wolf.
Yeah.
And in honor of Silvertooth's donation, Wise One Shelley, what are you drinking?
I'm also, like Mel, making mine live on screen. So I've been cheering with an empty cup. I'm so sorry. I'm going to make an Aielish coffee. So I have a liqueur from the part of the Threefold Land that I live in, the Canadian part of the Threefold Land. It's quite good, but I find it a little weak. So I like to water it down with a little more usquai. So I was just going to do that on screen because I figured that was probably, I don't want to poo on wetlanders too much, but sometimes their usquai can be a little weak and a little sweet. So I think I did about 4 of these. So that should be like, what, about an ounce too? I don't know.
Sure.
And then I got some calf. So I just do some calf and I add that to the usquai.
Calf. Wow.
Yeah. You can trade for it. It's quite impressive stuff. And then, I'll add a little bit of this just to balance it out.
Does it give you energy?
Oh my God. Okay. So I don't know if you can see on my screen. So it pops up. Usually my screen is black, but it pops up in the center. We just had a donation from Maverick the Furry Piglets for $150.
Oh,
wow.
Thank you, Maverick the Furry Piglets.
I don't know if we're going to be chugging drinks, but we will definitely take a heavy swig for that one.
Yeah.
So thank you for donating.
You have very, very, very much G.
Yes.
Yeah.
Much
very
G.
impressive.
I'm going to need to refill. So
This tiny water tree keeps stabbing me in the eyeball.
Can you eat the water tree?
Is it a good drink if it's not a little dangerous?
It's true. That's true.
This is true.
It is kind of my kink.
So I would also like to now point out that, and I think, let me just double check this. I think Mel Uendo will enjoy this, if I'm correct.
Always.
Oh, no, we have surpassed. Okay, I thought we were still at 69% of target, but we have surpassed it. We're at 71, so. Missed the opportunity, Mel Uendo there.
Your
Sorry.
money back, guys. No more donations.
But, Mel Uendo, it happened during our podcast. So
nice.
Yes, exactly. So, Wise One Shelley, how is it? Have you finished? Or sorry, I feel like I interrupted you there with the donation.
That's all right. The donations are the important part of this. It's good. I feel like it could use a little more usquai, but nice. It is brunch. So I think maybe I'll do 6 of these next time just to balance it out.
Well,
good thinking.
Somebody correct me, but the point of brunch is to continue drinking all day, so you don't go heavy to start off with. Correct? It's not like we just finished a raid.
Yeah.
Well, some of the maidens did.
Yeah, we did.
So
celebrating maidens.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, Mel, you're muted.
Sorry, my bad. I was eating an ice pepper and I didn't want to bother your ears. I was curious in the wetlander culture, Rob. Have you ever cooked for a brunch? And is there something special about it in wetlander culture?
So I have cooked many breakfasts in my time. but not specifically a brunch. I usually go to brunch as opposed to cook brunch. Because I want to do something different than just have breakfast. Yeah, it's a fun way to start the day. That people love to get together for a brunch. There's usually an unlimited amount of usquai involved. It's usually part of the deal when people go for a brunch. They can have unlimited usquai of certain types. It's fairly watered down, obviously. It's usually carbonated in some way, comes in a bottle, and people love it. So. But I did go to one in preparation for this stream last week, and it was a cocktail themed one. So I could go have 3 cocktails and a brunch, or a very reasonable bargain of trading goods. And it was delicious. But yeah, it's
cocktail. So do you cut a tail off a rooster as part of your brunch?
Yeah. So instead of garnishing with trees, we garnish with the tail of a rooster.
Oh.
Yeah. See, this is why I went there, because I know you enjoy the rooster jokes and the rooster talk. So I was like, this is going to get me in the Aiel brunch mood.
So why did they tell us to use little trees instead of tails of cocks for our?
Maybe they wanted to ease you. Maybe this is I don't know. Maybe you just got bad information. Maybe you went to the white. Did you get like brunch instructions in the White Cloaks or something, perhaps?
I did find some. On one of my raids, I captured a few White Cloak outfits, and there was some brunch instructions in the pocket. And that maybe I'm sorry, Rufus.
You see, White Cloaks like to do brunch by a bonfire, and they just do everything wrong about it. So, if you're following White,
Melander, you have no toe because just White Cloaks.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're tricky.
But,
there's shade being thrown in chat about my pancake skills, and they're not wrong, sadly.
What?
I can't. Pancakes are the one thing I
actually remember. Shade is good, everyone.
That's right.
All right, I like shade.
Shade is very good. So shade can be thrown.
All right. I do really like that fabric, though. From the uniform. It's just my guy shine. They look so good all the time when I use White Cloak uniforms for them.
That's going to be a good segue, but I guess first we have to hear what the Wetlander is drinking, since this is his custom. So
I went for I tried to find an Aiel drink, so I'm doing mulled usquine. So I've taken a couple bottles of dark grape juice, not the grapefruit that was mentioned earlier, but the actual grape juice, and I've put that in the pot over some fire, and then I've thrown in some extra usquai, and I thought I'd make it slightly to Aiel standards, so I threw in the whole bottle, as you do, and then I threw in some spices and some pepper and cinnamon bark and things like that. It was a whole selection of things here, and just let it sort of ferment for a few hours, and it's nice and warm and cozy, and I'm enjoying it. And it's I have a couple of mugs here to keep me going, so I don't have to get up. So 2 mugs on the go, and it's delicious. I highly recommend it. I all know how to drink.
I would like to try some of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe we should share these recipes after this, so that everyone can enjoy them.
Yeah. Should we convert them to Wetlander measurements?
Should we set a donation goal for us to share them?
Mm-hmm.
We've already got 250.
Well, we currently sit at 5,386. We've had, I think, $200 in donations so far.
So if we reach maybe 6,000 total, we'll share our recipes.
Oh, that's a big goal.
I don't know. Donation button.
Match it.
Wetlanders.
Yeah, and also if we get to 6,000, we get to play the Andrew face video again.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for.
Double reasons. We need the Andrew, and you guys want our recipes. So
maybe we should share our recipes as like a halfway encouragement mark.
Oh, maybe we only share half the recipe. You don't get the rest.
Oh, yes. Okay. So half the recipe at what we're basically at 5.4, so half the recipe at 5.7?
Yes.
Because that's now halfway to 6.
Perfect. Wetlander Rob, could you poll our chat and ask them which recipe they'd like to have first?
Yes. 1 second. Let me go to the appropriate screen for that.
While he does that,
What options am I giving them?
Wolf Brother 7 said his 4-year-old son is watching. His name is Baron. Hi, Baron.
Hi, Baron.
Hi, Baron.
Hey.
What society do you want to join? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Leah.
Oh, I was just thanking Baron for being up this early. Please, Melinda, continue.
I was going to say, Baron, what society do you want to join when you're a fully trained Aiel?
And do you prefer the spear or the bow or the belt knife?
Yeah. And if you say Stone Dog, we won't judge you because we're having brunch. And apparently at brunch, you never earn toe.
Yes, it's true.
But don't join the Stone Dogs.
No,
don't.
Or the Fido.
Hey!
Okay, because there's 6 of us and I can only do 4 at once, I'm going to poll 3 each and then take the top one from each and re-poll those 2.
Oh, so many polls.
This is going to go great. Wow.
So first up, we've got Meluendo, Shayol. Yeah, putting in the playoff. So we've got Shayol, Bainichiad, and Melindra going first. So that should be appearing in chat shortly, folks.
Okay.
Well, and then while that poll's going, we can explain. Usually we don't dress like this, but we all changed our outfits just a little bit to try and match your Wetlander customs. So I am hoping I can hide in a holly bush. Because I got the red lips. I don't usually wear these because they show up, but I'm hoping that I've, camouflaged appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would blend in very well at a Wetlander festivity day. Something.
I think so. And you still can't see the other 2 Aiel in this room, so.
Ooh,
that's true.
Exactly. I could definitely go to Camelin for sure. I mean,
why would you know that?
Oh, I just heard about it from a Glee man who was traveling through.
That makes sense.
He had a colorful clothes on, so it seemed pretty festive,
Bane and Chiad, where are you trying to hide?
So my tent is right down the street from a Wetlander pub, and I've seen a large quantity of them running around dressed like the Saint of Nicholas that Rob told us about.
The Stone Dog.
What? Oh, yes. Well, he makes such a clatter. I thought that he must be a Stone Dog, but they're all dressed in red and green and wearing hats like Rob is wearing. And I thought I should probably try to blend in with them. And they call it a pub crawl. And I thought that would mean that they crawl on the ground so that no one sees them as they go between the different pubs, but they're actually quite visible. So I figured if I'm more bright and visible, I will, be able to hide a little bit better. That's my plan. And I also have a creature on my Cadence sword today that I really love. It's from a Wetlander show called Baby Yoda, who I think is a wise one, and he has much G.
Is he a Gara lizard?
I think he might be related to them, but I think he's from another planet, actually. So I don't know if they have Gara on other planets. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Like
that is
weird.
It is very weird. Wetlanders are weird.
So strange.
So before we segue off, because we were just talking about Bane and Chiad, I want to say out of the first poll, congratulations to Bane and Chiad. You got 50% of the votes.
Cheers.
So you have made it to the final.
All right.
We'll now start the next poll for the other 3 of us.
The next poll. Okay.
The next poll. And Mel, Shayol, and Leia, you guys look a little more like our usual outfits. But any changes you want to talk about?
I got too nervous to add to my outfit because I'm going on a raid later and I didn't want to be too colorful. Someone stole some goats from the Tardad this morning, so we are going to go and get them back. Yeah, that happened.
unacceptable.
That will be fun with all the usquai you're drinking.
It's brunch. You earn no toe.
I didn't say you had toe. I'm just saying we will get those goats back.
Goats. Hey,
Go.
Baron says that he has high aspirations to be a clan chief.
Oh.
Ooh.
Much G.
Much G,
Excellent.
Baron. Aim high.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right,
That's amazing.
Baron, you just need to make sure you study all those books that come into the waste with the Tinkers and the Gleemen. And we actually have very much confidence in you that you will be able to become a clan chief one day. Especially like you're already starting out really well by listening to all of these wise maidens and the wise one.
I never said I was wise.
Melon, we're giving you credit right now, so take the G that you are now earning.
Yay, free G!
Don't earn toe by trying to be modest.
Oh, but you told me I didn't earn any toe today, so I can do what I want. Honey, back to So I am also wearing a festive attire. I know you can see my shufa and it's kind of masking it, but I have a fa la 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 la. The wetlanders that I raided before I raided the Tardad, because I double raided last night. Yeah, that's how I roll. They had I have so many goats, but they also had this really interesting mountain creature who had very fluffy fur, kind of like Algode, but not quite the same, but very similar. And so I took a picture of it, and I needed a sweater.
Oh wow!
Wow!
And I believe it has something to do with the Lost Ones, but we won't get into that because toe free brunch. But it's a wetlander accustomed to have really obnoxious sweaters, I guess, at this time of year. So that's what I'm wearing.
Nice.
It is a
I tried to mix it up and do something a little Aiel-ish. And so I'm in like just a one item of clothing type situation. But, along with the hat, I'm trying to keep it a little wetlander-ish holiday style. So we have that. And then I'm also, it's festive. And then it's just like, just one outfit.
Like a onesie?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you would call it. I know the wetlanders call it that, but yeah.
That is a cozy looking Cadensor.
It's also very efficient. Just one piece of clothing.
I approve.
Okay. So it's they're loving the sweater. Mel has a fluffy center. They're saying in chat. Mel Uendo has struck chat again. Is this after the Matt Colfon having very merry dimples? All right, let me close the next poll and see who else has made it to the final. It has been a storming effort. Congratulations, wise one, Shelley. You have made the final.
Oops.
Of course she has. She's the wise one.
Just accidentally almost blocked her.
Nobody wants to gain her wrath. So, of course, they all voted for her, which is very wise.
Very smart of them.
Very wise.
Very, very
much G, Foldies.
Much G.
Yeah.
Right. The final is in, folks. Get voting.
So should we switch to the gossip section of our show?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we created a little game today called Fab or Stab, where we rank outfits, and we would love to hear from the chat what you like about the different outfits. We picked a few that we liked on the show or didn't like, or maybe we just have strong opinions on. And we're going to put up the photos, talk about them a little, and you guys get to vote, and we all take a vote.
Right.
Do you guys see
Where
the
should we start?
question in the chat about spoiler rating?
This is full spoilers.
Yep. I said, but we won't like actively go and hunt down the spoilers, but we'll just be talking about something and then say something that is a spoiler. So we also had an anonymous donation come in of $25. So
thank you, Anonymous.
Much more G to Anonymous.
Thank you.
Thank
It'll
you.
be really easy to interview.
Okay.
That was
Which
my
outfit would you
I
like
was
to start on?
thirsty.
Which outfit do we start on?
I mean, no one asked me because we all know what I'm going to pick. So someone else go.
Oh wait, no.
Pull up whatever's easiest for you.
Well, you can't because I don't have that other picture that we were just talking about. So I need to. I didn't load that one in.
Get that one ready.
Always.
Always.
Well, this isn't my StreamYard account, so I don't have it here automatically. I was like, wait, why don't I have it?
You should be at work and have that picture ready.
You know what?
It's just at work.
Should be your desktop.
We said there was no toe brunch, but I think that you just earned toe, Rob.
I've just earned toe.
Just earned toe.
Such
You
a
have to
random
show
thing
us.
to do.
You have to show us the bottom of your one-piece suit.
No. No,
But we need
that's a
substitute
donation
for,
thing.
Wise
Where is it
and
gone?
Kelly's
Why can't
favorite
I find it?
picture.
Oh, that's all right.
While you're searching for it, how about you pull up another picture?
Yes. Okay.
We'll give you a minute to.
All right. Well, why don't we start with a bit of Valda?
I think this is a very good substitute for. Not a very good, an acceptable substitute for Wise One Shelley's favorite.
So tell us, Roof Mistress, what are your favorite things about that outfit?
Well, he obviously works out, so he is not very shy, and he's pouring a cough, which Wise One Shelley, I think you'd appreciate that based off of your beverage choice for today. But it's a very lean, structured, very useful for combat that won't get in the way. And also there might be buttons that might be easily ripped apart.
I feel like he looks like a guy shine with too many belts. That can't be efficient for when you have to go to the bathroom on a raid, you know?
Well, Guy Shine aren't going on raids though.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not technically a Guy Shine. He just dresses like one for some reason. But we all know white cloaks don't have any G to become Guy Shine, so.
True.
I feel like
I'd still touch those buttons.
Well,
I feel like he'd only really camouflage in the snow, though.
yeah.
True. Yeah. And I don't see a lot of places to hide weapons there. It doesn't seem like, could probably only fit maybe one or two rather than.
He does have some weapons.
We've had a couple more donations in that we've missed. So please raise your glasses, ladies, to SM Poetic and to Wolf Brother 7.
Wolf Brother!
Oh, thank you, Wolf Brother. Thank you, SM Poetic.
So much. You have earned much tea.
Indeed. And there's an anonymous one in there as well, I think, for I don't know, actually. I need to refresh. I keep getting these pings.
Oh, I appreciate the anonymous. Anonymous.
Anonymous.
Yay, anonymous.
Woohoo!
I enjoy all the comments. He's already armed with guns. Very.
Yeah. He does have some pretty good arms.
He obviously trains frequently.
He's obviously showing off his best assets, so I can appreciate that.
So do we think is it fab or stab then?
I vote stab because I like stabbing.
Yeah, stabbing is a little more fun. So
we have 2 stab.
And it would show up really nicely on that color outfit. If we
Yeah.
Oh, you did see the one where he ate the spiked
bird?
Yeah, that and so he's very into the stabbing.
He might like it.
He might like it.
He does like pain. Okay, definitely stab. I vote stab.
We have 3 stabs.
4 stabs.
It's just a whole range of Stabby stab.
Stabby stab.
See, I had the important one loaded up. Wait,
right,
I need to upload the penetration one. Where's that?
No, we don't. No, we don't. But chat, fab or stab, Eamon Velda, let us know.
Yeah. Thumbs up for a fab. Thumbs down
for a stab.
Yeah. We'll do that. That's easy enough.
And then, shall we move on? Who do we?
Yeah, why not? Okay, we'll do an easy one now for you folks.
Okay. Yes.
Butt rock. So, wise one, Shelley, would you like to take this first?
Well, unfortunately, there's a fingerprint on my computer screen that's like really inconveniently blocking the view right now.
Oh, that's terrible.
I gotta.
Your computer has toe at the moment.
It does.
Yeah.
My computer has a lot of toe.
Chat is saying stabby stab, by the way.
Okay.
That was on the previous one, I assume.
Yeah.
Silver Tube says
Better be.
there's a fab. Zach, Hybrid, Dana, Skeeter, Lucky, Never Turning. They're all saying stab. And then also we got a hashtag yay butt rock.
Yeah,
yay hashtag butt rock, sorry. And then Kev points out also, didn't he get stabbed?
He did.
That's
He did. Egwene did stabby stab him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Egwene stabby stab Valda.
Before we dive into the butt rock discussion, we have another toast. $50 came from Mini, no, I don't know, MINI, Mini GNO2. There we go, Mini GNO2.
Cheers.
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 Much
I'm almost
to
out of
you.
caffeine.
Much to you.
So, Lan's outfit is perfect, and we will never stab him. So, next question.
I think it looks great because when you're in the sweat tent and you are trying to view someone for your near sister, I mean, that is exactly what you want to see, you know?
This is true.
And then you can go describe it to her. So it was really good knowledge to have, I think.
Well, and he's there with his companion and just earning much G for platonic companionship and still showing off his assets.
Yeah.
Did you just smell your window? Way to go!
Yay!
I am learning from you. I appreciate that. I do.
Ladies.
Everybody, and this gets back to our young listener. You can learn something from everyone every day. I learn something from Mel every day.
I love this comment in chat from Joel. Is anyone else just enjoying Melindra with her celery? It's floppy water tree.
Floppy water tree.
Floppy water tree.
Floppy water tree.
Now, also, okay, so we've just got another donation. We've had a couple actually. So $25 from Beth Weston. Thank you.
Beth. Woohoo!
And then Ben and she had put down your glass so the rest of us can cheers you because you just threw in $100 for Andro and the bottom of my onesie.
Woo!
Yeah! My cough is empty.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, can you make more?
You need more cough.
I know. I don't have time to make more, but that's okay. You know what? I'll just do this Aiel style and just go.
Oh, yes.
You know what? That's why you're a wise one.
Yeah.
Getting serious this morning.
Silvertooth might have a new nickname for you, Leia. Ruth Mistress Uendo.
Nice. Very nice.
I like it, but I think Meluendo flows a little bit better. And I'm not as creative as she is, honestly. So I
Hey,
just
let's keep going though. We have more.
We have more
things to
outfits.
view.
Yeah,
Yes, more outfits.
Stab. There's no need to vote.
Lan and stab. Lan and
Exactly.
stab.
Okay, let's move on to
Well,
do
we
one of the
haven't
ladies
voted.
now.
We haven't voted on the butt rock.
Shelley has dictated there is no voting.
Yeah, she's dictated it's fab.
The
Okay,
rule
let
is
me
stab, and we never stab Lan.
Never.
let me end the poll about
Wait,
whose
I
cocktail we'll be
might
releasing.
want to stab him in a non-stabby stab way.
No. Oh yes. Meluendo again. Cheers.
All right, I've just pulled up the draw for the cocktail that the chat would like to see first. And the winner of that is Bane and Shiads. It was close though. It was
Right.
52 to 48. So yeah, very close, very close.
So she's the
Nice.
free one, and we have to get over the limit for the rest of them.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And we're doing incredibly well. I mean, we're at 5,006. Is that 5,681? No, 5,706.
That's the limit.
Wow.
Couldn't we
That's
say
it. Yeah. So that's
Woo!
you get half a cocktail there, folks.
Nice.
But yeah,
Nice.
$294 to go. Whoa, and we've got 14 minutes. We've got 14 minutes.
Oh,
You know what
Oh my
we should do
God.
next? Then? We should
need
do the
Andrew.
picture. We should do the picture of the Aes Sedai because
Okay, yes.
there's 3 in 1 in that one.
I like this. Okay. So let's who's going to go first on this? Shayol.
I really love the belt on Leandrin. The belt kind of corset. I don't even know what that is, but it is absolutely fabulous in my mind. I'm loving that. I like
Very,
the
very cool.
shoulder things too on everybody else.
There's a lot of
I voted
amazing
for it.
details in there.
Yeah.
If you watch some of the X-ray behind the scenes, there is one of the primary costumer who's actually talked about how easy it is to go into just medieval or Renaissance type things, and the fact that she's trying to pull in a lot of contemporary fashion, and the fact that every single Aes Sedai has her own independent fashion statement. And this even gets back to where we were talking about Valda. It's amazing. The details that go into it, and also the fact that it's not just a medieval or Renaissance world. It's you can look at all of these outfits and see amazing little details that that harken to Art Deco or avant-garde, or all of these other types of fashion-y things. I'm gonna leave it at there. Fashion-y things.
Kev, I am also a big fan of Alana's outfit. I am not gonna lie. The heart-shaped cutout. I mean, none of these are really practical, and the silk is for kind of soft wetlanders. But I mean, I could see how there could be an appeal to that particular cut of dress.
I'm really partial to her epaulettes or epaulettes or however those French people call them. The gold
Epaulettes,
shoulder thingies on her.
It's a very militaristic style. Yes.
Yeah. I love how they've taken that and then Alanified it. And it looks like you could probably store like a whole hoard of persimmons underneath those shoulder pads.
Can we make this
Just
a
in case you need to
hashtag
snack.
Alanified?
Alanified.
Alanified.
Yep, I like it. So, folks, the cocktail from Benny Chiad, Hair of the Stone Dog, is in. So, a couple ounces or a bottle. In fact, a Wetlander gin, 4 ounces of grape juice, teaspoon of simple syrup or rosemary syrup, if you're so inclined for it to be very sweet, sprig of rosemary or Christmas tree, shake it over ice, and serve it over ice, or shake and strain. There we go.
Fancy.
It is very tasty.
And also, cheers to Snakes and Foxes, another donation in there. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Snakes and Foxes.
Getting ever so close up. Right.
Keep it coming, guys.
Is that enough for Moraine, or shall we move? Shall we move on to Swan?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that glorious lady there.
That's a beautiful dress.
Uh-huh. It's not in this scene, but I friggin' love her fascinator. I don't know if it's a crown or a fascinator or what it is, but whatever she's wearing in her hair, I love it.
It's the type of crown that comes from behind and goes up, and we only really see her from the one side, but it goes from behind and comes up. So
I love that there are. Yeah, sorry, can't help myself. I love that there are shells in that, evoking her heritage. You know, she
guys,
never forgets where she
Shelly?
comes from.
Guys,
are you okay?
Guys, I think I'm having a now telling.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's
A
like a
now-telling?
foretelling, but it's something
does it
right
say?
now. Rob, I need you to do something for me. Go get your Wheel of Time companion now. I need you to open it to the Maiden's Kiss section.
What's happening?
Our wise one. Wow.
What's happening? That's great now telling.
I know. There's just something really.
I was actually on that. It was actually on that page when I opened it. No lie.
Okay, you need to open that envelope. There's something really important in there for you to see.
What?
Yeah.
What is going on? What is this? Christmas, a noun, the only time of year in which one can sit in front of a dead tree and eat candy out of socks. Oh, this is amazing. Dear Rob, your Wetlander customs are strange, but we love you anyway. Please put this money towards a purchase that does us honor. We were shocked to learn you don't have a good knife. How do you stab? Thanks for bringing us together. Bane Chiad, Leia, Melindra, Tigraine, and Wise One Shelley. That's awesome.
So you need to go look at the page about our ancestor Solwyn, and you'll find something there from all of us to all of you.
Oh God, what's going on? Oh, thank you. I'm going to go shopping for a knife now. That's amazing.
So we're going to hijack the last 8 minutes of the show, Rob, and just really thank you for everything you've done. And we're just going to go around and all say one thing we love about you. So we're going to start with Mel because she's always good at the feelings.
Yeah, Rob, I was just like an ancillary, like sidecar part of Twitter of Time before you invited me to join this wonderful group of people. And you've created a community of amazing women that I am so honored to know. And I feel like without you bringing us all together, like we wouldn't be able to have this amazing meeting every day in the waste. And I feel like it's all because of you and your kindness and your humility and your generosity of spirit. So cheers to you. And what's that word you say? Merry Christmas.
I think they say it Happy Christmas where he's from.
Oh, sure. Whatever.
Happy Christmas.
Thank you. You're all too kind. I appreciate it so much.
Oh, it's
I
not
love
done
doing
yet.
this. Oh, God.
Who's next? Me?
Bane and Chiad.
Okay. Everything that Mel said, but I think one of the things I appreciate most is how receptive Rob has been to pretty much every idea we've had. He never says no. He's always positive and has really fostered not only my creativity, but I think some of the wise ones and Spear Sisters as well have said that they're starting to do things they haven't done in a while, like writing and telling jokes. And I just really appreciate having an environment to do that with someone who's just really non-judgmental and kind and generous with his time. And I honestly don't know when you sleep, Rob, between helping us out and helping everybody else out. So I think you must be some kind of magical Wetlander being that doesn't actually need sleep. But thank you. And our creativity thanks you. And yeah, cheers. Happy Christmas. Mm-hmm.
Cheers.
Leia.
And just a point that Bane and Chia just said, for those of you who don't know, Rob is involved in so many things within the community. He assists multiple podcasts. I'm sure most of you have seen Dusty Wheel. He also does Way of the Leaf, Watchnary, and multiple other things. I again, just the type of content that he has blows my mind. He does this. He does his own show, and his dedication to the fan, and he's on Twitter all the time. He's completely engaging people. Anybody who adds him, he's constantly responding. He is just one of the kindest, most giving person in the community. And it's very appreciative. And I know that I'm actually delinquent on like a couple of podcast ideas that I've told him, but he's always been like, hey, yeah, let's do it. And then immediately starts a chat, and then it's just like, oh shit, it's on me to actually get shit done.
We'll get them there eventually.
Yeah, we'll get to it. But again, like, it's just how responsive he is, that if you come and pitch him an idea, he's like, yes, let's do it. He just never says no. And so he has much G for a wetlander.
To grain.
Okay, so I was gonna say everything everyone else is saying about his generosity and his kindness, which is all true. So awesome. He also puts up with us chit-chatting all the time in his Discord. But also, he's really, really funny on Twitter of Time, if you guys haven't seen that, and entertains us all with his great TM jokes and stuff like that. So honestly, Rob, you are just, such a bright spot, and you give us gifts of your time and your skill and your humor every day, and we just appreciate it so much. So cheers to you, Rob. Happy Christmas.
Donate for Rob.
Donate for Rob. Yes.
All right. So I get to go last. First of all, we have to thank Kayla because she was our conspirator in helping surprise you.
So I had a feeling she was, yeah.
Much G to Kayla. So 3 years ago, I, just Googled Wheel of Time podcasts and joined this wonky community and just happened to come across Rob on another server. It was like, I just have this thing I want to talk about and no one will I've just got no way to do it. And Rob was like, well, why don't you come on? And we did a podcast talking about pacifism in the Wheel of Time. And it was like one of the nicest things I've ever done because it was just a respectful discussion. He, asked great questions. I thought I was really proud of what we created. And I didn't know I would get a friend out of that. And so that has been, 2020, 2021 have been crap. But Rob, you've been a bright spot in it. And so thank you so much for just being you, being your generous self, and giving us all a good place to grow.
Yeah.
We love you, Rob.
We love you, Rob.
Love you.
I love all of you too. Like, seriously, doing this show every week is the highlight of every week. I don't care if I have work at 7 a.m. I will stay up until 4 a.m. doing the show with you all and gladly sleep for 2 hours on the couch and then drag myself to work in exchange because it's so much fun. And I love this community. So, it's why I'm doing things like we're doing today. So, yes, sneaky Kayla. And all of you. Thank you.
And please, everybody put in chat or go on Twitter and tell us how much you appreciate Rob.
Mm-hmm.
And why. We will compile these and do them in a future episode. And
right. Well, I think that's all we have time for today.
Donate.
2 minutes.
Who's cutting onions?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
We have
2
2
minutes to get us to
donate.
6,000.
We are close. There has been donations since
Angel.
you've
Actually,
been.
how much do we have to get to 6,000?
We are at 5,765.
Oh, we're so close.
Yeah,
We are close. I think. Who do we need to?
But that's a little bit too much.
We need to toast Wild Gardenia.
Ooh.
For donating. Thank you.
Thank you, Wild Gardenia.
Cheers, Wild Gardenia.
So yeah, we have a minute. Well, we still get to see Andrew face anyway because Andrew is up next.
Yes.
Can you pull him in with us so we can?
I'm gonna pull him in right now. Watch out, Andrew.
Andrew.
I'm bringing him in. I can see his face backstage. He's just like, oh god, okay, here we go.
Fear the spear. Fear the spear.
Hello.
Are we fearing the spirit Angel for a little bit?
I don't know if we have time to fear the spear, Andrew.
No, we don't.
Maybe. Wise One and Melindra, and do you guys want to fear the spear him real quickly?
Andrew, which instrument do you sleep with?
What?
Which of your instruments do you sleep with?
None.
You don't sleep with your instruments.
I don't understand this ale humor.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Oh gosh.
And wise one, Shelley.
Andrew,
Yes.
who's your favorite wise one?
Well, there's only one wise one here, so
The one closest to me.
Wise answer.
That was very wise.
Send that man to Ruidian.
Yeah.
Shayol has to send her apologies. Her computer just had a bubble of evil and has died on her. So
It's tradition.
It's tradition. It can't be threefold talk or brunch or anything without some kind of, technical difficulty.
Always a bubble of evil.
Absolutely.
All right. Everybody remember to donate to the Lightweaver Foundation. Again, in the chat, it's above. It's also on Twitter. And thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Donate.
Thank you, ladies.
Cheers. Ramen ramen.
Oh, another donation to Justin. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you,
Thank
Justin.
you, Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
All right, Andrew, we're going to leave you to it, buddy.
Oh, gosh.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Andrew.
Bye-bye. Let's see here. Let's see if this works. Hello, everybody. Oh, I'm going to change that. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice in the deep? Should I do it like this? Let's see here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to an hour with me, Andrew, Bard of Time. I'm going to play some music for you. I hope that is okay. Can you hear the guitar as well? I can hear my voice in deep. Yes, I'm keeping it quite a bit away from me so I don't get too loud. Let's see here. There we go. And I hope you keep an eye on my levels and tell me if I need to turn anything up or down. I'm going to play a song called And a Wind Rose. The time is here, listen as the wheels start to roll. It's getting near, we're closing in on our goal. Oh, for ages we waited with hopes in our hearts. Different stages of sorrow and a few false starts. And the wind started blowing across the sea, across the lands. And the storms start to gather in our hearts, in our hands. Let us all come together, we're all in this time. Coming hardships will weather, we will be just fine. We'll be just fine. Can you hear the harp and the flute start to play? Gather near for stories and a mighty display. We get spun out as threads into weaves of our life. And we struggle through love and through bittersweet strife. And the winds start to come just to see across the lands. And the storms start to gather in our hearts, in our hands. Let us all come together, we're all in this time. Coming hardships will weather, we will be just fine. We will be just fine. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Gonna take you have to take down the sexy a few notches. Oh, thank you. Play Wonderwall. Oh, come on. Oh, how is everybody doing? Let's see here. Have we got any more music? Yes, I am fully prepared. Yeah, that's a lie. It took some time just to, get the theme song, the one you have been hearing now a few times, I hear. That's fun. So that took some time to record and everything like that. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Oh, crap. And maybe a little roots, yes. Oh, it didn't like that at all. There we go. I'm doing stuff at the same time. It's hard. I'm only a man. Let's see if you know this one. This one is from episode 3, I think. The colors of his morning, the darkness of his night, little graves that gave no warning, a sun that brought no light. He saw his whole world breaking, that tortured soul I met in a prison of his making. The man who can't forget. I can still hear the way that he cried for the ones he was missing. I can still hear the way that he cried for the ones he had lost. He saw them in the rivers. He felt them in the rain. In dreams he heard them whisper the truth that is his pain. He caused the whole world's breaking, that tortured soul I met in a prison of his making, the man who can't forget. Oh, here we go. Yes, now go and donate so you can hear me sing even more. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. Google. So, what do you want to hear? You want to hear something happy or something sad? Yesterday by the Beatles. I can probably do that. Let's see here. How about something sad? Yeah, I haven't learned Weep for Menethrenel yet. I will do it someday, I promise. I'm sorry if the guitar sounds a little off. It's because it's old strings. I haven't had the time to change them. Broken dreams and shattered thoughts. Once was found but now is lost. Got no legacy to care. I'll give in to all my fear. From the ember stems the flame to cleanse the void from all of pain. No more feeling to forgive, no one to love or to forgive. In the void, violent feelings plague my mind. Thought I left them all behind. Fought my fate for far too long. Believed that it would make me strong. From the ember stems the flame to cleanse the void from all of pain. No more feelings left to give, no one to love or to forgive. In the void, let the flame consume it all. In the void, in the darkness I will fall. In the void, stop to feel. I can't accept that this is real. In the void, stop to feel and surrender what is me. Can I give up on who I am? Will I falter in my plan? Do I leave the pain within, or do I let the change begin? There you go. Something to cry for, too. There we go. Let's see here. The Myrtle and the Maiden. Yeah, I really can't do that because that's a kind of a rap song. I have to go to my YouTube channel to see that one. I can sing a song about a thieving manatee if you want to. You're only bringing up songs that I actually can't play. I'll suck, I know. Let's see. Got a tune. There we go. What are you drinking this day? I'm drinking Pepsi Max. You know, I'm working tomorrow, so I can't be drinking alcohol and stuff like that. So this is a song about a thieving manatee. I was sitting on my porch, enjoyed some cheese and an ale, but something came sneaking up, like something from a gleeman's tale. It went so fast I didn't see. It stole my ale and my cheese, but then I saw it rising up and flew away upon the breeze. A manatee stole my cheese and then flew up in the air. I can't condone this, I'm really quite upset, but I will get revenge, be at ease. I'll find that thieving flying manatee. That thieving manatee. Is thieving manatee symbolic for something else? No comments. No comments. Rattlesnake. Let's see here. Have we anything other? Oh, maybe sea trolloc mermaids. Oh, that is disturbing. Manatees are sea trolloc mermaids. Oh gosh. Let's go with that one. You've been waiting for this moment, for this feeling to grow. In the shadows, always watching, always running the show. In the tower, you can bring your pain. In the tower, you can feel the strain. You've been having so much trouble just fitting in. In the tower, we can help you, we can make you sing. In the tower, you can bring your pain. In the tower, you can bring your pain. Reach out and touch the fear. It is always there. Put on this coat of black. There ain't no going back. In the tower, you can bring your pain. In the tower, you can feel the strain. Shark Trollocs, oh my god, what are you up to? What are you up to? One song, I mean, I don't have much to offer. To be honest. Oh. Let's see. Okay, so what do you want to hear? I got Lighter Than a Feather, Heavier Than a Mountain. I have WoTaHoliday, Iggy's Mom. Lan and Nynaeve, Trolloc Baby Shark, Baby Nog. That's something else, sorry. Well, I heard there was a secret word that ran just through, and it freaked the lords, but you don't really care for sighting, do you? Well, it needs the void, the flame of myth, but what of a yield? They'll take the fifth that leaves me for the Xenia. Dosituya, 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 dosituya. If Pivara heard my bad old tongue, she would have my ears. Maybe I've been here before. I found the fin and the twisted door. You know, I used to die so long before I knew ya. And I seen the boots you wear to march, your forehead shaved and you smell like starch. And then the fate you kill before it slew ya, before it slew ya, before it slew ya, before it slew ya, before it slew ya. Okay, I'm sorry. I am the worst bard of all time because I don't know any songs by heart. Not even the ones I write myself. That one, someone else wrote the lyrics to, and I have not formatted it wrong. Oh, let's see here. Where shall we go now? The Bagging of Badgers, The Golden Crane, Lan and Nynaeve you asked for. Okay. Yeah, I'm running up chords here. I don't know if I know. Okay, this is about Lan and Nynaeve. Come inside, close your eyes, let the moment realize what we were, what will be, what we don't need eyes to see. And I promise I won't break a vow I stand to make. I will carry all the words that the grave that I won't say. I won't let my life be a burden at your feet. I can't let myself be loved. I can't bow my head and declare defeat, but that won't be my bridal wreath. Open up, let me in. This is a fight you cannot win. What will be, it will be. I'm the one who sets you free. And I promise I will open up your heart and make you whole. I will show you that I'm strong enough for both, and we will cope. I won't let my life be dictated by your rules. I can't let you not be loved. I won't bow my head, 'cause you're a wool-headed ass muse. I won't believe that we are fools. There you go. Such a wonder. Oh, that's good. Good. All right. Let's see here. Can you hear the distortion? Then let's go see if I can do this one. Because, you know, everybody's all the raves about Egwene and Nynaeve and Moraine, and oh, they're all so cool, they're all so hot, but you know, who's got it going on, right? Egwene's mom has got it going on. Egwene's mom has got it going on. Egwene, can I come over after bedtime? We can hang around, maybe drink some wine. Did your mom get around to bake those honey cakes? Hey, she's hot by the oven, 'cause she gives me the shade. No, I'm not the little boy that I used to be. I'm all grown up now. Baby, can't you see? Eggy's mom's got it going on. She's all I want, and I waited for so long. Hey, Gwen, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Egwene's mom. There you go. Oh gosh. So stupid. Clean. There we go. Oh God. All right. I did not know it was so low volume, so now I'm going to put up. Okay, you have to tell me stuff, people. You can't only want my voice. I mean, it's not that fun. Ah, thanks, Brother Dan. I appreciate that. Did you know? I was on my way to Camelin. On my way to Camelin, my love gave me a peach. That she wants me dead isn't such a reach. I shouldn't locked her in the stable that night when I went out drinking and started fight. What does it matter if I lost a bet to a fade? Just let it slide, just let me lie the bet I made. Can you forgive I made out with a drug car? Or is that pushing it too far? Why can't you see this thing's as charming? I promise I really tried to learn. Why do you say that it's alarming? When I stared at my husband, la da 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 la da 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 la da 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 da. Oh, there we go. I have so many stupid songs, if you didn't know. Come on, people. Just giving that fun. You know, Mackie Talks have it pinned in the channel. Go and support the Lightweaver Foundation and get to see my face even more, but this time in blue and spinning all around. How close are we? I have no idea. I'm not looking at the YouTube stream. Oh, it's close. It's close. I'm so glad you like it. Okay. Oh, I have to see if I only have sad songs left. I have to, you know, space them out so it doesn't get too depressing. Okay, you have two kind of sad songs to pick from here, and then I put.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Of course.
Another hidden voice. We got a donation from Meluendo herself, Melindra. Oh. And I think it's time for a video.
Oh, nice. Hit it.
us light a spark. Let us give from our heart. And here we go again. What a holiday. I hope you came to stay. What a holiday. I hope you came to stay. I hope you came to stay. Good job, everybody. We hit a landmark. How much was that? Was it like 6,000?
That's for 6,000, yeah.
6,000. Oh, gosh,
we're officially
you're
over
amazing.
80% of the goal.
Nice. 50% of the goal is done.
No, 80%.
80%. Oh, my math is not good.
It's okay, mate. Carry on with your dulcet tones. We can all enjoy.
Thank you. Perfect. Great job, people. You are awesome. Everybody danced. Yes. All right. Ooh, 2 songs here. People in the chat, you will have to decide here. Lighter than a feather, heavier than a mountain, or winter's first kiss? Go. Let's see. People in the shaft. What? The first one. Lighter than a feather, heavier than a mountain. Let's see here. I haven't played a lot of these songs for like 2 years, so. I've been waiting for the sunshine. I've been waiting for the rain. Getting sidetracked far too often. Has my effort been in vain? I wonder what would happen if I just turned the other way. Could I just shrug out this mountain, mold the pattern as I may? I guess I'll know some other day. Death is lighter than a feather, or at least that's what I'm told. Duty's heavy as a mountain. I say that statement's pretty bold, and I wonder what would happen if I turned the other way. Could I just shrug off this mountain, mold the pattern as I may? I guess I'll know some other day.
Was I spun into this world to stand up for the weak? Must I really stand and fight? Can't find the peace that I seek. And I wonder what would happen if I turned the other way. Could I just shrug out this mountain, turn the mountain into clay? Guess I'll know some other day. Is there civil war in the shadow? Take it easy. I will get to it. Meanwhile, let's have a fun one. So, in the TV show, we have gotten some, more emotions out of Lan compared to the books, because, you have different points of view in the show than you have in the books. So, of course, I wrote a song about that. Even though I wrote it before the show came out, as I do. When Moraine isn't watching, Alaline makes a move. Sneaks away, always crouching, because he got something to prove. Some things you can't use in battle. This thing you only do for funs. My friends, please don't you tattle. You like dad jokes and to make puns. Mr. Stoneface always cracks me up. He'll strike you down with jokes so crude. And not to laugh really would be rude. I better laugh or I'll be screwed. Maybe even in the nude. And then I'll be stewed. Maybe even shoot. I'd rather foretell it. No comments. Yes. Let's see here. Oh, crap. Okay, so this is Winter's First Kiss. I mean, if you have read the series, you probably will figure it out. If you haven't, you'll know when you get there. Through the wind and the rain, I am lost once again. No matter how sure my step, I keep falling through the snow and the slog. Such a trail like a dog, but you can hear me when I'm calling. Don't know where to start, I got winter in my heart. Every day I break, and a knot on the cord I make, and it strengthens my resolve. And so winter's first kiss was lost to the storm. All the signs I did miss start to take form, start to take form, start to take form. Start to take form. There we go. Ice tent. Yeah. How are we looking? Wow. You guys are amazing. There we go. I'm glad that Shaitan's taint is enjoying the music. All right. All right. I mean, so my time is almost up, I think. Let's see. I have a song here called A Rosebud or Fire. Okay. I don't know if this will sound good. Let's see. Let go of a struggling mind, little fears be left behind. Surrender to a river so strong, to right all that was wrong. Surrender a fight for control of a dying light. Rosebud in the stream, or seize a fire that makes you scream. It's not valid for all. Some need to run and some need to crawl. But most see the call. Some wear the black and some wear the shawl. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we can finish out with the man who can't forget from the show, because yeah, that is good. I like my. If you want to see it, it's on my YouTube, Android Bot of Time. Just search for me, and I will be there. Let's see, where did I put that? There we go. There we go. Oh, I'm glad to give you something. The colors of his morning, the darkness of his night, little graves that gave no warning, a sun that brought no light. He saw his soul was breaking, that tortured soul I met, from a prison of his making, the man who can't forget. I can still hear the way that he cried for the ones he was missing. I can still hear the way that he cried for the ones he had lost. He saw them in the rivers, he felt them in the rain. In dreams he heard them whisper the truth that is his pain. He's caused the whole world's breaking, the tortured soul I met, in a prison of his making, a man who can't forget. Thank you. Let's see here. Too many windows. How did I get into music? I have no idea. I've been singing since I was a wee little child. I got my first guitar at 15, so I got a little better, but not much. Been writing music since I was like 15 as well. So now it's now on my later years that I've started to actually getting good at it. And that's pretty much thanks to you lovely people, the Wheel of Time community. Since I, got the notion that they were making a TV show, I got into Twitter of Time, started communicating, role-playing with people. And then I saw people doing podcasts and YouTube shows. Oh, I can do something. What can I do? I can do music. So I started to make music. So I've been making, at this point, over 300 songs written about the Wheel of Time and the community. So it's kind of ridiculous. And I still haven't released my album. I'm sorry. But now, when I write a song, pretty much everything is put up on my YouTube. So I actually get something out, so. I thought my time was up now, but, nobody has kicked me out yet, so I suppose I can do something more.
You still got 5 minutes, mate. You're good.
Oh, I got 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, that's like an eternity. Let's see here. What can I do with 5 minutes? We'll drink the wine till the cup is dry, and kiss the girls so they'll not cry, and toss the dice until we fly to dance with Jack of the Shadows. We'll dance all night until the moon runs free and dan the lasses on our knees. And then you'll ride along with me to dance with jagged shadows. We'll sing all night and drink all day, and on the girls we spend our pay. And when it's gone, oh, we're away to dance with jagged shadows. Some delight in ale and wine, and some in girls with ankles fine. But my delight is always mine to dance with jagged shadows. We'll toss the dice wherever they fall, and snuggle the girls, be they short or tall. Then follow young Matt whenever he calls to dance with jagged shadows. We give a yell with a bloody curse and hug the mates, it could be worse, as we ride with the dark one's purse to dance with jagged shadows, to dance with jagged shadows, to dance with jagged shadows. Good choice for last song, thank you. Mm-hmm.
We can. Oh, my headphones are all screwy. We can keep shooting the shit, mate, because Black Tower podcast are meant to be next, and they're not here yet. So,
oh my god,
Andrew is late. No, where are the Black Tower boys? I bet they're all still asleep.
I bet that too. Okay, let me. I'm going to disconnect some stuff here.
Okay. No, those songs are awesome, mate. Honestly, everyone's loving them.
Thank you.
We got double Andrew. We're getting donations at the wazoo. We're at 6,192.76 now, 82.6% of target. So
nice. That's great.
People love nothing like waking up to Andrew singing. Love, love, amazing Andrew, fantastic Andrew. Yep. Wild Gardenia again. Yes, Tree, those pesky Black Tower boys. Everyone, go start tagging them.
Tag them along. Come on. Mm-hmm.
So Hip Karma says, thank you for sharing your talent, sir. Tip the Gleeman, folks. Go over, check out his YouTube channel. He's got lots of songs, 300, and they're pretty awesome.
I don't have 300 songs on my YouTube, though.
Oh, all right.
Just be warned. Next time.
I amped that up a little bit.
I have written over 300 songs about Wheel of Time at this point, but I have. Here are a few of them.
Hey, the basket of lyrics. I love this.
This basket of lyrics. So, I sat today and actually put in like 3 or 4 of them. So I have
like
to.
I'm or something.
I mean, yeah. Oh gosh.
All right, so maybe this next hour is yours and mine, mate. So what should we do?
Oh my god.
Oh, we should. I don't know. We should play a game or something, shouldn't we?
Probably. I'm out of songs I can play.
The stream, Kev, has been going for, what's it now, 3 o'clock here. It started at 12:30 midnight. So it's been going for 14 and a half hours currently.
Oh my gosh.
Not this particular stream. We've obviously switched from 1 to 2, but yeah. So.
How long has the stream been going now? My butt is numb.
That is numb, yeah. Has anyone looked for them in the basements? I assume you mean the Black Tower boys. That's a good point, actually.
Indeed. They might be in the basement.
Yes, you never know. I love it. They're like tank top, Andrew. Are you in a tank top?
Oh, no, I'm not. It's just a t-shirt.
Yeah,
I had a tank top on before, but
Ah, fair enough.
But not today.
Not today. Not today.
Not today. You
not
don't
today.
Get not today.
Not tanked up today. So, wow.
Okay. I'm going to try something, because.
Oh, okay.
I have, that's why I tried to. I'm playing my music, to my my audio workstation, so I can add effects and synths and stuff like that. But I haven't, done anything advanced today. So
we got another donation from Melissa B. Thank you, Melissa B.
Oh, thank
Shall
you.
we try and just write a song? What should we do?
Oh, we can write a song. Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Let's do that until the Black Tab Boys turn up. If they turn up.
Yes. If they turn up. I have a hard out. So,
when's your hard out?
In about 40 minutes, I have.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
At 5 o'clock, I have a workout session I'll be leading.
Ah, nice. Well, I promise not to keep you longer than half an hour, so you have time to go. And then I will keep the party going somehow. We'll figure it out. I mean, I'm just going to hit up the innkeeper. I know it's like 11 a.m., but get your ass on earlier, I love it. Yes, you can't trust men that can channel.
That is true. They have all gone mad again.
Yes, very mad.
As usual.
We've got a Mad Libs. The Christmas song ad lib. Oh, for Mad Libs. Oh, okay.
What?
What is this? I don't know. Melindra has sent me something. Oh, it helps you create Mad Libs. Oh, right. Okay. No, I'm terrible at this. My English is like shocking. So we will.
What? Your English should be excellent.
I can use the words. I can't spell them. Teach us about a workout session, they're saying. I love this.
Oh, you want? It's it's an easy one. You have. I'm leading a workout session at the gym, so it's on machines. Nice. So you go between. Is that you or me? So you jump between machines. And I tell them when to start and when to stop and when to rest. So it's easy for me. I don't have to do anything physical.
Do you sing to them? Do you play the guitar or something? Give them a bit of
no. Just trying to keep them motivated and happy and make sure they have the right technique and stuff like that.
Melindra's offering to help write a Mad Lib now. Oh my god!
Oh gosh,
I think that could be dangerous. I all know the common tongue really well. Melindra, how many more floppy water trees did you have? God, right, okay. What should we write a song?
Okay.
Folks in chat, give us a subject we will write a song about. Here we go. Let's do that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So
another song. Come on, Melindra. It might be children in the chat. I highly doubt it. There's children in the chat. They should not be there.
Indeed, yeah. Oh, I love you, Meluendo. That's brilliant.
I mean, if there are children, I'm glad I didn't, play my BDSM song about Pivara and Andro.
Indeed. Folks, I don't know if you saw me use this earlier on the Threefold Brunch, but this stabby GIF here, this is a GIF that's available for use. You can use this on Twitter. You can use this on Discord. Anywhere that has, I think, a tenor GIF feature that you can add in, you can use that GIF. I will be making more over a period of time. Pufferfish has been Beltane? Pufferfish, the Shady Black Tower Boys, Wheel of Time Christmas. I don't know. I like the pufferfish. That's quite fun.
You want to make a song about a pufferfish?
Yeah. Should we do a song about a pufferfish?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, why not?
Those
We'll
are the
call it-
one with spikes that blow up, right?
Yes, yeah, that's exactly the one. Yeah.
Alrighty then. I mean,
Okay.
I wrote a song about a manatee
That steals
stealing
cheese. Yeah, so
why not?
my roommate, I was playing on the TV. I had the mic muted, played on TV, and she was cracking up in the kitchen. She's like, "Stealing cheese." I was like, "Yeah, it's a great song."
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so how do we start this? A puff of fish and a clever pike.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Thank you, Hip Karma.
Okay. Oh, puffer fish. Fishy, 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 fish. You went wherever to go. Fish. How? Oh, God, I can't spell fish. So there we go.
Hey, Andrew,
and English is not my native language.
No, Andrew, what do you call a fish with no eyes? Fish.
Oh. Oh. My brain is hurting.
Oh no! Okay, Shelley's got a line for us to the song here. Little puff of fish, come fulfill my wish.
So it's a dirty fish. No, not let's take it there. You know where my mind goes? It goes to the ground.
Yeah, is it spikes or spines? We're getting some fun lines right out here. Is it? We could call it. Is it hard to kiss a pufferfish? That could be a fun name.
Clever pike. Flirting. Do you have any rhymes on
Suddenly I'm
pike?
getting like Rob. Oh, right. Okay, the joke. Right. I was like, why am I getting Robs in chat? Like, why are they going? Oh, and then someone said groan. I'm like, joke. Right. That's why. Yeah. I'm going to have so many jokes to make from the show now. I think it's going to be great.
Poor bastard.
Oh, Melindra, little clever pike, treat me to your spike.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Little clever pike, please treat me to your spike. What sort of daughter of the river? She's a taker and a giver. We don't even have to do anything, Andrew. They're just writing the song for us.
I mean that's the best.
Yeah, we're just going to fit it together.
Little clever pike, treat me to your spike. I mean, just going to, take this. Give us more. So you will be writing a song here.
Yeah, folks, we're going to get you writing. Bane and Chiad, secret doorway opens in the night. The pufferfish will meet the pike. I'm
going to make a dock here.
Daughter of the river, her touch will make you shiver. Yes, Zach, it's going to be a love song. There we go. Swimming round North Harbor. Nice. That's great.
I was thinking of the last show. I mean, hello. I like this.
These are great, some of these. Open yourself to the flow of my river, just drift to me. My God. What's going on here? This is this is special. Oh God. Right. Let me. Whilst we're waiting for more potential lines in chat, I'm gonna send a Twitter DM to the Black Tower boys, because hopefully.
This is, look at what you made us do.
Yeah, we're writing a dirty love song. But chat is loving it. Oh. Go on, computer, catch up. He who comes with wine says, on your knees, beg you, please.
Of course. I mean, I'm just going to put this in and sing them.
I hate when you call me mother. I love you and no other. From South to North Harbor. She comes. Oh my God. These are amazing. Oh God. These are just, yeah.
This is what I mean. This is. It would be much shorter episodes if on the Gleeman's Apprentice, where I usually go and help them write a song. If they just had a live chat that wrote everything.
Yeah, exactly.
It was so effective. My true says, "You are my true love." That doesn't rhyme, Melindra. I can make it rhyme. Do some music new now.
Right. There's a DM to because I know Josh.
Oh God, I'm tangled in your nets.
I'm tangled in your nets. Nice. Nice.
To the eye of the world, take your pets. No, that's not right.
Alan waits for one woman. Oh yeah, she does. Thank you, Skeeter, who's quoted my tweet being like they meant to have started a while ago. So I set up. So if you haven't noticed, if you follow me on Twitter, you've been like, Rob's tweeting like every hour, exactly at the same time. Thank you, TweetDeck. I set up all the pre-notifications. So every show got a tweet out 10 minutes before they started, and Skeeter has gone and taken that quote, retweeted it, put "Wake Up Tower Podcast." Nicely done. Kevin chats. The little pufferfish was really quite a dish. She'll bring you to your knees, fulfill your every wish.
Okay, let's hear. Little clever pike, treat me to your spine. Puffer fish, clever pike, magic door. Daughter of the river, your touch will make you shiver. Open yourself to the flow of my river, yes, drift to me. On your knees, beg you please. From South North Harbor, she comes, she comes. I hate it when you call me mother, love you and no other. The river flows through the trees, the silver pike is on her knees. You are my true souls, you are my true love. Okay, now I have to more lyrics. I'm just going to say, I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to play and sing what you write.
Yes. Okay. What else the freaking? So we had the Kev line. Yep. I wander alone until you call me home. Oh wait, did Guy Roberts apparently tweet about WoTaHoliday? Huh?
What?
I mean, Guy Roberts was in chat earlier and donated during Malcolm's King section, which was absolutely wild. Now I need to go searching for Guy Roberts. Who is just freaking awesome. Yes, he did 2 hours ago. Congratulations, Mal Kings, for not talking about flaming Tai Chi and raising some proper money. Hashtag WoTaHoliday. Don't be a white-livered son of a dark friend if you can donate now. Oh, that's amazing. He is so cool. Uno has spoken.
Okay, I'm not going to include. I mean, this is amazing and stuff like that. I'm not going to include that. So only the thing that you want to hear in the song.
Yeah. I love Shelley. You're amazing. Top 40. Here we come. Bring forth the rod. Make me swear I am yours. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God! So Andrew, we know what to need to do for next time we do a stream. It's just Jack, come in. We're just writing a song, and we pick a theme and off we go. It's going to be special. I can tell. Oh God! Love it.
I mean, I could actually play this to Take Me Home Country Roads music.
Oh my God! Seriously? Oh, do it! Come on, we need to do that. I think
I have to see what the real chords are. It's easy. Take me. You're so stupid. Because they have that, China down the mountain, and let's see here. It's G. Little clever pike, treat me to your spike. Puffer fish, clever pike, magic door. Daughter of a river, her touch will make you shiver. Open yourself to my river. On your knees, beg you please. Yes.
That works. That really works.
Beg you, please.
Oh no, here we go, Shelley, look. Almost heaven, Taryn River, Dragon Mounts. Yes. Brilliant. This is the best segment of our entire stream right now, I tell you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm dying here. There's no river boats.
I can't stop laughing. Yeah, they're dying in chat.
If this is going to be our entry into the parody song contest, it's going to be really hard to because there's so many writers.
Oh, Melindra. Oh my gosh. I'm not even sure I can put that one on the screen.
Oh
Melindra's latest comment. Yes. Oh my God.
Taking that one.
Wow. Yes, Dana, you're quite right. This is the best brunch live stream ever. Well, they want a finished version by Jordan ready for you. Shelley's like, I hear her voice, the call of the tower.
This is going to be the refrain. On your knees, beg you please, as I flow to your throne.
and then Shelley's line, which was where was it? No, where's Shelley's one? Where did that one just go? I can't remember. Yeah, almost heaven, Taryn River, Dragon Mountain. There we go. Yeah, this one. So try it again and throw that on the end. I think it's just gonna work.
Okay, man. Let's see it. Let's hear. Oh God. Oh God. This is the best Drudge live stream ever.
Yeah. too much Mel.
Oh, Shelley.
I didn't put it up on screen. I was like, oh my God, that's too much.
Now this was a weird pufferfish song.
you know, we would put this out there, and then like someone from the show would just be like, "Hey, Rosamund, look, Sophie, come check this out." You know.
Oh God. Oh gosh. Stop drinking my tea. Too dangerous. Oh gosh. Well, I'm going. Let's see here. I'm going. Must save. No. What am I doing here? Share. Let's see here. I'm going to share this document with you. I have been on your mail, with your mail on my. So you can put in anything you find funny there.
Okay.
So, because now I have to really go, unfortunately. I have to get ready for my workout session.
All right, that's fine.
So post something in there, and I promise I will record a version of this. That's going to be amazing.
It is indeed.
Well, thank you, Rob, for doing this. You are amazing, and everybody keep donating.
Yeah, this has been incredible. I'm loving it. I put a call out to, a huge amount of people to be like, "Help! The Blacktail Boys have not turned up for their slots, and we need to fill the next 40 minutes."
Yeah.
So, so let's see what we get. But yeah, you go get ready for you. I dare you to sing Pufferfish song to them while I'm working out. You know.
Let's see.
The segment that was never meant to happen, and it's brilliant indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
So, Matt from the Dusty Wheel is typing back in the response. Perhaps he's going to start early. I don't know if he wants to.
One can hope. Well, good luck to you, and see ya everybody. Bye.
See you later, Andrew. Oh, okay. Matt's going to jump in early, so I've just got to vamp for like the next 15-20 minutes. That's fine. I can do that. So that was great. That song was just I can't believe that song. That was something else. Yes, yeah, hop back on. My co-host from Freefold, hop back on by all means. Come join us until the innkeeper gets here, and we'll have fun and shoot the shit, so to speak. So yeah, you got the link. Hop back into one, folks, and we'll have some fun. Let me put it back in there. There we go.
Rob,
yes.
turn your camera off so I can go back upstairs.
Okay. All right, it's gonna go dark for a second, folks, because just enjoy. Ooh, you can still hear me. You can just see the donations now.
Because I trapped my roommate in the kitchen.
Yes, I didn't trap my roommate in the kitchen. Like, no one turning up for the stream trapped my roommate in the kitchen.
Trapped my roommate in the kitchen.
Nice. My roommate is gone. Wise one Shelley has appeared to save me. Thank you, Shelley. How are you doing post brunch? There, and Melindra has arrived. Yes, I didn't trap my roommate in the kitchen. Okay,
Sorry.
how we doing, ladies?
Hello.
Did we enjoy the pufferfish song?
Oh my gosh, he's so talented.
It was amazing.
I can't believe he just put those lyrics to music. I was dying.
I mean, I was on screen, so I was like, oh God, I don't know. Everyone at home, it doesn't have to be visible to people. He's just probably killing it. So
I know. I'm just pufferfish, call me home.
Oh my God.
To the place. It's like warming my heart.
It was
Yes.
so lovely. And you guys are all so talented lyricists. Who knew that we had so many poets in the chat?
Indeed.
I definitely copied all of that chat to a notepad so that it would never get lost ever.
Yeah. Wonderful. I mean, live chat is set to replay, so we can come back and watch this segment at any time and just die of laughter at the things we were saying in chat and what was going to go, because it was incredible.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sad that the tower didn't make it.
I don't know. So this happened last year. Andrew was meant to be on with someone and then didn't show up and didn't think he was meant to be on. So it was just like, what?
no.
I'm confused. So
Maybe the madness is overtaking him.
I think the madness must have been taking them. Yes. So Andrew says, finish a song and we'll record it next week. I mean, do we need more lyrics, or we just repeating lyrics?
That's a good question. Okay, so where did we leave off?
Yeah, I was trying to do some stuff with the bridge.
I mean, we need to like bring it home a little bit. We have so many good ones.
Because there's that point where it's like, I hear her voice in the morning hour, she calls me. That part of the song. So that's what I was trying to go for.
Yeah.
Oh.
I gotcha.
I don't know that song well enough to like.
Oh.
But just thematically, we've come to a peak, and then potentially we would need to reach the.
So the bridge is really easy. It's like, I hear her
Trying to
voice
melt
in
you
the
into
morning
this
hour, she calls
PG,
me.
it's hard.
Radio reminds me of my song far away.
I'm sorry, did Meluendo just say she was finding things too hard? That doesn't sound like no.
I was trying to make a PG version of a Meluendo about a synonym to peaking, but she comes. I couldn't. Well, like the come down on the other side, satisfaction, maybe something around there.
The river takes her away.
Maybe something about getting lost in the flows, but not letting it swallow you whole.
Maybe. Just keep writing lyrics in the chat.
Yeah.
We'll come back and we'll look at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going, everyone. So we still we kind of had a little during our hour, we kind of took over the last 10 minutes to do a Rob celebration. But we have more fab or stabs.
Oh, we do have more fab or stabs. We do.
Yeah. So for those who weren't on earlier, we were looking at some outfits from the show and kind of deciding if they were fab or stab, which is a confusing scale because as Aiel, we think stabbing is great. But fab is also great. So
thank you, Lunatic.
Very picky for me.
I mean, for example, so we had like a fab like this. That's fab outfit.
That's fab. That is, I think that's I think that's the outfit that's going to win best costume design at the
probably
Emmys. Is that the TV one?
I mean, it's so well sculpted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically skin tight, isn't it? So
yeah.
Did we have any stab ones? I can't remember now.
We had
we all
the white cloak.
Oh yes, yeah. So yeah, here's a stab, folks. So you've seen fab, now you see stab. So yeah, you get the idea. So we've got 4 by my count that we didn't do. So let's start with Meluendo's favorite, Matt. Matty boy.
So it does seem slightly impractical because he was very chilly. Oh, I'm sorry, a little chilly in that outfit. So as far as cadence or goes, it doesn't seem like it really sustains him.
I agree.
But it does show us Matt, and we can never have too much Matt.
I love the fact we're still getting just lyrics in chat.
Yes! Keep going, guys. Keep going. More lyrics.
Look at that. I see the Delta and the thing of the dragon.
Wow.
Skeeter.
Nice.
Skeeter coming in strong.
I think Kev just brought it to a close. Strong as the tide, by my side, river daughter, call me home. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
That's really great.
I like that.
Yeah.
So,
I think we
good
gotta
job,
close
Kev.
it. We gotta close
indeed.
it.
So, but yes. So you think this is a little chilly?
I think it's a little chilly.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. Wise one, Shelley, what do you think?
I mean, he's got some good flow of movement there. But yeah, it could be warmer for what he's doing. But that might not be his fault. You know, from a poor family, he might not be able to afford a warmer coat. But as a costume, I think it's a really good matte costume. Especially when in like, and everybody knows this is a full spoiler podcast. In a couple seasons, we'll probably see him in a coat with a little lace and embroidery.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
And also some very fine boots.
And some very fine boots.
Got to have the fine boots, most definitely. So can't not have the boots. Okay, so I think I agree with most of what you're saying here, but I don't think it's good enough to be a fab, so it might have to be a stab, I think.
How do you feel about stabbing Matt, Melindra?
I mean, anytime.
So it's a stabby stab.
Chat, thumbs up for fab, thumbs down for stab.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so confused by this rating system that we have.
It's part of the fun, isn't it?
I don't know how to answer most of the time.
We've been getting more donations while we've been sitting here just sort of ad-libbing and creating random songs and stuff. So thank you to, I think it was, oh God, I missed it. Was it Link or something before? And Adrienne just donated now. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. We're doing well. It's 6,253. This is mad.
Good job, guys.
Great job,
Yeah.
everyone. Way to go.
We've like
Yeah,
far
but-
surpassed last year's target already. So
Yeah. As a reminder, this is a charity live stream benefiting Brandon Sanderson's Lightweaver Foundation. And if I understand correctly, the donations this year are going to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, which is a hospital in Salt Lake City that I actually am very familiar with.
it's amazing.
Yeah. They're great people.
Well, I'm seeing a couple thumbs down in the chat.
Yeah. 3 thumbs down so far.
You all have to wait in line for stabbing Matt Coffin.
Just to catch up with Cheyenne, we're not talking costuming so much as more we're just being like, well, we think it's fab or stab. We're not talking details and stuff. So have no fear, Cheyenne. Your Western fashion segment is going to be killer, I am sure.
Yeah, I've got a thing I have to sew. I'm probably not the person to be talking about costuming.
I'm wearing a Christmas onesie, so, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a llama on my boobs, so.
And that gets a pity fab from Kev. That's very nice of you.
Oh, that's so kind. He's broke as fuck, so I'm inclined not to judge his fashion choice. Nice. That's very kind of you.
Yeah.
Okay. Isla?
Isla.
Yes.
Looking at being all
I
the
mean,
fire.
that scene is just fucking badass. So.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, not swearing on the charity live stream.
It's
you
okay.
Can't go back and bleep it.
Yep. No, this is live. I can't bleep that shit out. So you know.
So I don't know. It's tricky because you know we're not supposed to be fans of the Lost Ones, but like I think Isla's costume is fantastic. I love the layering. I love the gradient of color. I love how it's like very vibrant, but also like looks very useful. You know, they're walking all the time. They've got lots of layers that they can put on and take off. Looks like they've got a lot of wool involved, so much wicking capacity. I would give this the good one is fab, right? I would give this a fab.
I don't have a gift for fab, sadly.
That's all right.
Yeah. Maybe I go hunting for one. Let me see if I can find one.
What would you say, Shelley?
Yeah, what would you say?
I say it's pretty fab. I like it. I think it looks really good. I think it's a neat interpretation of the Tinkers. I always had trouble picturing them in my head, so I think this is a kind of neat way to play them out. And she looks, I don't know, she looks really good in that role, and I love it. And I have to say, like, I know we're not supposed to talk about others, but I love the way Aram's character is coming out too. He's kind of less annoying, so I like the way the Tinkers look, and I think it's a good Cadensora because she can walk around it and do the things she needs to do.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. 2 fabs, I think. I think Rob's still looking.
No, I agree. I think fab is the only way we can describe this. It's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm. All right, chat. Thumbs up for fab. Thumbs down for stab. Don't stab a Tinker. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think we should be stabbing a Tinker.
That's going to earn you much toll.
I'm a Shido. I don't know.
Fair enough. Wait, I just saved it, and now where did it save? So I can load it back up. 1 second. What folder is in?
So do you think if we had this story and it wasn't already written, do you think that the Tuathalan would have, like, Perrin would have, like, with as convincing as they were, would Perrin have actually joined them and stuck with them? Do you think he would have stuck around? We didn't know the story, but given what we saw on the show,
I don't know. It's a tough one.
I think he might have. I think he's always going to want to go home. I think that's the big issue because his heart's still in the 2 rivers.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably always going to want to go home when he can.
I could see him kind of doing a reverse of what Aram said, going off, how they go off into the world for a time to decide if they want to do that. I could see Perrin living with the Tuathalan for a time, more than just the small amount of time that he had to figure out if that's what he wanted.
I love that they added that the Tuathalan have a Rumspringa.
Yeah.
Like that was kind of just a cool addition.
Mm-hmm. So very much agree. We're getting lots of fabs in chat. So I think the clear winner is...
She's fab. Yeah, way to go.
I hear there's a Recapa Sedai gift, so if someone sends it to us.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that is. Let me... I bet that's under recap.
Yeah, someone just sends it to us or flags it to us.
Yeah.
Because, you type in recapper, there's just so many.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's not going to work. Okay. Next on the list, who do we have? Let's go.
We didn't finish Swan either after this.
Oh, we didn't.
But we can do Leanna for now.
Yes.
Well, we'll do the keeper and then we'll do the amulet.
Keep it up a little longer because apparently people in the chat are missing it when they look away.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I'll leave it up. There we go. I'm here.
It's reversed.
It is, yes. I'm only used to this because of the amount of times I've been on with Leaf Boys. So,
I'm pretty sure my face is in an inappropriate place at this moment.
Well, I'll move you there, and then you can be like,
No, it's okay. I don't mind.
Other side, Melindra. No, other side. There you go. Now you're on screen. Grace Aja says Liana is clearly fab.
Okay.
Liana herself is fab, but I mean, this outfit's kind of, if you're going to wear silks, you might as well make them like fancy silks.
Yeah. I was iffy on this when I saw it in the previews, and then when I saw it in the show, the full length thing, I just feel like Liana being Liana, I understand she's in a more utilitarian role right now, but it's still just, it seems like it would be very hard to bang that staff around with your dress potentially falling off you because it's a shift that just doesn't stick to any parts of your body. I'm feeling like I want to stab this on her behalf because she's beautiful and that doesn't flatter her very well.
Yeah. And compared to all the other awesome shoulders we see in the show with like Moraine's and Alana's and all those, it's like
Yeah.
This is not Alanified.
No, it is not Alanified.
No, not a lot.
But Chad is going fab. So
Well,
I feel like we're stab.
Chad can be wrong.
Triple stab.
Well, folks, we are just going to say stabby stab.
But chat, you get to thumbs up or thumbs down.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Chat, you can thumbs up or thumbs down.
You can outvote us. That doesn't mean we will accept it.
There are
We
more
didn't
of you
say
than
this
us.
was democracy. That's
Indeed.
a wetlander government system.
But Liana herself, 100% fab.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm very excited to see her embrace the Damani.
Yes. Yes.
I agree. I think it's going to be pretty awesome. So. Okay. I've just got a message from Andrew. His phone did not charge while he was sleeping.
Oh, poor
Oh,
guy.
bless. Never mind. Right. We are moving from the Keeper to the Amelin seats.
Ooh.
What do you think, Shelley?
I mean, it's a very impractical Cadensor. As a dress, it's quite nice. And as I was saying earlier, her fascinator, like the thing she's wearing on her hair, I love. The stole is a very neat reinterpretation of that.
It's very subtle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was just pure big bright stole or something, you wouldn't be able to hide in threefold ambery effectively, would you?
No. Not unless there'd been a rain shower, which never happens. So
there we go. Melindra, what do you think?
What I like about it is it seems like it's such an impractical thing to wear that you know that her power, her channeling ability could like overcome that. Like she could channel and decimate you even though she's wearing this like elaborate, elegant ball gown thing. And I like the message that sends. It's just like, I can barely move, but I can take you down. So that's pretty cool.
That's a good point, yeah. So I'm looking at the thumbs up and down in chat. We were getting a few people saying stab.
I think those are all for Liana, right?
Yeah. Yeah, these are all for Liana.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 fabs, 2 stabs.
Got 1, 2, 3.
Oh, and some verbal fabs.
Yeah, So I got two thumbs down and a verbal stab. Kev saying, it's 2 plain, for example. But then lots of people get thumbs up. Wine Spring, Wild Gardenia, Fern. Yeah. But yes, as Shine said, Jennifer is going to kill it for that plotline, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, so that's where we fell on Liana. Where I want to go fab on this, I think. For Swan. What are you thinking? We fab as well?
The only thing I don't like is I don't love that color. I see why it's a very neutral color for the Aes Sedai because there's not really like a rose gold Aja. I'm not sure what color that would be.
Yeah.
So, but I don't love that color, but I get why it exists. It's very queenly looking. So if I was as queen as much as she is, I think I could wear whatever color I wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's the second ruler. She's the second ruler we've seen. We've seen the King of Gildan, who was in his like chainmail thing. And now we've seen the Emerald seat, and she just like takes it up like 10 levels above what he was wearing. So if we were comparing like rulers of the wetlands, I'm pretty sure she's gonna be top tier.
Yeah.
As far as those like formal attire applies.
Cool. So are we saying fab?
I think we're
saying
she's fab.
She's fab. All right. Chat, put a thumbs up or a thumbs down. We've got a 1 stab, 2 fab. Oh, now 2 stab. Let me see what everyone says in chat. So, okay. And we'll start talking about the next outfits. So, I said the next outfit. We only have 1 left anyway. And that is Logain.
Oh, sorry. That's a bad picture.
No, I like this picture because it was just like mid stab attempt, and I thought this kind of appealed on a Aiel level as well as a clothing level. But I'll go see if I can find a picture of him in outfit.
For everyone's reference, I took those pictures at 5 a.m. this morning or 6 a.m. when I was still waking up, and we remembered we didn't have pictures for our segment.
Yeah, we were like, wait, we don't have these pictures. What are we doing? So,
You're not supposed to say that part out loud, everyone.
in the improv part, we
We
can.
have it all figured out.
Yeah, we're
Good.
so together.
100%. Okay, so from what I remember of Logain's outfit, it's this long robe thing with some
It's very
sort of hair.
Jesus looking, isn't it?
Yes, actually, I was watching that episode with some young people, and a 6-year-old leaned over to me and was like, "Is that Jesus?" And I was like,
yes,
sort of. I mean, kind of. By the way, for those of you who are parent Nazis, they covered their face like the whole time when there was battles. They just wanted to see all the other scenes. They were very good at covering their face. Yeah, very good.
You'd think I could find a clip of him being like gentled or something.
It was
This
hard to
is
find Logain outfits.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's very okay. So first of all, Alvaro Morte, is that his name? Is that how you say it?
Yes,
He's making
Alvaro
me feel
Morte, yeah.
things. He's like, that's a beautiful man. So whatever he wears, he's wearing well. The
So how
red.
would you feel about him in a bath?
I would not say no.
Okay.
Be a good costume.
Okay.
All right, here's a slightly better picture.
There we go. Yeah.
A little bit more of the outfit. So,
Just
what do I
like-
think? He's fab in my book.
Yeah.
I mean, the hair alone.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need to wear anything else. I mean, he could if he chose to, but if he didn't want to wear anything else, if he were in a sweat tent, he would still be fab.
There we go. So definitely a fab, I think. S+ tier level sleeves.
Yeah, the puppy.
He looks like he's about to walk on water. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the dragons on his lapels.
Yep.
From Dana. Yep.
I'm sure he'd feed me lots of bread and fishes.
Wait, pull this up. I didn't notice the dragons. Can you show that again?
Okay, let's see if it can get out. I don't know if it's on this picture. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Are they dragons?
They might be stylized dragons.
Yeah.
His sleeve game is strong.
It is very strong, yes.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Okay. Oh, I've noticed the innkeeper has arrived backstage. So let me bring in the innkeeper. Hello, innkeeper. How are you?
Good. How y'all doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're all having fun at our improv section.
Yeah.
So,
I like it.
That's a cute mug you've got there as well, by the way.
Yes.
We should ask the innkeeper what he thinks of Logain's outfit. Fab or stab?
Ooh, yes.
That's fab. It's definitely
It's fab. Oh, didn't even have to think about it.
Didn't even have to think.
No question. No question.
Nice.
No capes. Good job, Far Strider. No capes.
Yes. Oh, yes. No capes.
I mean,
never
it's
have
a
capes.
robe, so it's still very capey.
Still very capey.
You could go on a caper with that thing, and no one would be like, "Oh, they can't go because they're not wearing a cape," because it's definitely cape-like.
This is true.
They could also robe around the world if they want to.
Now I want to sing, and I won't.
Cool. So how are you? Thanks for hopping in early, Matt. Do appreciate that.
Sure.
Andrew forgot to. Well, he did set an alarm, but he didn't put his phone on charge, so the alarm was useless.
I mean, I get it. Like you go this long, it's you can't be blamed. How late was he up?
About 2:00. So he stayed up till I got back on the stream because I took a nap last night, and
Smart.
yeah. So no, it's about 2:15 by the time I hopped back in. So he then got out and I assume went to bed fairly soon after that. People are surprised to see you this early, by the way.
I know. It's my voice is a lot lower. There's really baggy eyes. It's
The term you're looking for, innkeeper, is your voice is a lot sick, sexy voice. That's what you say when you wake up early.
I was gonna say I'm a fan. I think it works for you.
Taylor,
It's a good look.
when we're recording with Taylor, he'll be like, "Okay, give me your intro voice. Give me your intro voice," and I'll be like, "Welcome back to the Dusty Wheel," and then he'll be like, "Okay, that's better. That's better."
This is more your reading poetry voice.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. That's exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the innkeeper unplugged.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
I like it.
Welcome back to the Dusty Wheel.
Oh man.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I feel like you're about to like announce a song on NPR.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Robert Jordan's notes, take 2.
I feel like this is your audiobook narration voice for your future career.
For sure. That's
Yeah.
that's where I'm going. from
Just never sleep, and you've got a career ahead of you.
You're
from
set.
software designer
You're set.
to voice actor. I just need to talk to Mike with Kramer and Redding, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. You
could
could
be like-
fill in whenever Michael Kramer needs just like a little bit of vocal rest. You could just slot right in and no one would know.
Exactly.
No one.
Why does Kaladin sound so different in this next?
Exactly.
Don't think about it.
I don't know. I don't. That is not it's not my future, but I appreciate it.
Well, you know, if you decide to go for it, I think you've got some fans already. So you know.
Yeah, at least 2. I mean,
What I'll do is I'll just like auction off. Like I'll be like, okay, for charity, I will do a natural voice Dusty Wheel show. You know, so the whole thing's like,
Wow.
Rob, what do you think about this? You know,
donate to get to see more of more.
How much? We're at just over 6,250. So how much to get sexy voice Dusty Wheel?
Exactly. Well, you'll get it for the next hour. So
We need a goal.
Brian is here as well. Hello,
Brian's
Brian.
here.
Hi,
Hello.
Brian.
Oh, see, Brian's bringing the sexy voice too. There.
There we go.
Sexy voice there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Love it.
I feel left out without having a deep, sexy voice.
I know.
I gotta go do something about that.
I know.
This is the I just woke up voice.
Yeah,
And
mine too.
yeah.
I'm a fan. I feel like if we had like the right kind of ooze quiet Shelly, we could make this happen.
Yeah. If I hadn't got up at 4 and been on adrenaline since then, I'd be great.
Yeah, exactly. We've been warming up our throats for quite a while. Not just
Meluendo, seriously.
We're done writing the sexy song.
Yes, the pufferfish song, the improv pufferfish song with Andrew has been and gone. I don't know if you got any of that, Matt, but yeah, in the end we were like, let's write a song. Chat, help us write a song. What subject should we write about? And someone put pufferfish in chat, and we were like, okay, yep. And
Nice.
we went with it, and chat came out solid. It was impressive.
it was really good. Some amazing.
And we're
lines.
doing it as a parody style song to country. Is it Country Roads?
Country Roads, yeah.
Yeah, Country Roads. Yeah.
Nice.
It's going to
I have
be.
to hear it now, and now I want to hear it. So.
Oh yeah,
Well, he said he was going to record it, right?
Okay. Cool.
He is, yeah. So it's going to be something special. But
You missed classic lines like "Little puffer fish, come fulfill my every wish."
Oh, that's really good. Nicely done.
Yeah. Some really great one-liners.
there were some really, really PG ones, and then there was some where there was just like, oh, okay, we're going to have some fun. You know, it was an awesome mix. You know, they were just going around. It was brilliant. So.
By the way, I feel like we're really close to the goal here. We need to
Oh, it's crazy. It was crazy
make
close.
it happen in the next hour. Like,
We need
I think
1,000, basically 1,250 is what we need.
Look, I'm ready to read off some stuff from Jordan's notes about like early ideas he had about Tigraine and the Aiel and stuff. You know,
Ooh, I love it.
maybe we should like go through that. So basically, this is the idea, which is for every $100 that gets donated, I'll basically kind of read a paragraph of stuff that I think is interesting. So that's the idea. Like I would share the stuff with you anyway, but in the future when I have time, I just have time today to give to charity. So you know, if you want to donate and hear kind of a fun little paragraph about kind of early stories or just things that I'm not even sure we've talked about before, like there's this Jordan has this whole section on like all the different lives that Birgitta lived and when she lived them, and I'm not sure they're all in the books. Maybe they are. I just don't remember. But I was like, yeah, it's kind of a fun little thing. So stuff like that. So
love it.
You know.
That's
All right.
really
Well,
cool.
I think David's here as well.
Yeah, I
was gonna
invited
say,
David to jump in with us.
Before I go, cough up, chat. Cough up to hear sexy morning voice. Robert Jordan notes.
Exactly. Reading some Robert Jordan's notes.
Yeah.
Yes, reading the Robert Jordan. All right. Well, we will leave you to it, Innkeeper and crew.
See ya.
Yeah. I'll be in the background if you need me.
Hi and bye. Nice to see you.
So yeah, let's get this donations going, everybody. Hey, David, thank you very much for being here.
Thanks for asking me.
I know you're going to have some fun with this stuff. So as we read off some of these ideas that Robert Jordan had, you know, I'm really interested in your thoughts on this. And Brian also writes, you know, and Brian, did you end up writing this November? Did you?
I did. I didn't finish the challenge, but I did write quite a bit.
It's really sad.
Yeah,
it's very sad.
It's,
it's okay. I never do that.
November's a weird month to do it. You've got a holiday in the States. It's a pretty big holiday, and you go off with your family for a couple of days. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. Ooh, by the way, Great Aja's sister just donated $50. So thank you very much. It looks like we just need another $50, and I'll pick a spot here and just start reading. See, there's this one that a lot of the fun notes that Robert Jordan has is around like all the stuff that came before the final decisions that he made. Like, so like the Eye of the World stuff is just things he was doing between 84 and 89 to kind of prepare the story. It's just fun. It's just fun stuff. So we'll have to get into those here, but we need $50 more to be donated before we jump into our first paragraph and get started in our discussion. So one of the ones I saw was about Tigraine, and it's a bit different than the final story that Robert Jordan went with. And so I'm kind of curious, once we again get a donation in and you know, get that first $100, then we can jump in on it, because I'll be curious what you think about his choices in the notes versus his choice that he went with in the books, and which one you would have preferred and why, that kind of thing. So if no one donates, it'll just be us kind of like talking about the idea of a donation, you know, and the idea of Robert Jordan's notes. And maybe I can ask you this. Oh, Wild Gardenia, thank you very much. That is I think that's our first 100. Okay. So I've been kind of saying Tigraine. So maybe let's jump to that one. There's a bunch of stuff above that, but that one seems like fun. If I can, now I have to find it. Give me a second, everybody. I'm like saying that we're going to do this, and then of course. So it says in his notes, it says his mother was born into a royal family. She had some abilities as a wielder of power, but did not want to train in Tarvalon, nor did she want to wed the man she was, for political reasons, betrothed to since birth. She fled, at last entering the waste. Wandering, she was found by members of the Society of Women Warriors. They were impressed that a woman of her lands had survived to come so far, that she had shown the independence to strike out on her own. They allowed her to become one of them, and she became one of the most fiercely prideful and independent. By custom, these women did not take permanent mates, but took what lovers they wished. This young woman set her eyes on a great chieftain and war leader. That was his note on that. What do you think about that, David? It is a bit different than the story of Tigraine in the books.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. It gives her a little bit more agency, I suppose, of this was her decision to go off into the waste than it being driven by prophecy. But obviously, the more he developed the story, the more important prophecy seemed to come to everything that was happening. It's interesting as well how
no prophecy. I'm kind of curious. By the way, if you're hearing us here, Malkier Talks, by the way, thank you. Everybody, people are donating, so we'll get to some more paragraphs here. Is there a poll? Can we do a poll in the chat or no on YouTube? I can't remember. Malkier Talks, if we can.
We can. Just give me a second and just tell me what you want polled.
So I want to pull that idea of, do you prefer Tigraine going into the waste for reasons of wanting to get away from her life, or prefer it that Guitarra that a prophecy kind of drove it, if you will?
Yeah. It's interesting as well. I don't know how much more.
Was it Guitarra? I just make that up. I can't remember now what the story is about her.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's interesting as well how he refers to the Aiel in this as being the Society of Women Warriors, as that is the basis the Aiel and his notes that was what they were. Like obviously there's men and stuff involved in that afterwards, but at the start it seems like it was just women warriors, which is kind of interesting as well.
Yep. After returning, oh yeah, sorry. Let me read what's the story here. I don't know. I can't remember why I even said. Shoot, somebody will correct me if in like chat. Now I'm forgetting Tigraine's story. So, do you remember what it is, Brian? Like what drove her?
I don't remember.
Okay, correct us in chat. All of you Aiel in chat with us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was told by the Aes Sedai Guitarra Moroso that to become a maiden of the spirit or the world would suffer. So yeah.
Right.
So sorry, it was prophecy, and the other reason because she just felt like it.
So the other reason would be yeah. So let me read the note here from Robert Jordan again. It was that she did not want to wed the man she was for political reasons, and she had some abilities, so she could channel the one power, but didn't want to train in Tar-Valon. So yeah, I guess running from I don't know, from responsibilities. I don't know what we want to call that. Well, she wanted her independence. How about that?
I put to avoid marriage in the White Tower.
Okay, that works. Yeah. So yeah, let's see. I'm kind of curious what people in chat are going to say. By the way, I don't know how many people we have with us right now. If we can get above like 100, we have 87 watching. If we get above 100, I will work in a mug giveaway. So please go share with people out there on social media that we're doing this. We're talking Robert Jordan's notes. And if people come in, if we get over 200, I'll give away, if we get over 200 live watching with us, I'll give away kind of a guest appearance for someone in chat to come on the Dusty Wheel and just be my guest. So
nice.
Maybe that's not, and a mug, because you get a mug if you're a guest. That's just how it works. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. We see it right now. Why should Tigraine go into the waste? Prophecy or to avoid marriage in the White Tower? Let's see. Yeah, do you like that, Brian? Do you prefer the whole like Gitara? I'm saying her name wrong. Whatever. Telling her like she had to, or it'd be like the end of the world, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like what we wound up with in the books. The original notes sound very kind of unpolished, like first draft ideas of like, oh, warrior women, and you know, it's like she's almost too perfect of a character in the notes that you just read anyway. And so I like the. She's also sounded like she had a more prominent story originally than she actually did in the books, because we don't ever see Tigraine on stage, on screen in the books, and so having her be more of a background mythological character in the books is, I think, a brilliant move, and I think it makes the world feel more real. You've got this character that people talk about that we never meet, and it makes it feel like there's other things happening out there in the world that we're just not a part of, and I think that just works better than. I think it sounded like what you were reading sounded more like Tigraine would be a POV character that we might see at some point, and I think that would have potentially weakened the mythology of the world if he had done it that way.
Yeah, and like a mash of the deck just said there, who wouldn't want to get away from? Was it? Well, I can't even pronounce his name, but yes, who she was betrothed to. So. Yes, Tarengo Damodred,
Tarengo,
yeah. So yeah, great one. Okay, so Malcolm Talks, I need you to keep track of how many $100 donations total we've had, so we know how much to read here. By the way, if you're just joining us, I'm reading some selections from Robert Jordan's notes, and for everyone that kind of donates $100 to this cause, I'll kind of dive into another paragraph. I'm going to keep reading on this one because this section has to do with itself. So I know for sure we've at least had 200. So
we've had 325 so far.
325. Okay. So thank you everybody who's donated another $75, and that gets us another paragraph to go. I'm going to keep on reading in this section because again, it kind of deals with what's going on, or it deals with the same section of the story, if you will. So it says, so I remember if I said, by custom, these women did not take permanent mates, but took what lovers they wished. This young woman set her eyes on a great chieftain and war leader. And then he does this kind of thing where he's not sure. So I'll put this in chat. You'll see this a lot in Robert Jordan's notes. where he'll do something. He'll put like question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. It's like he's not sure. Like he's throwing this in as like maybe this is what he'll do. So he said question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Prophecy, but obscure, that indicates the dragon will have as his father one of the nomads. It must be obscure to the point of being unreadable. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. This man had attempted to join the plains folk together and was beginning to make some headway. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. She becomes pregnant by him. It is a pain to him that she will not be a traditional wife, that he cannot protect her, and at the same time a source of pride to him that she is like a wild eagle. Something called the nomads. How many tribes of them? Question mark. Not all. 1, 2, or 3. All those years ago to invade the lands over the mountains. What? Question mark. The young woman being with child was not supposed to go along, but managed to anyway. Wounded until death in the battle at Dragon Mount, she was found by a man who took the child when she died. Does his father survive this? If so, what happens to him later? What happens to his attempt to unite the tribes? Something that hero does leads to his death before or very shortly after discovering that this man is his father. So, okay. There's a lot there to unpack. So, again, doesn't follow exactly what we have, but it is like a version of what we have. David, what stuck out to you there as far as what Robert Jordan was like questioning if he should do or shouldn't do, and what ended up in the books?
Yeah, again, he seems to be unsure of how much he wants to go into the territory of prophecy at this point, which I think, obviously, being a fantasy that was written in the 80s, the stuff prior to that was all very prophecy driven. You know, Lord of the Rings, the Belgariad, and other things like that. So I suppose he might have been struggling with like what's familiar and what do people expect from this, and what do I want to do that's different. But I also think that because of how he ended up setting up the Wheel of Time with the Eye of the World, that the prophecy thing, you kind of had to, because when you go down that path a little bit, you can't really just pull away from it and go, right, that's it. No more prophecies.
No more prophecies.
It has to keep going. It seems that he was very, very interested in getting the Aiel off the ground as well, and which is, you know, and because they're so bedded in early in the story compared to like the Sean Chan and other places like that. When you kind of meet the Aiel, they're kind of fully formed, already. So you can. It's interesting to see how much of his focus was on them at such an early stage.
Yeah, he definitely had them there really, really, really early. Again, if you're wondering, you're here. Welcome, everybody. It looks like maybe we did hit 100 people, so I'll have to give away that mug I was talking about. If we get to 200 people, like I said, and give away some other stuff, like maybe a guest appearance on the show and a mug or whatever, we'll do some fun stuff as we get more and more people here. Yeah, so tell everybody we're talking about Robert Jordan's notes. If you just joined us, we're talking about a section of his notes that's in the section of the notes we're talking about right now is like between 84 and 89. I think this is in, let me go tell you, if you ever want to find these notes, you can, by the way. Let me put the link in the chat. So this is the link. If you can in person go there to the library, you too can see these notes and read them, and spend a lot of time doing that. There's so many. And this is in box 20, by the way, folder 2. That's what you'd want to look up if you want to know where some of this stuff is at. So now we're talking about the Aiel. It was interesting how he was going to have Janduin. I don't remember this actually being the case in the books, that he was trying to unite the plains folk. It's like and he talks about plains folk, and I don't think he's talking about the tribes. I think he's talking about the Tinkers. But I don't know that that's true. In other words, like he's calling like nomads and then plains folk, but he does have the name Aiel also in his notes here. So it's not totally clear where, you know, and I need to dig in a little bit more to the plains folk. But maybe he was talking about like all the Aiel. He just didn't use the name Aiel. That's possible. But he talks about his dragon, his father, as one of the nomads. And so maybe nomads, plains folk is the same thing. Is that, I don't know if you're interpreting that the same way.
Yeah, I think I think I would think of them as the same. Just they kind of just move around. The plains are the waste.
The plains being the waste, yeah.
Yeah. But who knows? I mean, no. This is the. I mean, if you read some of my notes for some stuff, sometimes I go back to them and I'm like, what did I mean by this? I have no idea.
This has got to be, by the way, I'll give you this one. This isn't a paragraph. I'll just post this one in chat. One of my favorite things I've ever read in Robert Jordan's notes. But he was very specific about this. And you need to, I think that Rafe and his team need to take this into account when they're writing. Because if this shows up in the books, I'll post this in chat first, and then I will, then I'll mention it. But this is an important decision that should be made. He said, no effing unicorns. That's for damn sure. So there should be no unicorns in his books. I think that would have pissed him off. Now, he might have changed his mind after this note. That's the one thing. That's the funny thing about the notes is like you have like one moment in time and he could have absolutely changed them. People are asking when he wrote these. So the notes that I'm reading from can be like over like between 1984 up into early 2000s. So this particular section that we're reading is, I think, from what the library says about these. This is between 84 and 89, 1984 and 89. So, but yes, no unicorns, people. That's an important aspect of this. Okay, so I'm going to read a little bit more about Rand and what it deals with, where he was headed. I think this is really. These are really kind of interesting pieces. So Malkier Talks, you said we got, what's the donations at right now? How many paragraphs? We've done 2, so that's 200. What do we have so far in our donations?
The last tally was $550 so far.
Okay, so we still have another 3 paragraphs, if not 4. So please keep donating. We're actually really close. I think we're within $750 of hitting the mark, right? And hitting our goal for today.
650 to reach the goal. If we get another 150, we will play the Andrel video of the WoTaHoliday song.
Sweet.
Which is a treat, I promise you.
$650 were away from the goal for this event. Obviously, we don't stop there, and the money you put in right now to this great cause is going to go towards learning and reading more from the notes. We have another 50 minutes to read from these. So let me read another piece here, and then we can talk about it. So there's so much about Rand here, but I think you'll all like this one. At some point, Hero, that's Rand, is taken prisoner by Queen of Andor, land he grew up in. He is charged with treason. Her daughter doesn't want him killed. The sentence is commuted from death, but he is blinded by hot irons and his right hand is cut off. Then he is thrown out of the city to become and I don't know this word, mendicant. I don't know if that's a word or it's just like a misspelling. So I'm gonna look that up, everybody, because I'm like, I didn't. Beggar. There we go. So yeah, that makes sense. City to become a beggar. By this time, or mendicant is how he reads it. By this time, he has the dragon marks on his forearms. ? Beyond the city, he is set on by mounted men who are ready to slay him when he raises his arms to fend them off and show the dragon marks. His upraised staff draws a lightning bolt from a clear sky, ? Which kills some of the men and frightens the rest off. He sees glimmerings of light afterwards, but thinks it is an after effect of lightning bolt. In the next book, he regains his sight and his hand. ? Or should this wait that long? ? Okay, Brian, what do you think about those ideas?
I think they're very interesting ideas. I think it feels very stream of consciousness, these notes. Almost like it feels like he's jotting down ideas that he had while he was talking to somebody else, because he's clearly referencing other notes or other thoughts with these notes. He's talking about like losing the hand, already has the dragon tattoos, like those are things he clearly talked about somewhere else with someone else, and now he's writing them down to remind himself that he already has the dragon tattoos, or still has the dragon tattoos or whatever. So just listening to you read that, I was like, I'm listening to somebody's thought process happen in real time, and it's very interesting.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Like that he was going to use Andor There's a lot of this actually.
Yeah.
He was going to use Andor as like a very kind of like center for like terrible things that happened to him.
Right.
Like if you all know this from the books, obviously you hear this idea of beggar, right? And this is so common in his notes, like stuff that was going to be like really kind of big moments never really happen, right. Not to nearly any extent. But he leaves in like the thread of, I wanted him to become like a beggar. So, and this was like the detail of it, of what was going to happen, but I'll leave that in and I'll just do something else, or maybe not even touch it. That David, was there something that came from that one? Like that section that has a lot in it.
Yeah, it has a lot. It has a lot. And it's interesting to see how much actually makes it in at later stages in the books as well. And obviously the scene of him being arrested by the Queen of Andor almost kind of happens anyway, right. But in a very kind of not as grim kind of way. But the thing that interests me, and this is one of the things that interests me a lot about the Wheel of Time and Jordan's notes, is the Arthurian legend similarities, and obviously this with Rand becoming a beggar is like the Fisher King analogy, and
for those of us that are like not like into Arthurian legend and Fisher King, can you explain that for anyone that's watching? I might be the only one that doesn't like have, so you just explain it to me maybe, but people that are in chat maybe will benefit from this too.
So the Fisher King is basically what happens to the hero after a quest is achieved, and that the ending, what they get is sometimes not what they expected. So another version of the Fisher King in recent media is Luke Skywalker in the Last Jedi.
Okay.
Which is very deep into the Fisher King kind of look. So basically it's when someone in Arthurian legend, it's the person that it's a king, and sometimes it's Arthur and sometimes it isn't, but it's generally a king who has been given some kind of wasting disease or something that has happened to them, and they need the Grail to be healed from this, and the land is tied with them, which is obviously something that we hear a lot of in Wheel of Time, is that the dragon is one with the land and the land is one with the dragon. That is directly from this mythos of the Fisher King. It's a lot, and that's something that kind of survives from the early books, because there's a lot of Arthurian legends in the early books, and it kind of does go away a little bit. But that whole Fisher King thing is something that does run through the entire series.
Yeah, there's a whole scene with Moradin about halfway through the series where it pretty explicitly mentions the Fisher King. It's the Fisher King's one of the chess pieces or something that they're I forget the name of the game, but they're playing some kind of game and one of the pieces is a Fisher King. So it's I think this must have been one of Jordan's favorite legends from the Arthurian legends.
Well, he talks about like the losing sight, regaining it, losing his hand, regaining it, you know. Like I like the I'm trying to imagine Rand, like he's like kicked out, he loses sight completely, he's like kicked out of Camelin, and then like some people come and they're like, this isn't enough, we're gonna kill you because clearly you like losing your sight, and being exiled is not good enough. And so he raises his arms because he already has the tattoos somehow, and lightning comes from the sky. Like it almost seems like he hadn't been channeling much or something, and it's like lightning comes in. And what's funny is you take the lightning, and where do you get lightning and Rand and his sight being blinded by men that are attacking him? You get that in the first book, but it's totally not. It's not
totally
related
not what
to
happened.
this at all, right? So it's like a really fun, like way. That's why I swear this always happens. Is he has some idea in his notes, and what he ends up in the books, 9 times out of 10, I'm like, thank you. thank you for not having him have a staff with his arms up in the air after he got blinded to scare off some people that were trying to attack him.
Well, like I said, this feels like very stream of consciousness. It feels like he's just throwing ideas on a page, maybe spitballing with Harry or somebody, and he's just writing, and then eventually later he comes up with the actual plot, and then he goes back and he sees these individual lines. He's like, oh, lightning from the sky, that's cool. Oh, dragon tattoo, we should totally put that in here. And it's just like not taking the literal line that he wrote, but maybe like little phrases and then dropping them into the other stories that he's writing. So
yeah. Okay, so let's end that poll. Malkyr Talks. It looks like 91 of you voted should grain go into the waste. They 62% liked the prophecy, but 38% kind of liked the other route. So let's get another poll up here. Did you? Because we never have Rand. Rand never loses. Like, I mean, we definitely don't have hot irons to Rand's being blinded by hot irons. What's an interesting poll to pull from this last piece that we just read of which we would have preferred, if you will, or is there nothing from this one that you would take that you like as far as polling some question for the audience?
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if people wanted to see something so severe happen to Rand so early in the story.
Yeah. So maybe because we get all of the we get that kind of spread out, but I'm trying to think of the way to ask them. Well, you all have donated, so let me go in. What's the donations at right now, Malkyr Talks?
We are at 565.
Okay. So $35 more for another paragraph. We're going into, that was our third. We're going to go into our fourth here. Then we're going to keep on reading about Rand. Let's go on to the next part that kind of continues that. It says, question mark, question mark, question. It's that 5 question marks again. At some point, Hero will lead the Plains nomads in an invasion of his former homeland. 5 question marks. Rand leads the Aiel against the Stone of Stair, taking the city. So yes, the Stone of Stair is where this was at. The Stone of Stair.
How does he spell Stair? S-T-A-I-R or S-T-A-R?
Yeah, the Stone of. Here, I'll put it in chat. But yeah, the Stone of Stair. Here we go.
I wonder what did he think it was like a building with a lot of stairs in it, or
yeah, the Stone of
Stair, like an Escher
painting,
building.
Well, it is interesting that he says at some point Hero will lead the Plains nomads in an invasion of his former homeland. Rand leads the Aiel against the Stone of Stair, taking the city. Like, I don't know if Aiel and Plains nomads, I'm assuming those are the same. It's just weird that like they're right there next to each other.
Well, the Aiel were based on the Bedouin desert nomads, right? So maybe I don't know if he's grouping them together or not, but maybe he had plans for another group of, maybe the Aiel were like the warrior race that lived on the plains, and the nomads were just regular people who lived in.
Right. That'd be interesting. Yeah. I'll continue reading this one. Hero's wanderings will take him to a place where the tribal chieftains of the Aiel are chosen. Sounds familiar. He finds bones of dead men, including some not long dead. One who has been dead for some days has a look of utter horror on his face and no other mark. Another, dead some time longer, seems to have killed himself in a gruesome manner. There he will see and live the history of those people. Pacifistic servants of the Aes Sedai, they were driven from place to place in the time of madness and after. In the barbarism that descended on mankind, everyone was against all strangers. Many of them were slain or enslaved, their women taken. Hunger, pain, and flight were their lot. Then some of them threw off their pacifist teachings. If the hands of all men were turned against them, they would turn their hands against all men. The others who remained true struggled to build a place of safety in the middle of a bleak land. But with the generations of their numbers dwindled, those who had split off prospered, becoming warriors unmatched in the world. Quote, the finest infantry, and man for man the best warriors known, close quote. When he is released from the grip of the hallucination, he is starving and weak from thirst, for days have apparently passed. To his horror, about each of his forearms is coiled the image of a dragon. Staggering from the city, fleeing, he meets a nomad, come to try for the mark of chieftainship, who at first wants to slay him. When the man sees the marks, however, our hero is taken back to the man's tribe, then to a council of the tribes. He is, not without resistance and suspicion, taken to be the leader foretold to them. In some fashion, this brings him to lead them into the invasion of his homeland. Question mark, how? Question mark. In the end, though, he leaves them under circumstances that leave bitter feelings of betrayal among many. Why? Question mark. How? Question mark.
Yeah, I was right. I was right. I think the way you just described it sounds like the Gen Aiel are the nomads, and they kind of went off to like Viridian or something, and became trained to be super warriors, and became the Aiel. And I mean, maybe that's the separation. Maybe the Gen Aiel from the Age of Legends are the nomads. I don't know. That's interesting. The rest of it kind of happened though. He did go.
Yeah.
He did get the vision. He did get the tattoos. He did walk out and do the Karakarn speech.
Yeah, the chieftain that he says he meets. It seems like he took that idea of like after he leaves, he meets somebody, and instead he meets.
That would be
Couladin, right?
Couladin,
yeah. So Couladin is there experiencing it with him, and he takes some of those kind of like horror that he sees, but he sees this on Couladin's face, and then he takes the idea of like.
Well, actually, while he's in Meridian, he's passing somebody through the rings, right? And
right. Isn't
that was the other clan chief, right?
Yeah. Oh,
he tears his eyes out.
Eyes out. Yeah.
So it seems like he saved a bunch of that, but this part where he says, in the end, though, he leaves them under circumstances that leave bitter feelings of betrayal among many.
Yeah.
So so you remember we have the other piece where he raises his arms up with the staff.
Yeah.
So it sounds like he leaves them and goes to ends up like being caught in Camelin.
Yeah.
And so it's like after this moment, he becomes the beggar and all these other things. So that's not how he did it in the books. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
So I want to ask everybody, Malker Talks in chat, would they have preferred that Rand leaves the Aiel, or did he like that he led the Aiel in, out of the waste, or would they prefer leaving the Aiel in the waste, or leading them out of the waste? So I'm kind of curious. I mean, I know which one I like just because it's the book one. It's the one it's the story I'm familiar with. So, okay. So it looks like we've done 4 of these, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rob, we've had $600 donated. Is that right?
Yeah, we've had 600. Can you just say that poll again for me, because I missed it? Sorry.
Yeah. So I would say, Rand leaves the waste without the Aiel or with the Aiel.
Okay,
let's do it. That was the note here. Okay, so let me find another spot here. Let me go. I think I can go up this page a little bit. I think this is. Let's see. 1 second. This one always makes me laugh. I think I've read this one before, so I don't want to necessarily do that one. I'll do this one. This won't be the only one. I'll do another part about this, but he says right after that part that I just read, he had written in his notes, how many traditional fantasy elements do we have? If so, under what conditions and in what manifestations? Giants, elves, dwarves, trolls, ogres. These are all questions. This is where he says, no effing unicorns. That's for damn sure. Dragons, ? Beasts of mystery and magic, ? Sentient animals, sentient plants, spirits, gods. And then he writes, no gods, no spirits, no elves, no dragons. I said dwarves. Beasts of mystery, ? Certainly creatures of and creations of the power. So that's a beasts of mystery. I like that. Hashtag beast of mystery, everybody. Then he says trolls, Trollocs, ogres, Ogyr with a Y, O-G-Y-R, giants, the green man might qualify, others, ? Most likely not. There must be some creatures that are of the powers in some fashion. Of these, those that are of the male source power will, of course, be corrupted one degree or another. So what do you think about that, Brian? So where do you see that reflected in the actual story we get?
I think it's really neat that he thought about, I think like David said earlier, like what's normal fantasy, what does he want to keep, and what does he want to turn and change into his own thing? I mean, clearly we've got sentient animals with the wolves. We've got the examples he listed with the Ogier as ogres and Trollocs as trolls and things like that. You do get kind of vampire bats with the Drakkar. I think the fades are like pretty original. I can't think of a analog in traditional fantasy for a mere draw.
I think those are beasts of mystery.
I think beast of mystery is a cool term. It's a really cool term.
Next time that I join a band, I think I'm going to petition that it's called Beasts of Mystery.
Beasts of Mystery. Yeah.
Oh yeah, people are mentioning the golem, right? Certainly creatures of creations of the power. I like how he said there must be some creatures that are of the powers in some fashion. Of these, those that are of the male source power will of course be corrupted.
Right.
Well, you get that a little bit in the ways, right?
Get that in the ways.
You get that in the ways, and that's not how you might have thought about that, but I think it does connect to that piece of the ways, which I love. Yeah, that's. I'll read this about. This goes along with the last one. I'll just include this with the last paragraph. This is about the Ogier. He says the Ogier lands are sort of shielded null spot, one of only 2 or 3 known in the world. Within their lands, though a shield woven of the power, a shield no Aes Sedai knows the making of now. Power cannot be voided, nor can the power of the Forsaken be used. An Aes Sedai or one of the Forsaken would feel uncomfortable all the time he or she was in the Ogier lands, and creatures such as Trollocs not only have to be forced to enter, they will often run away at the first opportunity. What do you think about that? An explanation for steadings, right?
Right.
We actually get steadings, but he had very few at first, and I like that he called them a null spot.
That's a cool term.
But he says it's within their lands a shield woven of the power. So it's interesting that he doesn't. That's not how steadings are, but that he had related it directly to the power at this point. So
there's a little bit of Shadar Logoth in there as well, with the Trollocs not wanting to approach it, and they'd run away if they had to as well. So you can see how he does a lot of cross pollination of ideas, where he's kind of like, this might work for this other place that I've just created. Because sometimes when you're writing the stories, you can plan a lot of this stuff, and you can have the best intentions, but then also you might be writing something and go, you know what, this might be really cool. I'm going to put in there. And a lot of time you don't have notes for that kind of stuff because it's something you just end up coming up to. But what you do is that you borrow ideas that you've had already for other things that you haven't used already. But yeah, the energy shield of power that kind of separates, that stops people from being able to use the power is quite interesting. Reminds me a little bit of Far Maddin actually with the Terangriel.
Ooh, good point. Yeah. So
that's a good point.
He still kept it in there, but he went a different way with the steadings. So, okay, so only 67 of you have voted. Vote, people in chat. I don't know how many there are. Maybe there's only 67 of you in chat. Rand Leaves the Waste. What's the final tally so far with Rand Leaves the Waste, Malkyr Talks?
1,000.
You mean we've got 94% say with the Aiel.
With the Aiel. Okay, yeah. That was a very popular decision. Way to go, Robert. You can end that poll. It sounds like congratulations. We hit 7,000. Everybody, $500 more.
Yep.
We have a half an hour. Let's get to the end of this. $500 more. I'll read a bunch more as we go. So yeah,
I have an Andrew video we need to play though.
Video, right? Yeah, let's do it.
Oh yes, we do. Yeah.
What a holiday! I hope you came to stay. Come and join the fun, it is sublime. I hope you cough up every dime. When winter's dark, let's light a spark. Let us give from our heart. And here we go again. What a holiday. I hope you came to stay. What a holiday. I hope you came to stay. I hope you came to stay.
It's so amazing. It's so amazing.
Wow. I did not expect my Sunday to go this way.
Andrew is my puffer fish. That's what Melinda said. It's good. Okay, so we've had what, $600 donated at this point. How much from when we began? Remind me.
700.
700. Okay, I think we've done 5 of the 7, if I remember correctly, and we hit over 100 people. So I got to figure what's the way that I should give away a mug. we're going to give away a Dusty Wheel mug to somebody in here. Should it be like someone who makes me laugh the most? I don't know. What's our category for giving away a mug here?
Well, we are doing a mug giveaway or mug draw at the end of this stream. And
Okay.
everyone who donates gets an entry, but then each show picks a chat person that they liked or was most interactive, and they get entered into that draw as well. So I suppose you could pick two, one to go in the draw and one to win a mug.
Okay. So I'm looking for, and I might not see the comment you make, but it's the thing that makes me laugh the most. And so far, Melindra's Andril is my pufferfish is making me laugh the most. So there we go. Not yet. By the end of this, it's like, funniest comment here. I'll try to be watching comments here. That's what we're going to go with. Okay. So why don't we jump back to the notes here? This one's kind of fun. I don't think I've ever read this one. There's some notes that, again, this is in the same kind of box 20 folder 2 section. This is the Eye of the World outline, part 2. That's where this comes from. It says, note, the village of Round Top. By the way, Round Top, I believe, was going to be, anyways, I'll read you the thing. The village of Round Top stands on a round-topped hill, circling which there are mounds and broad trenches. There are remains of earthen fortifications thrown up by the men of Etherin. Yes, Etherin. Men of Etherin. Menetherin. That's right, everybody. That's what you just heard.
Wow.
Yes, this is here's the quote from his notes. The men of Etherin. Yeah. There you go. When they fought to hold the forces of Baal-Zimon, it's by the this is a different spelling. Here we go. Baal-Zimon. In the second of the great wars, hold for 3 days, they were told, and help will come from the east, but they were betrayed. For 9 days they held the hill and the surrounding land against the might of Baal-Zimon. In the final hour, only the hilltop itself was left to them. At the very last, Morgulin, their king, yes, Morgulin was the name of the king, blew on the horn of the mountain lords, and the sound was heard in Etherin, and the city knew that the end was near for its king and its men. Before he fell, Morgulin struck his sword, King's Flame, the ancient sword of Etherin kings, against a stone, shattering it so Baal-Zimon should not lay hands on it, for King's Flame had been wrought by the power, and no wall could stand against he who wielded it. The siege of Etherin was long, but in the end the city fell to Baal-Zimon. Its walls that shone in the sun toppled, its soaring towers and great halls razed to the ground. When Moraine is asked what happened to the people, she will reply that it was all very long ago. Perhaps some of the blood remains somewhere, perhaps. That's my favorite part. It's like this huge story, but like it's like weep for something that perhaps might have happened sometime. There might be some blood. Okay. What do you think about Weep for Menetherin or the story that you just heard?
Well, Weep for Menetherin definitely has a little bit more punch than perhaps, yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Again, it's something obviously that he really was interested in, this bit of world building, this backstory, because it's almost there as it is. Round Top sounds a little bit like Weathertop,
Yeah, I took Round Top to be very kind of Tolkien-esque.
Yeah. And it's interesting as well, like how when he develops it, he brought it more into what Baal-Zimon was after. It's not an artifact or anything. It's just the actual people. It makes it a little bit less quest fantasy, I suppose, and it's more tragic. But yeah, I mean, it's nearly all there. And also as well, the horn being blown, I think, is this maybe an early instance of some horn blowing.
Horn of the Mountain Lords. Yeah, I don't know that there is an earlier reference to a horn in the notes.
This sounds like super early. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is definitely early. King's Flame. People are pointing this out. King's Flame is the name of the sword. And it was interesting because it said, if I remember correctly, it said the ancient sword of Etherin kings against a stone, shattering it so that Baal-Zimon should not lay hands on it, for King's Flame had been wrought by the power, which, by the way, how did the power-wrought sword get shattered against a stone? But whatever. And no wall could stand against he who wielded it. Oh, okay. So it has the power to shatter. Wait. If it has the power to shatter stone, how is it shatter? Anyways, whatever. The siege of Etherin was long. I like that. I like that. Moraine was asked about what happened. She would reply, "It was a very long ago. Perhaps some of the blood remains somewhere. Perhaps." I just love that. That's my favorite line. So that's good stuff. So yeah, this is an interesting one that, again, you're kind of glad that he just kept iterating on, because he does tell a story in the Eye of the World, right? So how did he get from this story to the Eye of the World? This is an outline. This is starting to kind of like outline the Eye of the World. And so what's really interesting is you don't, with his notes, you'll like read this and then you have the story. You don't like have like a midpoint between the two.
We don't have the fossil record to
No.
like walk us through the evolution of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Is like, yeah, exactly. We're missing that part. Like, when did he kind of go Menetherin? You know, like he's like Etherin. It's not really.
Well, he was probably saying the men of Etherin out loud, and then it kind of clicked. Oh, that actually sounds better. Menetherin. He does that. I noticed the first time or I was rereading Eye of the World a couple weeks ago, and there's so many words and so many town names and so many just created places and people that clearly originated. He like evolved the language from the old story. So you've got King Aemon of Menetherin, and then you've got Emond's Field, and that's clearly a historical reference. You know, like it probably was the field where King Aemon was born or something, and 2,000 years later, hundreds of years later, it's just called Emond's Field, and the A has been dropped off of it. And so you see that throughout the books, but especially in the first two books, there's just a lot of references to modern places with names that are very similar to old names. And I think if you just read the notes you just read, like you can kind of imagine that this is the story that happened 2,000 years ago, and then think about how people now might tell about it. You can see like, oh, well, these names got twisted just a little bit. The story is not quite what it's supposed to be. And I kind of wonder, I don't know if he did this intentionally, like really thought it out, or it feels like he did, but I think there's a lot of places where he just kind of evolved from this original thing and said, actually, I like the ideas here, but the people in the modern age, they got it wrong. And
yeah, exactly. You don't know how much this is either like, right? You could almost imagine this as another turning of the story of Menetherin, right? In a previous turning, it was King's Flame sword, and it wasn't the wife, having, or the queen having like this moment of one power that just destroys everybody. Instead, it was like a sword that was shattered, and so he's almost like in his notes doing variations of turnings. Like, and he's telling a story that you could say, oh, this happened in a previous turning, but the wheels turned so much we now get what we have in the books. It's kind of fun. I like that.
I think as well what's interesting is something that he mentioned in his notes himself was like how much fantasy tradition do we have? And I think a lot of these things in his early notes are like that whole section that you just read then, Matt, is very Tolkien-esque, like even to the names and it's like the shards of Narsil with the stone being the sword being shattered and everything. And it's also maybe he's done the draft or he's done the outline and then he goes away and comes back and goes, okay, how can I move this away from this sort of stuff? Which is interesting because obviously the actual premise for the Eye of the World was a long way away from where it actually ended up being, which was quite traditional fantasy in the end.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting writing technique too. You take your story and you think about it in terms of your favorite story, right? So I'm assuming Robert Jordan loved Lord of the Rings. He's like, I want to make a fantasy story too. And if it was like Lord of the Rings, it would be like this. And then he wrote that, the outline for that. And then he went back and said, well, how can I make this different? And so he's got a story that works, but then he like, I don't want it to be just be Tolkien-esque. I want it to be Jordan-esque. So how do I take my Tolkien-esque things and twist them so they're mine? And so if you go back and reread it, you can kind of see that Round Top is, clearly this event, and you do see that. It's an interesting writing technique.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's a great one for people. By the way, thank you for continuing to donate. We're only $340 away from the actual final goal. We have 15 minutes left here. Obviously, if you can donate, if you can't, just go tell people about it. Tell them to come visit this. Or if you were just enjoying this, just listen to because other people have donated. So we can kind of give you a little bit more here. So I think that's 6. I don't know. Are we at 800 at this point, Rob? Where are we at?
Yeah, 850.
Well, I don't know. We just got like a $100 donation again, so I think we are at 960.
Okay, so I've done 6 of 9 here. I'm okay. So we're gonna try to read a little bit more. We won't talk as much between these, just to make sure we get these all in. This one was really cool. Again, in that outline, he mentions focuses of power higher up in the outline, but I loved this one. It's really interesting. I might have read this before, but you probably haven't heard it. He writes, only a very few of the locations of focuses of power are known. They are difficult to locate properly. A carefully drawn map may or may not take you back to one, which I love. A carefully drawn map may or may not take you back to one. That's great. There is a price to be paid for their use as well. Sometimes this is simply great tiredness, but there can be other costs. Additionally, some of these natural angreal are dangerous. Some will slay anyone who attempt to use them. Others diminish power wielding ability while making the user believe her ability has increased. Still, others induce such a feeling of well-being in anyone using them that the person remains there, feeling no need to eat or drink until they are dead of starvation or thirst. Beyond this, some of these places have been tainted by the evil of Shaitan. It was Shaitan before Shaitan. Because of use by Aes Sedai, who went over his cause in one or another of the great wars. Use of these can mark the user, making her vulnerable to the Dark One's minions, perhaps even making her vulnerable to the control of Shaitan or the Forsaken. So here he is developing this concept of a natural angreal. Like there's these like locations of power that channelers can basically kind of like power up or maybe power down, maybe like lose their life. It's like this really dangerous thing to find or even use a natural angreal, which is like, so do
we have any?
Do we actually have any of those?
I think maybe the only thing I can think of is that I'm blanking on the name, but the town with that Katswain is from, with the thing that stops channeling. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, but that's I mean, the natural angreal, I think, is like people are mentioning this ley lines, like in the world of like we don't really have anything like that. Although the portal stones are probably the closest, right? Like they can't be moved. They're not like angreal, but they are like objects of power that can be used, but they're like it's only focused in that area.
Are they natural?
Yeah.
That's natural. Yes, I mean that's one of those like.
What are they?
Are they natural to the wheel? I would say probably, but not natural. But these I think is really cool because he said like it's really dangerous to enter them. Like you have to like you can like be powered down. It's almost like it feels almost like it's almost like it feels a bit like D&D.
Yeah.
Like
there is something there though. The stone, the twisted stone doorway. You know,
sure. Yeah,
there is that. That's the kind of tease of that, because obviously what happens with Moraine and Lanfear as well, where they are depowered afterwards. And then also you have like the concept, and then the Dark One taking people's souls and putting them in and changing their power levels as well afterwards. So you can see this like the beginnings of his ideas there a little bit, where it's kind of like, this is a good idea, but I'm not sure how to actually implement it.
Yeah, this is one where I kind of like I listen to it and I'm like, this would have been fun, but he does it in other ways. Like he mostly does it like in Terangreal, or like remember he's like there's one where it's like you can't get too close or you'll die, and it's like some like device that you think, but you kind of wonder if it's natural to the world and people just die if they get too close. But yeah, it was a fun one. By the way, we're so close to 7,500. Congratulations, everybody. We're gonna get there. Come on, it's only 83 some odd dollars left. I will keep it. Let me find another spot in the notes for you. I think we've gotten 7 out of 10 at this point. Is there 10? Or have we done 11 at this point?
You need 11, yeah.
Oh, 11. Shoot. Okay, let me find something else from the notes here, everybody. Let's see if I can't see if we. I'm so impressed. You all kind of like just jumped in and donated to this. Okay. I don't think you've heard. No, I think you've heard that one. Let me see. Okay. Well, while you're waiting for me to find one of these, I can ask. Oh, I thought I found. Oh yeah, Brigitte. Let me go to hers. You guys can tell me if I'm just dumb and don't remember this in the books, but where's her file here? Hold on a second. Let me go find her file. And you're like, there's a file? Yeah, for her there is a file. Okay. So in order, do you recall all the different lives that she lived? Does she tell us about all the different lives that she's lived at this point? That she can remember in the books?
No, she talks quite a lot about Ghul Kane being spun out around the same time as him, but that's pretty much the stuff from that I can remember. That's pretty much as far as she goes, really, isn't it?
Okay, and then maybe in the companion it has this information. So I apologize if I'm just telling you something you know by now. But let me. He writes this about the lives that she's led. War of the Shadow, one life. Memories are very spotty, still fading. She remembers individual things about the Forsaken, about other things, but not as much as she did. Whole stretches of memory have vanished. Many memories of things have gone too, as with her now having forgotten Golem when she meets next with Matt. The Breaking, more than one life, but memories are also very, very spotty and fading. She remembers fragments. I didn't know that she had more than one life during the Breaking. Anyway, the Gathering of the Aes Sedai, one life when the Aes Sedai were reforming as a single entity. Memory spotty, though not as much as the earlier. She remembers large fragments, sometimes close together, sometimes far apart, again with many things missing. The Compact of the 10 Nations, one life while the Compact was being formed. Memories incomplete. She remembers small chunks plus fragments and individual incidents. The Trolloc Wars, one life during the wars. Memories incomplete, but not as bad as the earlier ones. Between the Trolloc Wars and the rise of Arthur Hawkwing, one life. Memories of this life are incomplete, but again, not as bad as anything prior. The rise of Arthur Hawkwing, one life. She was opposed to him. Her memories of this are moderately clear, still with only occasional holes. The War of 100 Years, one life. Her memories of this are still clear. So, like, what I found fascinating was, like, in the Breaking, the wheel gave her multiple lives during the Breaking. So that suggests to me, like you bring heroes in. Now, technically, she could have had a life where I think it's canon that a hero can be born without it being a heroic life. Like not used necessarily as a hero, but you'd think for the Breaking, the wheel was like,
I mean, she's a warrior.
I got to send out my special.
She probably died violent young deaths every time. So it's like, it's not like she's living to be 100 every time. She's living to be like 23, right? Yeah. And then she gets killed and then goes back to the Horn and gets spun out again.
And then it's just spun out really quick. Yeah. So I thought that one was really cool. Hopefully you all enjoyed that one. We did it. We broke 7,500. Congratulations, everybody. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm not going to be able to find enough passages, so I'll have to just commit to everybody. I'm going to go look for one right now. Maybe ask in chat, or maybe give us, this is what I'll do. For the last 7 minutes, what are 4 topics you'd like me to look into to see if I can find something about it? So people in chat, you two, is there something, and we can do a quick poll and I can go look for it. Is there anything you want me to look up in the notes for these last 7 minutes? Any topics? Anybody out there in chat? Anything you're interested in other than land fear? No. I will tell you something about land fear. I think I have that here. Let me.
That's what I'm here for, the land fear content.
Now I'm trying to remember where it was at. So let me see here if I can find it. Might have been here. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Celine, here. Yeah. These are pretty fun. I'll read you some of the stuff. These are our notes on the story. These unlabeled character notes. I'll have to look at these really quick, but I'll just read you a bunch of these. The White Cloaks invade the Two Rivers. Obviously, does this happen early or late? He wrote, though. Pedro Nial and a few others would know of Perrin and the Two Rivers, but how much of his connection with Rand? Maybe only that they believe he is a dark friend and that he was somehow mixed up in the destruction of Bornhald and the Half Legion. Question mark, Rand goes to the Aiel Waste, to the city of the middle of the Waste, where he learns the origins of the Aiel. Prior to this, we must see the Aiel fight, I think. Rand goes to Tyr, the Stone of Tyr, and Kalendor with one L. the sword that cannot be touched. Perrin meets a girl. Matt meets a girl, here or later. Loyal finds a steading overrun with all the Ogier killed. ? He travels via the ways to carry word and warning. Did young Ogier woman give him a flower dye there or elsewhere? If so, how did she come there and why? Egwene and Nynaeve set by the Amaryllis seat to track down any of the Black Aja left in Tar Valon? ? Or maybe just to track down the Black Aja anywhere? ? Maybe limited to Liandrin and possibly those who went with her? Amerlin would try to leave Elaine out of this, but I suspect Elaine would want in any way, especially once she discovered Liandrin in particular was the quarry. Elida would certainly meddle in this, especially if Elaine manages to get involved. They will have some success and some failure in this, with perhaps a victory of some significant degree. Matt will leave Tar Valon after making an enemy of Galad. He will end up in the Aiel Waste with Rand. They will spread out these small parties, Rand and Matt alone, then Rand and Matt together, Perrin and Loyal together, then Perrin and Loyal alone, Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine, ? Each seeing small, simple, ordinary life as well as the grand. Note Selene, note dreams and Balsamon and dreams. Note it is possible that what happened to Matt and Perrin when Balsamon invaded their dreams broke some sort of barrier for them. Maybe they are now able to enter dreams that are not dreams themselves, though certainly not under conscious control at first, if ever. This would have nothing to do with the One Power, though both would be afraid that it did. Note, ? There are worlds, dream worlds, that can be reached by dreams that are as real as those reached by portal stones, ? So let me stop there for a moment. So again, kind of, this is formulating his story. Obviously, this is within, I would say I need to go look up this reference. I think this is definitely after like the Eye of the World and possibly the Great Hunt or during it, because a lot of the Dragon Reborn things that he ends up putting in the Dragon Reborn seem like fleshed out in this. Anything stand out to you among that kind of section?
I'd love to have seen Matt as a dreamer. Imagine what he could have done.
Yeah. Can you imagine Matt having kind of, he does it a little bit.
I don't want to see Matt's dreams. I'm sorry.
Yes. People are bringing up the Ogier, the genocide there, having Loyal like actually be the one that warns people going and uses the ways to warn people. Yeah. There are people are saying the birth of Tel'aran'rhiod. Maybe this is an interesting one. There are worlds, dream worlds that can be reached by dreams that are as real as those reached by portal stones. I kind of was wondering that could be kind of a precursor to like, because I'm trying to think, when do we actually see Tel'aran'rhiod in use that's not like directly dream related? I'm trying to think of when that is, but yeah.
I mean, when what do you mean dream related? You mean?
So I mean, like just entering Tel'aran'rhiod versus like in your dreams seeing something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Egwene, when she went to the Waste, she met with the Wise Ones, and they taught her how to dream walk. Like enter the dream and sense need and all that stuff. That was,
so and it's got to be the Dragon Reborn.
Dragon Reborn, yeah.
Well, no, Dragon Reborn has to be the. She gets the ring, and then she uses it, and enters it there. So yeah, this could be a precursor to that.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you something about Selene here, Lanfear, to end this, and we'll give away a mug. I know I don't want to go over my time here. So, but congratulations, everybody. I don't know. I will. I still owe you some more notes here, but I'll try to give you this one. Selene Lanfear, daughter of the night. She may use her name's other appearances. She can, within very broad limits, change both her apparent age and her physical appearance. Not her general size, though. She is always the same height, etc. No matter what Balsamon wants, she has her own plans. She wants power for herself, for one thing, and none other than sitting at the feet. There's a word missing, that sitting at the feet of Balsamon and ruling all below. Something in her own right with none above her. Beside that, she wants Rand al'Thor, more specifically wants Lews Therin, Telamon Reborn. When he last lived, she lost him to another. This time, she means him to be hers. She has a power wielder, at least the equal of a Shamael, the betrayer of hope. She was counted the most powerful of the Forsaken. She never liked flaunting her ability, preferring to let others think she was less powerful than she actually was. This made them careless and gave her advantages. She may have well been close to Lews Therin himself in strength. This is just a note of the way the strengths end up turning out in the books. It's not how kind of, even up to this point that he had determined them. Lanfear being at least as strong as a Shamael, and then Lews Therin apparently being stronger than a Shamael. And I think in the books, it's Lews Therin and a Shamael are basically the same power. So, but Lanfear was, I think, he lowered her power in the end, I believe, but she was of that power. So, okay, we're at our hour here. I had 3 comments that I thought were really hilarious. So these, you guys, I'm going to let you, I'm trying to figure out, how should I pick this, Rob? We have 3 comments that are really fun. I guess we can give away 2 mugs. So I'm just going to give.
Well, yeah, I'll put 2 in the chat because you've made more than anyone else, like by far. So.
Okay, so
I'll put 2 mugs. I'll put 2 names in mug chat.
These were the funny ones I saw. Sorry, you probably all had really funny comments. I just didn't see them. Kev said "angry-all" instead of "angry-all," which I loved. So "angry-all" is, I've never seen an "angry-all." So Kev, you made me laugh. That was awesome. Icicle 3030 said "weep for Min of Etherin." Yes, and that made me laugh a lot. So, and then Melindra said "Andril is my pufferfish." So Melindra, Icicle 33. And Kev, you all made me laugh when I looked up at chat. So congratulations. I will definitely get one of those out there. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it, David and Brian. It was fun to kind of talk about these notes. Anything last minute before we give the stage to everybody else about Robert Dorden's notes, or things you heard or things you didn't hear?
Oh, I'm always anything to do with Demandred and Taim and notes. That is my jam. That's what I'm all about.
Well, yeah, if you want to go learn about Taim and Demandred, there's a video for that, everybody. that one's been nailed out there. So go watch that one if anyone has that one and throws it in chat for people. We did a video on those notes for sure. You, Brian, anything before we let the next group take the stage?
No, I just want to say, if you like this conversation, go check out David's Easing the Badger YouTube channel, and check out Barside Chats, the podcast that Matt and I do on a mostly weekly basis, and we'd love to get some more content out there for everybody.
We're gonna start doing this. We can tell you this. We're gonna try doing live recordings at the Dusty Wheel Discord for Barside Chats. So
nice.
If you we've realized that like sometimes there's like a lot of fun conversations we're having in the midst that get cut out. So we thought we'd do that and engage with the community doing some live Barside Chats podcasting. So assume that's going to be happening here soon. We'll do a test of it, but yeah, that'll be fun. So yeah, please do check out Easing the Reader and Barside Chats, everybody, and thank you for your donations. And I think I probably missed 1 or 2 notes, so we'll do a Robert Dorden's notes episode here soon, and I'll go digging for more and more. So thanks for having us, Rob. Appreciate it, man.
No, it's been a pleasure. This is the end of this current stream, folks. So head over to stream number 3. It is in the description, but it's there as well. You can find out my channel. Head over to there, and we'll be there in just a second with North Harbour Podcast. See you in a second. Bye.